The regular meeting of the Aurora City Council is called to order for Monday, January 12, 2028. Will the clerk please read the roll? Call the roll.
Mayor Kaufman.
Here.
Councilmember Andrews. Councilmember Andrews. Councilmember Bergen. Here. Mayor Pro Tem Coombs.
Present.
Councilmember Gardner.
Here.
Councilmember Hancock.
Here.
Councilmember Horton.
Here.
Councilmember Jackson.
Here.
Councilmember Lawson.
Here.
Councilmember Medina.
Here.
Councilmember Wiles. Here. There's a quorum.
Please join me in an invocation. O Lord, our God and our Father, we come to you and we ask that you look upon this particular gathering tonight to keep us safe and guide us in our decisions. Bless our city with honorable citizens, industry, sound education, and good government. Unite our community together, even though we come from different backgrounds. We pray that there will be justice and peace in our city. Give the city council and citizens the wisdom, direction, and sensitivity to the business and proceedings before us tonight. Hear us, therefore, as we commit this meeting to the help of the community. Amen. Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. A land acknowledgement. The city of Aurora acknowledges that we gather on the territories and ancestral homelands of the Cheyenne, Ute, Arapaho, and Lakota peoples, past and present. We also recognize the 48 contemporary tribal nations that are historically tied to the lands that make up the state of Colorado. Indigenous peoples have remained committed to the stewardship of this land over many centuries. As these words of acknowledgement are spoken and heard, the ties that these nations have to their traditional homelands and to their vital place in the ecosystem are renewed and reaffirmed. And we are called to be better stewards of the land that we inhabit as we continue to work to meet the needs of our entire community. The executive session update. During executive session, council discussed, was given an update on legal matters by our city attorney. Motion is in order for the approval of the minutes for December 12th, 2025.
Mayor,
Councilmember Bergen.
motion to approve the minutes.
Moved by Councilmember Bergen, seconded by
Hancock.
Councilmember Hancock to approve the minutes for December 15, 2025. Discussion? Seeing no discussion, call for the question on the approval of the minutes for December 15, 2025.
Mayor Kaufman,
Mayor votes yes.
I'm also a yes, waiting for e-scribe.
Councilmember Hancock,
Yes. Having trouble with e-scribe.
Councilmember Medina,
Yes.
Councilmember Andrews, Councilmember Horton,
Yes.
Councilmember Jackson.
Yes.
The motion passes unanimously to adopt the December 15th, 2025 council meeting minutes.
Motion is in order for the adoption of the agenda.
Mayor,
Councilmember Coombs.
move to adopt the
Mayor Pro Tem
agenda.
Coombs. Moved by Mayor Pro Tem Coombs, seconded by
Andrews.
Mayor, second.
Councilmember Andrews.
You seconded it? He just seconded it.
Okay.
Anything else?
Discussion?
I was going to pull it.
Call for the question on the
Wow.
motion of the adoption of the agenda.
Why all the time here?
Mayor Kaufman. Mayor Kaufman,
Mayor votes yes.
Councilmember Hancock, thank you. Councilmember Andrews, Councilmember Andrews,
Oh, yeah.
Councilmember Andrews, how would you like to vote?
Oh, here it is.
Thank you. Councilmember Horton,
Yes.
Councilmember Bergen. The motion passes with 10 yes votes, 1 no vote from Councilmember Bergen to adopt the agenda.
Let me remind members who are here for other agenda items to speak when that agenda item comes up. and the public invited to be heard is strictly for non-agenda items. So if you're here to speak on a specific agenda item, please wait until that agenda item is called. I'm going to give a public comment announcement. City Council has established this public forum to receive input from the community. The public invited to be heard portion of the meeting is limited by council rules to a total of 1 hour, with each speaker allotted 30 minutes. Speakers signed up to comment on agenda items are also limited to 30 minutes, and comments must be related directly to that item being considered. And again, remember, please wait until that agenda item is be called that you're here to speak on. All participants are expected to observe the same standards of decorum as the council. Personal attacks, disruptive behavior, and demonstrations such as clapping, snapping, cheering, booing, or similar actions are not permitted. Please show respect to all speakers, regardless of whether you agree with their comments, and allow everyone the opportunity to be heard. Speakers who exceed the 3-minute time limit reduce the opportunity for others to speak. Please be considerate of your fellow residents when preparing your comments. Additionally, please refrain from using profanity, as children may be watching.
Ron Engelbrecht.
This is my first time.
Oh, I'm sorry. And if you could please state your name and whether or not you're a resident of the city of Aurora.
And I'm from the Norfolk Glen area, and I just would like to say a few things. I know they're talking about doing a new Laredo Bridge on between 17th and Colfax, and I put in a recommendation they don't go to high expense, just put culverts in, because there's never going to be any water running down the Highline Canal. I hate to see them waste a bunch of money putting in a real good bridge. And then another problem we've had is with the traffic flow on Norfolk Street. Since they put those rural apartments in, they built the apartments without adequate parking for the people. So now Norfolk Street is really crowded as you go down the street. And I'm surprised already that somebody hasn't swiped some mirrors off the cars, because it is so close going down the street. And I know that can't be remedied now, but it's just something that they need to look into before they develop any more of that property there by Quick Trip.
Okay.
Because it's going to increase the traffic flow, noise, and we don't need that in our community. And we did ask for a survey on speed bumps through the Norfolk Glen area. Could people go down there fast? And they said it wasn't adequate. But with all this traffic flow, with all the building they're doing around there, they need to do another survey. And I think it'd be good if they did put speed bumps in, because we have kids out in the middle of the street a lot of times, and we hate seeing them get hit. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, Katie, please give me his contact information.
Okay.
Katie, can I have it as well, please?
Yes. The next person up is Dennis Gray.
Hi, my name is Dennis Gray. I've lived in Norfolk Glen for probably 30 years. I've been there since the llama farm and the horse stalls were there before the apartments. We have absolutely no speed bumps at all in Norfolk Glen area. And my backyard faces the Greenbelt. And the reason there's parking on both sides of Laredo past 16th, and it's a very narrow street, and the cars go in and out of there. Entrance to the Greenbelts are from the condominiums just to the left on the west side of Norfolk. And the kids use that entrance to go into the Greenbelt, and they play soccer and football, especially in the spring and the summertime. And the reason I want the I don't want the new car wash there is because the kids come from that condominiums and the apartments that are all around there, and they use the
Oh,
green
sir,
belt.
I'm sorry. That is actually an agenda item.
I'm sorry, what?
That's an agenda item, and so...
Should I sit down then?
Yeah, and then come back up when that agenda item's called.
Okay, I thought I was just called, my name was just called.
Right, I think you signed up on the... Katie, is he down on, for the agenda? Can we put him down on the agenda item?
For bubble bath.
So am I done for the night then? You guys don't know?
Hold on just a second.
He's not signed up for...
Can he sign up now?
No, it's too late. It ended at 1 PM.
Give me a second. This is not part of the record.
You guys know what you're doing up here?
So let me, Pete Schulte, City Attorney, so let me kind of talk about what's going to happen today. So the council rules currently are that if you wanted to speak on an agenda item, you had to sign up online prior to noon today.
Okay, I did that last Friday.
Okay.
He signed up under public invited to be heard, not for the agenda item.
Okay. Right now, this is public invited to be heard. This is not part of what we call the record, which will be on that item that's called the bubble bath car wash, which is later on in the agenda. So any speaking that you do on that item during public invited to be heard will not be considered by city council or become part of the record. So that's why we're stressing that if you're coming up to public invited to be heard right now and you're talking about the car wash, this is not the time to speak about that. It is at the time that agenda item gets called so it can be part of the record in the case. Does everybody understand? It looks like everybody does.
So I
Mayor?
should sit down, is that what you're saying?
Point of order.
Councilmember Harden.
It sounds like that this gentleman made an honest mistake here. So can we defer his time to the bubble car wash agenda? So, sir, what would happen is you would sit down right now, and then when we
Okay.
did the bubble thing, then you would come back up.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, is there any objection to suspending the rules and allowing that to occur? Okay, seeing none, then that will be the decision.
Katie, you're good to just add him to the list? Okay.
Mayor,
Mayor Pro Tem.
can we allow folks that accidentally signed up for public invited to be heard, like in general, to be moved to the
Is there any
correct
objection?
agenda item?
Is there any objection? So,
If they signed up for the bubble car wash thing, we're not going to do it for everything.
So I think, let me make sure, so it looks
We'll
like
be here
what...
all night. It's up to you if you want to do that.
What Mayor Pro Tem was saying is somebody signed up in public invited to be heard this portion of the meeting and that they wanted to speak on the bubble bath car wash. Please go see the city clerk and have be moved down to the bubble bath car wash, all right? Is that...
Or if they signed
Or
up
if
to
they signed
speak
up for something else, too.
Yeah, if they signed up for public invited to be heard, but they intended to sign up for an agenda item.
Then-
Because people don't necessarily know what's going on,
Either way.
like with that piece.
is there objection? Okay.
I don't-
If you signed up and public invited to be heard, but you meant to speak on an agenda item, then please see the clerk to move your name accordingly. Yeah. Yeah, go ahead, sir. Should we just go? Okay, and then we'll, does that count? Okay. Recess until 6:30 to allow people to sign up for the agenda item if they signed up for public invited to be heard. And we'll add that 10 minutes on to the hour. Regular meeting of the Aurora City Council is back in session. Motion is in order. Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. Oh, public comment. Continue. Public invited to be heard. Public invited to be heard will continue.
Okay, the first person is Joy Imanayu. Joy Imanayu.
Hi, good evening, Aurora City Council. My name is Joy Emenyanu, and I am an Aurora resident. The last time I was here, I was speaking as an alumni of the Aurora Public School System. Obviously, I'm still that, but I'm speaking from a slightly different lens today. So both of my parents and much of our familial communities are part of the 20% of Aurora residents who are not born within the United States. And as the daughter and niece of numerous immigrant business owners in Aurora, I must stress the importance of a tobacco retail license within our community. Daycares, home health organizations, auto mechanic shops, and international grocery stores are just a few ways that my family members and members of our community have contributed to the Aurora small business community. They have been vigilant members of the Aurora business community and have seen youth exposure to tobacco derail futures and damage the health of our youth. I'm here today on behalf of them, not just because the next generation deserves a community where retailers are incentivized to protect them and not profit off of them, but also because responsible businesses deserve clear expectations, education, and support to stay in compliance with the law. This ordinance is not designed to hurt retailers or punish honest mistakes. It is designed to bring retailers into compliance with the law, provide clarity, and ensure that everyone is playing by the same rules. It prioritizes education and accountability over punishment, and this ordinance is specifically put in place to impose restrictions on retailers who sell unauthorized products and who sell to minors. While these actions are already against the law, this initiative simply provides the city with the resources to enforce the law fairly and proactively, rather than reactively after the harm has already occurred. Small businesses in this community, like many of which my family is a part of, and other retailers included, who truly support the health and well-being of our youth and our neighbors, should support a tobacco retail license in Aurora because it protects responsible businesses while holding bad actors accountable. I urge you to support this ordinance as a common sense, responsible step that protects our youth, supports compliant businesses, and strengthens our community. Thank you for your time.
Michael Ruddick.
Hi, all. My name is Michael Ruddick. I'm not here to talk about the bubble bath car wash. I live at 715 Ironton Street in Ward 1, Delmar neighborhood. And I'm here with Aurora Partners for Thriving Youth. We had some kids with us here earlier. They had to take off to voice some support for that ordinance and that program. And I wanted to kind of hit it from two different angles, one as a resident in Aurora and the other as somebody who works in public health. I live in Delmar neighborhood. I live 2 blocks off Havana. I could probably throw a rock and hit like 5 or 6 different retailers in my neighborhood. Tobacco retailers, I should say, and that's a good thing. You know, those are good neighbors. Those are businesses that provide jobs in the neighborhood. Some of them are bodega type places, some are liquor stores. Some of them sell over-the-counter medications or groceries when you don't want to run out to a grocery store. I pop into these places all the time. I've gotten to know the people who work there. They seem like really good people. They take care of the neighborhood. They're always quick to laugh. have quick conversations when I'm buying a newspaper, using a 7-Eleven, or using an ATM at 7-Eleven, or Fanfare Liquor, Zara I go into, AK Mini Mart. So yeah, they sell vapes and cigarettes, but they also sell important, other products in our neighborhoods. What I like about the ordinance and what I want to make sure changes is it doesn't sit well with me that the businesses in my neighborhood are at kind of a competitive disadvantage in the current system that we live in. Insofar as, my neighborhood retailers aren't selling federally illegal products. They're not selling vape products, flavored vapes to minors that become these hotspot locations. And because of that, those that do, those fewer bad actors are actually benefiting from an unlevel playing field across the city. So I think a TRL ordinance would create parity across the city, which would be good for healthy and fair competition. Secondly, and you've probably heard a lot of the kind of public health talking points, so I won't go too deep into that. Obviously, nicotine, tobacco use is very detrimental to our health. Data tells us when kids start using nicotine, they'll tend to use it into adulthood. That has tremendous cost to their health, to our healthcare system. Licensure is a gold standard policy. It is by no means a radical idea. We license restaurants, we license alcohol retailers, we license drivers. This is a very common sense, practical approach. It's going to be a win-win for our kids, for our businesses, and for neighborhoods like mine. So appreciate the time, and I'd ask for your support when this comes in front of you. Thank you.
Tanya Tabachek. Tanya Tabachek.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Tanya Tabchek. I'm a Aurora resident. I just wanted to, after watching the safety meeting and so forth, I just wanted to share some information regarding municipal home use rule. Municipal home rule is a system that grants local governments, such as cities and towns, significant authority to manage their own affairs through a locally adopted charter. This allows communities to address local needs more efficiently without waiting for specific state delegation. And I did recently watch the study session as well, and the points that were given by Councilman Coombs, where I did hear that and agreed with some of that. However, I just don't want us to lose our right to say what we need to say on our end for the local side regarding taxes and our concerns with the higher federal government and not be ran by them. That's it. Thank you.
Robert Helmig. Robert Helmig. Okay, Allie DeWills Marcano.
I'll steer the issue.
Good evening, City Council. My name is Allie. I'm a resident of Ward 4, and tonight I speak only for myself, as usual, not for my employer, not for my family, not for my husband, and not for my cats. Last month, I spoke to you about accessibility in these chambers, about the elevator, about the dais, and the indignity disabled residents are forced to endure just to participate in our own government. Tonight, I want to zoom out and talk about what true accessibility and universal design actually means, and what it requires of you. Accessibility is often treated as a technical question. Does this technically meet the ADA? But the ADA is a floor, not a ceiling. Universal design asks a better question. Who does this infrastructure exclude and why? Universal design means designing spaces so people don't need special permission, secret keys, or staff intervention just to belong. When you design for disabled people, you also design for elders, parents with strollers, injured workers, people with anxiety, people navigating trauma, and people who can't afford to take an entire evening off to attend a meeting. In other words, universal design is solidarity built into infrastructure. That matters tonight, especially tonight, because this room is full of people engaging with their government around ICE, detention, and state violence. Some of us are disabled, and statistically, many more people were excluded from this participation entirely because of disability. When people already feel surveilled, targeted, or unsafe, asking them to approach strangers, ask for a key, and navigate a locked system just to reach this podium is not a small inconvenience. It is another social barrier layered on top of fear, and a chamber with a documented history of retaliation against speakers, in a country with a recent history of state violence against protesters, that barrier is especially dangerous. Accessibility cannot require courage on top of the harm we are already caused. This chamber can be fixed. We know that because the plans already exist. The plans were completed and the budget was canceled by the previous council. What has been missing is not vision, it is authorization. So tonight I'm asking for a specific concrete action. You can direct the city manager to locate the existing council chambers redesign plans, review them for current requirements, and return to you with a clear cost estimate and an implementation timeline. Not a new study, not a new plan, not someday. Put the numbers on the table, put the timeline on the record, and then fund it. I remind you again that in 1990, disabled activists with ADAPT had to crawl up the steps of the US Capitol to force Congress to act on the ADA. That means that protest kept saying later, disabled Aurorans should not have to crawl, metaphorically or otherwise, just to access our own government. You are the council, you control the agenda. Accessibility is not charity, it is leadership, and I will be back next month to ask where those plans are, what they cost, and when this chamber will finally belong to all of us.
Point of order. Point of order, Mayor. So the mayor gave the decorum statement at the beginning, but also cheering and clapping is not allowed. I appreciate your enthusiasm, but
You're burning up your hour. Please proceed.
RJ Mello. RJ Mello.
It's just not, it's not enforceable.
Hi, everybody.
So I know it got pushed, but I'm here to talk about the Chapter 6 amendment for the tobacco licenses. I think most of that bill is really great. I totally understand what it's trying to do. However, I do think there's one little edit that I would like to draw attention to, and that's subsection 6518. This section would prohibit any discounts and rewards, period, which I get. I think I reached out to Trevor, I reached out to a bunch of the people in licensing, and I understand why that was proposed, and it was to make sure that youth do not have access to cheap vape products. Totally heard. The issue with the way that this is written is that the folks that do want to sell vapes are gonna stop giving discounts and rewards, and instead they're just gonna slash their prices altogether, and you're still gonna have youth buying cheap vapes. So what I propose instead is that we do a minimum pricing the same way that we did for cigarettes. Instead of just getting rid of all discounts and rewards programs, let's just make sure that e-cigarettes cannot be sold for less than, let's say, $15, $20, whatever the case, whatever y'all think is appropriate, I think is gonna be fair. But to get rid of discounts and rewards as a whole is taking away the ability for small businesses to differentiate themselves, for them to create customer loyalty, for them to market and to build a better business. You're asking all small businesses that have access or selling tobacco products to just kind of make themselves plain, just to fit this narrative. And instead, we can just provide a minimum pricing format, and that says, hey, kids don't have access to cheap vapes. However, the folks that are spending $100 on these products, they can still get their reward. They can still go to their favorite shop, feel like they're a good, they're a customer that is being heard, that is being favored, that they can create that brand loyalty. And it doesn't destroy small businesses and their uniqueness, and it also keeps children away from nicotine products. So I hope that y'all will consider cutting subsection 6518 and replacing it with a nicotine minimum instead of just getting rid of all discounts and rewards as a whole. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Terry Richardson. Terry Richardson.
They'll just make him laugh.
And I'm going to be talking about tobacco, nicotine as well, but from a different perspective. So thank you for your time, council, people, and mayor. I'm Dr. Terry Richardson, an internal medicine physician and Aurora resident, 80014. I won't give you my address. The future of our city, because people will come there, I know how people are. But really, the future of our city hinges on healthy kids free from tobacco nicotine addiction. The sad truth is that despite current laws prohibiting the sale of tobacco products to minors, these products are easily accessible to our kids at corner stores, gas stations, and vape shops, and I've witnessed this. According to the 2023 Healthy Kids Colorado survey, nearly 84% of our Aurora youth who tried to buy nicotine tobacco products were not turned away. Aurora can protect our kids by implementing a comprehensive local tobacco retail licensing ordinance, and like now, okay? Tobacco nicotine smoking continues to be the leading cause of preventable death. Nobody can dispute that. As a physician, I've witnessed the ravages of these products: heart disease, stroke, chronic lung disease, and cancers. And it started when people were young, smoking these products. In my volunteer work, because I don't work with young people as a doctor, but in my volunteer work, youth have shared many stories with me about their peers. I was particularly disturbed about hearing about one youngster who was so addicted, they hid the device under their pillow so when they woke up in the morning, they could get a hit right away. If it fell from their pillow, they were full of anxiety the rest of the day. So, and I've also been around talking to some of the retail folks, and no one, including the kids, seem to understand that, especially in the vape products, there's tremendous amounts of nicotine, way more than your traditional cigarettes. And nicotine use by youth can significantly impact the growing brain and easily lead to long-term addiction. And this is the truth. It would be appropriate to license the sale of the deadliest consumer product on the market at this time. This licensing provides Aurora with the essential tools to conduct consistent compliance checks enforce penalties, as well as restricting where the new retailers open. Do I have just 30 seconds? I'm going to move on really quickly. In a city as forward-thinking as Aurora and committed to wellness, we should use every tool available to protect our kids from a lifetime of addiction and disease. This is about protecting our kids, putting our young people and public health before profit. This is MLK time, and he said, the time is always right to do what's right. It's that time. Thank you.
Hashim Coates.
I haven't started speaking yet. Can I get the clock reset? I have not started speaking and the clock started ticking. I also requested an interpreter.
Spanish.
Well, so I would need you to interpret from me from English to Spanish for the people at home watching. My name is Hashim Coates, and I have concerns as it relates to contract and procurement process here in the city of Aurora.
Mi nombre es
Hashim.
Hashim y tengo algunas preocupaciones con el asunto de contratos aquí en Aurora.
I am concerned if the time should stop when I'm speaking so she can translate. You guys are cheating me out of my time. My concerns are the fact that the data is not being collected as it relates to race, sex, gender, and veteran status, and that there is an go ahead.
Lo que entiendo es que la información que está siendo recolectada no es la adecuada, no se está recolectando información sobre género, tampoco se está recolectando información sobre raza, género.
Race, gender, and veteran status.
Y también estatus de veteranos.
And that there is an overabundance of contracts being awarded to white men.
Y hay una gran cantidad de contratos que están siendo entregadas a hombres blancos.
Additionally, there's concerns as it relates to attracting businesses to operate in the city of Aurora.
Esto está afectando el número de negocios que se traen a la ciudad de Aurora.
My other concern is that as it relates to the police department, far too many times we fall back as it relates to policy as the excuse to allow police to murder unarmed people, Black, white, and Latino.
La otra preocupación que tengo es con el Departamento de Policía. Muchas veces el Departamento de Policía está asesinando a personas blancas, a personas negras y a personas latinas.
And that puts the Aurora people on response for paying for these lawsuits, and it provides the police a way out to remain state-sanctioned murderers.
Y esto hace que los policías se mantengan como asesinos sin que sean castigados y también pone una gran presión a las personas que pagan impuestos en Aurora.
If you do not think it's important, I sincerely hope that it happens to your family and you so that you can have a better understanding of this situation.
Si ustedes creen que eso no es importante, espero que eso les pueda suceder a ustedes y a su familia para que ustedes vean la importancia que tiene este tema.
Additionally, the city manager and the city attorney need to stay in their lane, and the city council members need to understand we elected you to run this city, not them.
También el administrador de la ciudad y las personas electas tienen que entender que nosotros los hemos elegido a ustedes y ustedes no tienen que servir a estas personas.
Additionally, I'd like to say that I enjoy the new collaboration that the city council members are doing now since we voted out the trash.
Desde que nosotros hemos votado fuera la basura que había aquí, nosotros estamos contentos con la colaboración que hay con las nuevas concejales que han sido elegidos.
Additionally, to the new city council people, we are watching and we are concerned that you all are working with snakes.
Adicionalmente, queremos decirle a los concejales que nosotros estamos mirándolos y que ustedes han estado trabajando con serpientes.
And we worry about corruption and you changing, but I want to be clear, we will not be leaving.
Quiero estar claros, nosotros no nos vamos a ir y vamos a estar viendo de que no se cometan corrupciones.
Thank you very much for your time.
Gracias por su tiempo.
Tim Tyndall. Tim Tyndall. Okay. Martha Susuero. Martha Susuero. Juan Marcano.
The Honorable Juan. That's my city council. All right.
All right, y'all can start the timer now. Good evening, council. My name is Juan Marcano, and I'm a resident of Ward 4. I would wish you all a happy new year, but this year has already turned sour, and we're going to be talking about that a little later on in tonight's agenda. I want to thank you for partially restoring public invited to be heard, but as we have learned tonight, there's a lot more to be done. However, the steps y'all have taken demonstrates good faith, and I'm excited to see that y'all are actually interested to listen to the residents that elected you. I would ask that you please remove the registration deadlines at your next meeting to get us closer to where we were back before public invited to be heard came under attack by some of the folks who are still sitting up there with you. I also want to take this opportunity to underscore the need for electoral reform in the city of Aurora. We have experienced historic turnout for an odd-year election last November, and congratulations to everybody who prevailed. I am very excited to see you all up there. However, it was still a 40% turnout, and I think we can do a hell of a lot better than that. So I urge you all to refer a question to the ballot this November that would move our elections to even years. Synchronizing our elections would allow us to join cities like Boulder, Castle Rock, and Parker in creating more representative democracies at the local level. Boulder's first even-year election is actually going to be this November, and I'm really excited to see how that impacts their results. But Parker and Castle Rock have been doing this for much longer. And you know what? Regardless of how y'all might feel about Parker and Castle Rock's governance, it reflects the will of their voters from the local level all the way to the federal. And I cannot say the same of this body. So, you're going to hear a lot of arguments against changing the timing of our elections, but luckily for you, Aurora would not be even close to being a first to do this. You have mountains of research, and even more importantly, election results that demonstrate the huge benefits of making this change. You get higher turnout, you get more interest in municipal government, and you get priorities that are actually reflect the needs of the people sitting in this room, as opposed to the needs of some of the people who fund your campaigns. Imagine that, what a concept. So previous efforts to do this are still available on the city's internal servers, and they're also still available on engageaurora.org under the 2023 Charter Review Commission. So I am asking all of you to take those proposals, modernize them, and give Aurorans the choice to have a stronger, more representative democracy this November. Thank you again for restoring public invited to be heard. You still got a little ways to go, but I'm seeing the movement and I appreciate it. Happy to speak with any of y'all about this initiative or anything else, and also bring back the plans to modernize these chambers. What the hell are y'all waiting on?
Kristen Mallory. Kristen Mallory.
Good afternoon, City Council. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I'm here tonight because I have been sent deeply concerning photos of the Navigation Center. This is a space where we were promised would offer dignity, safety, and real pathways to jobs and permanent housing for our unhoused neighbors. Instead, the photos show soiled towels left on the floor, plumbing issues that appear unresolved, food waste on the ground, and meals that fall far short of what anyone would consider dignified or humane. So my question is simple and direct. What exactly are we paying for? Because when public dollars are allocated in the name of compassion, accountability must follow. If this is the condition of a space meant to support people at their most vulnerable, then we are failing the very mission we claim to uphold. Dignity is not optional, it is not a bonus, it is the baseline. Second, I want to address accessibility. In 2021, a plan was created to make this space more accessible. That plan exists, the need exists, and yet inaction continues. This inaction reflects poor leadership of the past, but it also represents a powerful opportunity for the new leadership to do better, to lead us into the future instead of maintaining harm through neglect. Universal and inclusive design is not a luxury, it is not a special interest, it is good for everyone. It serves people with disabilities, elders, families, workers, and those navigating crisis. When we design for the margins, everyone benefits. Finally, I want to pause to reflect on this room, because despite the frustrations, despite the hard truth, this is a beautiful space. A space filled with people clapping, snapping, and using their voices to tell their elected officials exactly what's going on in our community. This is democracy, and this is accountability. This is people refusing to accept less than dignity for themselves or their neighbors. I urge you to listen, not defensively, not performatively, but with urgency and care, because our unhoused neighbors deserve better, our community deserves better, all of these folks deserve better. Thank you.
Charlene Folks. Charlene Folks.
My baby's injured too, so. Focus, focus. Good boy. Stay. Okay. There you go. Stay. Let me breathe for a second. Good evening. Thank you for hearing my voice. It's my first time doing this, but I have a lot to say. I have a son-in-law who died of fentanyl, left 3 kids behind, a 10-year-old, 8-year-old, and a 4-year-old. My 4-year-old grandson, his birthday came up in October of 23. His grandma came over for his little birthday. He asked his grandma, "Where is my daddy?" They had to tell him he was gone. My cousin got shot in 24 from illegal. He made it home 2 blocks away, thank God. He died at home there. 911 resuscitated him. He was able to live. My daughter's side of the family, her cousin died and her boyfriend and left 2 kids behind. I know there's a lot of people dying here throughout the country. Everybody wants ICE agent to put on a mask to reveal themselves. Nobody is respecting them. You not know. If there was a war with Russia, China, or anywhere else throughout our country,
Be respectful.
I am, you people would want our red, white, and blue military to protect our country. You guys are the
Mayor, point of
you
order.
guys are the elected
Councilmember
to
Gardner.
protect us
The
in
speaker's
Colorado
speaking on an
and to
agenda item.
protect us of the United States. You people are elected to protect us from the drugs. This has all happened in Aurora. My daughter and them lived on the 1500th and Colfax. My other daughter and my son-in-law, we were outside talking from their apartments. They got shot from a BB gun in the head and in the face. I am tired of somebody getting hurt. This is in my backyard. This is in my backyard, my family getting hurt. As the gentleman said, now I'm not wishing anything on you guys, but the gentleman just stated, what if it happened to you? No, I am not doing that. I'm asking you to protect your citizens that, like they said, they voted you to do. Everybody had, if everybody's able to wear a mask on their protesting, the ICE agents have the right to put a mask on as well.
You're speaking on an agenda item, I'm
To
sorry.
protect our people. I don't care. They're
Next.
Mayor,
Jill
Mayor.
Collis?
point of order.
Councilmember Rob Andrews.
A lot of people get that wrong, so. Hey, we're here to work together. That's what we were elected to do, and that's what we're trying to do. But we got to get through these items so we can work together. I want to hear everybody's voice in the room. I want to hear your thoughts. I want to hear what you're thinking, because that's how we can make an informed decision. But if we're shouting, we can't make informed decisions. It's too emotional to make the informed decision. So, okay, if you can help us out by just allowing us to think about these situations as you come up and talk and not calling each other out, but being citizens of Aurora, we can get things done.
Okay. Next is Jill Collis. Jill Collis.
Katie, she was trying to call in.
Oh, I'm sorry. We don't have a call-in line in person.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what the email was. She was trying to call in.
Okay.
Apologies, I'll let her know.
Thank you. Peter Goldsmith. Peter Goldsmith.
Thank you, council members, for your time. This is regarding a resolution. I would encourage all of you to vote yes on the resolution.
This is an agenda item. You can't speak right now on the agenda.
Oh, okay, okay. So why was that?
Jerry Jurinsky. Jerry Jurinsky.
Good evening. My name is Jerry Jurinsky, and I'm a resident of Aurora. The new council has been sworn in and is ready to take Aurora into a leftist direction. The compliant media refers to the majority as progressives, not as Democrats, which everyone knows they are not, and not as socialists, which they are, but is a name many people don't like. Will the new council continue to move Aurora towards safety and security for its citizens? Or will they revert to a time when criminals were prioritized over citizens? There was a time when former council member Danielle Jurinsky, displaying courage and strength, stood face to face with Tren de Aragua and moved families out of apartments controlled by TDA gangs and into safe apartments. Our weak and timid governor said gangs were a figment of Jurinsky's imagination. The new council members have said they want to bring decorum to the council. Okay. Where were you for a year and a half when haters tried to shut down the council, tried to stop the council from doing its work for Aurora, and tried to stop people with opposing views from speaking? Council Member Coombs showed neither courage nor strength, instead showed appeasement when she turned her back.
No personal attacks, please.
Left the council and stood right here with those who hated the previous council. Surprise, they don't hate this council. In its first month, this new council is already at a crossroads. By your vote, you can show that you stand with citizens, legal residents, and businesses of Aurora, or you stand with illegals, criminals, and gangs. Your vote will tell Aurora and Colorado and the country about Aurora's future. Thank you.
Median Schaffner. Median Schaffner.
Mayor, point of order.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Can we make sure that we're not speaking on agenda items? So we took all the time for folks to sign up. Please, if you're speaking on agenda item, be signed up for the agenda item.
Median Schaffner.
Well, the ancestors have jokes. For me to be following that display, I think that's really interesting. So shout out to the ancestors for the jokes that they have. I'm going to first start off by saying that no human being is illegal. And I'm going to follow up by saying I hope that that little jingle still haunts people that were doing damage to this city, that if you don't like who's in there, vote them out. It's been 135 days since Rajon Belt Stubblefield was executed in the street in the day. And so as we lean in to this next phase of this movement, to the new council members, this is provocation for your work. We understand that you're revving up, but you are in a phase of provocation, so we are watching to see what comes next. and you're starting to run out of time for there to be no action and silence taking place. So be on notice that we are watching with intention. We have been advised by the Public Information Officer of the City of Aurora that the officer that executed Rajon Belt Stubblefield is back on duty. We have been advised that paid administrative leave for the City of Aurora is 5 days. If that is not true, your Public Information Officer is lying, but I would suspect that that is what is happening when officers are shooting people in the street and go on paid administrative leave. They are only off duty for 5 days. Rajon Belt Stubblefield's family continues to suffer from social anxiety because of what they witnessed. His son has been suicidal because what he has witnessed. And the funny part is I was an eyewitness to what happened to Rajon Belt Stubblefield. Jason Batchelor, no one has reached out to me for my eyewitness account, sir. So if this is an unbiased investigation, one can only wonder why one of your biggest critics is not being sanctioned for her eyewitness account. And you can look away, but let my voice resonate that there is a problem with your system, and we are no longer going to stand for it.
LaRonda Jones. LaRonda Jones.
I want to take this time so everyone in here can hear, as well as community, as I take you down memory lane. We have endured blatant disrespect and shown no compassion from the cold-hearted mayor and some of the council members, while our family is grieving for a lifetime. This is the kind of love we were shown.
And just so you know, LaRonda Jones was next on the list, Francois.
So call security.
Please respect those who are speaking, whether you agree with the content or not. Outbursts from anyone are not permitted.
You killed them! Chambers, when they step into the well, that they follow the rules and that they treat us with the same respect that we try to treat them with. If they disagree with us and we disagree with them, that's perfectly fine. This is a free country. We can do that.
Allow a bunch of bullies, terrorists, anarchists, opportunists, provocateurs, and others who want to lift their voices.
I am Robert.
You're a resident of where?
Resident of Denver, Colorado, soon to be Aurora.
Oh, that's bad. Process improvements?
Could you break that down?
You are slow. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Please proceed.
We are being harassed every single meeting. And tonight was no exception. And it will only go away when we write a check. And it's my position as mayor. Obviously, council could differ from my position, that we are not writing a check. We are not writing a check.
Mayor Kaufman went as far as telling Councilmember Coons she violated the rules by standing when it was asked if Kylen Lewis and all the people in Aurora that had been murdered should still be alive. Ms. Coons stood her ground for what she believes in, which is justice. We need more city council members to follow Coons' lead, to not be afraid to stand for what is right and what they also believe in, even if that means standing firm in opposition of other council members. That's what we need and expect from each and every one of you. So please, do the job that you were sworn in to do. Each and every one of you, starting today.
Ashe.
Kiowa Lewis. Kiowa. Kiowa Lewis.
Katie's tracking that. Katie's tracking.
Kaufman, you have served on our city for 6 years. However, the continued practices of reading the invocation from the paper is unacceptable, and it raises concern about leadership, preparation, and authenticity. An invocation is a moment meant to inspire collection and unity, and it should be delivered from the hearts and confidence and with sincerity with these issues. I want to take the time to say that the narrative has been changed multiple times. And what I mean is Kylan Lewis. There's once upon a time you said he deserved to die. You said that.
No, I didn't.
Yes, you did.
No, I did not.
All right, when I bring up the video and show it to you, then yeah. So I'm gonna bring up the video because all of this is recorded, every last bit of it. I want to sit up here and say too, that you don't realize what's about to happen to Aurora. You don't realize that a lot of y'all seats and people that are affected, as far as officers, laws, things like that, this city is going under. Y'all are losing money left and right. From my understanding, I think y'all have lost another battle.
2.8 million.
2.8 million. It's happening. So all I can say is, everybody here, you represent them as far as the leader in this city, but you have done a terrible job. And the thing is, I'm gonna be honest with y'all, he cares nothing about none of y'all. None of y'all, not even me. It's all about a paycheck, because if it was about the people, this whole city would look totally different. Every last bit of it. We are one. Like, we are not divided. Please don't let them paint that narrative. Please don't. Because the moment y'all do is when everything starts to go to hell. I will say this, I stand for what's right. I don't care what your ethnicity is, what your background is. I've told y'all before this that I love each and every last one of y'all because I have to. This is what the Most High tells us. But the thing is, that's the ultimate command that Yeshua has. So this prayer that you do, stop it, please, because it's not from the heart. It's from a paper that sits in front of you. Please say his name.
Kylan Lewis.
Say his name.
Kylan Lewis.
When this gets done, everything is going to look different.
K-Dot.
Packed house tonight. Appreciate y'all, Aurora. Y'all look beautiful out there. Give a round hand for yourselves. Beautiful thing about the First Amendment is that I get to exercise it. And I'm gonna go ahead and start with the bald one. Miss Stephanie Hancock. You and your bastard seed tried to put his hands on me about a month ago. Just to let you know, he violated CRS 18-9-111, which is the harassment charge, just to let you know. And I'm going to give you a warning. If I found out that you actually orchestrated that, I'm gonna have your fucking job. Do you understand?
Language, please.
Who the hell told you to knock the goddamn gavel? You don't knock the gavel when I'm speaking, sir. You just shut the hell up and pay attention, public servant. Also, this same lady has called my family antagonists, provocateurs, and terrorists. But you do the same thing with your little bastard-ass son, which is absolutely
Personal
crazy.
attack, unwarranted.
Hey, you shut the hell up. I'm cooking right now. Fucking cooking. Fried chicken, green beans, motherfucking macaroni and cheese in this bitch, okay? Like I said, Stephanie Hancock, if I find out you orchestrated an attack on me, I will have your job. Period. Moving forward, I would like to give an extension of peace and gratitude and for the young lady that lost her life in Minnesota. I'm sorry, in Minneapolis. That shouldn't have happened. And I pray for her family and everything. But I'm gonna tell you right now, City Council, you better tell the Aurora Police ICE is not welcome in this goddamn city. And ice, baby, I want all the smoke if you mess with my citizens, period. Goodbye.
Mayor, council members, we've reached our 1 hour for the first portion of public invited to be heard.
So just to repeat that, we've reached the 1 hour, so everybody who was on the list will automatically move to the second hour of public comment, which is at the end of the meeting.
Motion is in order for the adoption of the consent calendar, items number 10A, to consent calendar on motions, item number 10A1 to 10C2. Motion is in order.
Mayor,
Mayor Pro Tem.
move to approve 10A1 through 10C2 with, I forgot to write them down. I believe it's 10A3 and 10A5, the advance pathways. Yeah, 3 and 5.
So take 10A3
or 3 and 6. Sorry, 10A3 and 10A6.
10A3 and 10A6?
Advanced pathways contracts.
Okay.
Give me a second.
So now the question before us is the adoption of the consent calendar on motions, item number 10A1 to 10A2, 10A4 to 10A5, and 10A7 to 10A8.
And 10C1 to 10C2. We also need a second, Mayor, before we can move forward with our vote.
Moved by Mayor Pro Tem, seconded by?
Wiles.
Second by Councilmember Wiles. Do I do that first, right?
Yeah, so now it's call for what, any questions?
Okay.
So we'll vote on the consent calendar and then call.
Okay. Further discussion on the consent calendar on motions? Seeing none, call for the questions on the consent calendar on motions.
Mayor Kaufman.
Mayor votes yes.
Okay. 10A6.
Councilmember Horton.
Yes.
Councilmember Andrews.
Yes.
The motion passes unanimously to adopt the consent calendar for motions with items 10A3 and 10A6 removed.
Okay. Will the clerk now please read the title to 10A3?
Item 10A3 is Homelessness Services Notice of Funding Opportunity Application Recommendations, Advanced Pathways Emergency Solutions Grant.
Brief presentation by staff.
Thank you, Mayor and council people, for having me today. My name is Stephanie Kuiper. I'm the manager of homelessness. I'm sorry while I grab my computer.
And Mayor, I'm sorry, I don't necessarily need a presentation from staff. I just had some questions.
Then there'll be a brief presentation, and then you
Okay.
can ask questions.
What questions do you have, Mayor Pro Tem?
Is your microphone
think your
on?
mic's on.
Can't.
What questions do you have, Mayor Pro Tem?
So my questions are about the current operations. So not specifically the plumbing, which we heard about during public invited to be heard. Obviously, we received communication about that being under review or that they're working on getting that resolved. My concern is more related to conversations that I've heard from community members both while visiting the Navigation campus and otherwise. And those concerns include that folks are not being appropriately directed to case management, that folks are not, that Phase 2 is not at all operational, and the folks don't have any understanding of how they can move from Phase 1 to Phase 2, and that people who have physical disabilities are not being given an opportunity to go to Phase 2 and instead are being expected still to sleep on the cots in Phase 1, which is an accessibility concern. And then there were additional concerns raised by community members about, this was before the plumbing, the functioning of the bathrooms, access to basic hygiene items like toilet paper, and that the washing machines and dryers that are available to folks that are in Phase 1 were not functioning or available to them. So the basic level of services that are a part of the contract are not, it sounds like, being provided from testimony of folks that are there at the facility.
So they are continuing to hire case managers. I know they do have some in place. They are finalizing some more case managers that have been coming on. To my knowledge, there are people in Tier 2 already. I believe the last time I spoke with Advanced Pathways, there was over 34 people that had transitioned from Tier 1 into Tier 2. That is more recent. November, Tier 2 was not open due to some lock issues, but it did open, I think, mid to late December. So they have started that transitioning of folks from Tier 1 into Tier 2, and they have had some people who have done that successfully.
The other construction-related items you're referencing related to washing machines and things like that, there's been a couple sewer problems over the past few weeks. We're still actively doing construction on the building. It's not complete yet. We wanted to have the facility open, obviously, for cold weather. And so there's still active construction going on. We have weekly meetings with Advance. Everything you just raised, we've also seen come through from both community members as well as folks that have been staying there. There's a grievance process, and so we're sharing that out with the community with the Good Neighbor email there. And so we have weekly meetings with Advance. All the items you just expressed actually were on our agenda this afternoon when we met with them to be addressed. So they are coming through. We are getting those. They're still working on having full operations set up with, all of the different parts of the facility that are within their agreement. We just transitioned the building over to them at the end of December.
Further questions of staff?
Mayor.
Mayor Pro Tem, and then, I'm sorry, Councilmember Hancock, I think? Who was the, okay. Mayor Pro Tem, go ahead.
So City Attorney Schulte, if we approve this contract tonight and these issues do not get addressed, what are our options for addressing continuing to fund the contract if the provisions are not being met?
Excellent question. I'm going to refer to my senior assistant city attorney, Andrea Wood, to answer that.
Those items would be in the operator agreement to me, not within these agreements. I'm just going to start. So the items the items addressed there would actually be in the operator agreement. These agreements that we're approving tonight are separate from the overall operator agreement. They're for specific items like paying for case management, paying for security officers, things like that. So we would want to hold them accountable to the items that you mentioned from a more operational perspective in the operator agreement, which council approved earlier in 2025. Go ahead.
And generally, too, it's a contract, so we will have contractual language that we would be able to enforce if needed. But I think we would work through Housing and Community Services and the vendor to make sure that we would resolve everything before we would move to any litigation or anything.
And sorry, Mayor?
Please proceed.
Would council members be able to bring forward a request to suspend payment on the contract if the contract is not being fulfilled?
Sure. I mean, I would ask any council member that would like to do that to contact me, and as everything else, go through me, and we'll address it there, and we'll let you know whether we can or can't.
Thank you.
Councilmember Hancock, then Councilmember Bergen.
My question is, what are the hours of operation of the navigation campus? Are they 24 hours or are they 7 to 5? What are they?
So they are a 24-hour facility. With that, though, the day center opens at 8 a.m., and then around 4 p.m. is when they start their transition into overnight services. So it is fully staffed 24/7. During cold weather or really any time, people can get into the campus to sleep overnight, but the core services that are offered there outside of the sheltering are 8 a.m. to 4 p.m.
Councilmember Hancock.
So with that said, to Council Member Coombs' point, there have been some reports of people not properly being, vetted. If someone comes in with a mental health issue, are they put into the general population with everyone else, or are they separated so for their protection and for the protection of those that are in the open space that are there overnight? Because I've heard of some incidences of people who have had mental health events, and they're being put with everyone else, causing some anxiety and some potential danger.
So Tier 1 is a low barrier shelter, which means that anyone can come in, even with mental health conditions. With that being said, if anyone is a danger to themselves or to others, there is protocols that Advance can follow to ensure that the safety of everyone that's there.
Councilmember Bergen.
Thank you, Mayor. So regarding if it was brought forward to look at the contract, would there be a time frame for them to remedy any issues that have been brought up? Because my understanding was that we opened with phase 1, and phase 2 would take longer. I think that's what we've always been told. So would they be given the opportunity to remedy it?
Yeah, so we're getting monthly and quarterly reports from them on performance metrics that we set in place. I mentioned the grievance processes. The mayor sits on the board. We have weekly meetings with them. So accountability is definitely utmost of what we want to do with them. Obviously, when something's coming forward, we are going to look for feedback, and then we're going to be looking for them to make changes and make that happen. So yeah, I think there would be a time period. Like I said, they're still ramping up operations. Some of the things related to construction are preventing them from having full operations, i.e. we're waiting on, security for elevators to fully implement Tier 3, and so they're phasing things in. So obviously we're going to be looking at that first quarter report of 2026, knowing that they weren't able to be fully operational the way the agreement reads at this point.
Okay, and then just follow up, please. On the mental health issue that was brought up, we just had the grand opening of the Aurora Mental Health Recovery Potomac Pavilion, and so they are either open or about to open. We would be able to make referrals to them for those instances, correct?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Mayor?
City Attorney first, and then Councilmember Horton. Okay.
So as a reminder, since we pulled 10A3 and 10A6, 10A3, this particular item that we're discussing now, as you know, is to advance pathways in the amount of $140,868 of the Emergency Solutions Grant funds to cover staffing costs. And I know there's other things that are related to that, but I just want you to know that we'll have to have a motion at some point once we finish discussion, but that's what this item is about. Is that correct, Jessica?
Correct.
Okay. And I stand corrected. I should have let staff give a brief presentation. Okay. Councilmember Horton.
Yeah, two questions. So just to clarify, Jessica, the Navigation Center is currently not in compliance with the operational agreement given some of the construction delays?
That's correct. So they've received a letter of substantial completion related to the construction. There's still construction items that are being completed that will probably go till about the end of February. And then at that point, the facility would be in such a place where the operator agreement could be fully implemented at that point in time, knowing that from an operational perspective, there will be some additional ramp-up time to get all the services that were required in the agreement up and functioning.
Okay. And then my second question is, I'm sorry, I didn't catch your name.
Stephanie Kuiper.
Stephanie, you mentioned that the navigation's fully staffed, and so my question is, given these funds to support counselor security, doesn't sound fully staffed. And so can you clarify that statement as well as if they are fully staffed, does it meet the current capacity of folks who are interacting with the Navigation Center?
They are still hiring, so they're not completely staffed. They're looking to hire case managers still. To my knowledge, the security is fully staffed. I can double check with them on that, though. I do not know exactly how many people they have on staff. I just know they're hiring some case managers still, as well as some members of management for their day center and tiers, the tier 1 and tier 3, I believe.
Okay. Let me just give one point of clarification, and that is the city is responsible for the facilities, not the operator. Just a point of clarification. Is there further questions or comments?
Mayor.
Councilmember Lawson.
Okay, so to your point, if the city is in charge of the facilities, then where are we at with the sewer issue then? Because that's pretty inhumane in a way to have people, I don't know where you have people going to the restroom or anything like that, but we really need to, that should be an emergency. So can you tell me where we're at with that?
So to clarify, in the operator agreement, there are
I'm not talking about the operator agreement. I'm talking about the question I'm asking you, Jessica. There is a sewer problem. It is creating backup. People are unable to go to the bathroom and to be humanly, it's just, I don't know what people are doing at the facility, but I can only imagine. I'm not asking you about the operator agreement. What is the status of the sewer issue? If the city, as the mayor stated, we're responsible, give me the update on that. I'm not asking you about the operator agreement.
So to clarify, Advance is actually responsible for the maintenance of the facility. The city is responsible for major repairs within the facility.
Okay, then let me ask Stephanie. Let me just cut you off.
Together.
Let me ask Stephanie. Stephanie, what is the status of the sewer issue, which is the main problem of what is going on there? And people are not, do you guys have porta potties? What are you doing to help that issue? Because that can't even be sustainable.
There are 12 porta potties currently at the Aurora Regional Navigation Campus, 2 of which that are ADA accessible. And then the city and Advance are working together to get the plumbing fixed. We have had contractors out there today and will continue to do so to get
Okay, so
it remedied.
you guys don't even have a time frame.
There's lots of toilets available at the Navigation Campus. So the only ones that are not functioning currently are in the Tier 1 side, over in the previous convention center. The toilets over in the navigation area as well as the day center are functioning. So people are just having to walk a little bit further to get to a functioning toilet and shower, but those are functioning. So it's not like all the toilets aren't functioning. And then we also have toilets in the first floor hotel rooms that are also functioning. So it's only the Tier 1 area.
Okay, Councilmember Lawson.
Yeah, my question still hasn't been answered. So anybody who has a home who has had a sewage backup, I can only imagine. My question is, what is the estimated time frame, which is something that you obviously cannot provide to this council? So I'm asking, I know you're working on it, but what's the estimated time frame for the sewage problem, which is one of the major problems of what is happening? Why can't I get that answer?
I would say probably by the end of the week, it will be completely addressed. Again, we're working with our facilities and public works staff. We're working with Advance's staff. We have a few different contractors that were on site today. There'll be more on site tomorrow. They're trying to identify the root cause of the issue to get it addressed so it doesn't keep happening.
Well, I would appreciate an update to council members on that, because we have been getting issues on that. And that's a big issue. Anybody who has had a backup or anything, to be able to have the smell or just anything be in those conditions, I think that that should be very much a serious, serious emergency.
Further questions or comments? Seeing none, call for the question.
No, we need a motion.
Didn't we? I thought there was a motion. I thought you moved it. Mayor Pro Tem.
I did not move. I
Okay,
asked questions,
motion
but
is in order.
Mayor,
Mayor Pro Tem.
move to approve item 10A3.
It's been moved by Mayor Pro Tem, seconded by?
Bergen.
Seconded by Councilmember Bergen. Further discussion? Seeing none, call for the question on the adoption of 10A3. What's that? Yeah. Yes.
Mayor Kaufman,
Mayor votes yes.
Councilmember Jackson. Thank you. Councilmember Horton. The motion passes unanimously to adopt item 10A3.
Clerk, now please read the title of item number 10A6.
Item 10A6 is Homelessness Services Notice of Funding Opportunity Application Recommendations, Advanced Pathways Public Safety Funds.
Brief presentation. Is there anything additional?
No.
Questions of staff? Seeing none, motion is in order.
Mayor,
Mayor Pro Tem.
move to approve item 10A6.
Moved by Mayor Pro Tem, seconded by?
Bergen.
Seconded by Councilmember Bergen to approve item number 10A6. For discussion? Seeing none, call for the question on the adoption of 10A6.
Mayor Kaufman,
Mayor votes yes.
Councilmember Horton,
Yes.
Councilmember Jackson. The motion passes unanimously to adopt item 10A6.
Next question before us is the adoption of the consent calendar. Items, resolutions and ordinances, item number 11A1 through 11B1.
Mayor
Sorry, who?
Bergen.
Councilmember Bergen.
Motion to approve 11A1 through 11B1.
Moved by Councilmember Bergen, seconded by?
Coombs.
What's that?
The motion was to approve all of the consent calendar for motions and ordinances, so 11A1 through 11B1.
It's been moved by Councilmember Bergen and seconded by Mayor Pro Tem to approve the consent calendar resolutions and ordinances, item number 10A1 to 11B1.
Mayor.
Discussion? Councilmember Lawson. I'm sorry. Oh, Councilmember Hancock.
So if you want to do that, you can request that now. So you're requesting to pull 11A3. So now the consent calendar for resolution and ordinances is 11A1, 11A2, and 11B1. Is that correct, Katie?
That's correct.
Okay. So if you want to finish that, finish
Okay.
the calendar, and then we'll pull 11A3 separate.
I'm sorry, which one are you pulling again? 11A3?
I was wondering.
Okay.
So confused.
So now it's the adoption of the consent calendar,
11A1, 11A2.
resolution ordinances 11A1 to 11A2, and 11B1. Discussion? Seeing none, call for the question on the adoption of the consent calendar on resolutions and ordinances 11A1 to 11A2 and 11B1.
Councilmember Horton?
I'm sorry, can you provide clarity of what just happened with the public around
Yeah.
being pulled to 11A3?
They'll
and
be able to
what that
speak.
means?
Sure. What's going to happen is after this vote on the consent calendar, 11A3 is going to be called separately, and then everybody who signed up to speak will be called to speak, and then you all will get it back. A motion will be in order, then you can debate.
Thank you. I approve the original motion for 11, 1, 2, and B1.
Did we just?
I'm sorry, can you repeat your motion?
Oh, sorry, yes, to the
Yes,
question.
okay, thank you.
We already did the motion.
The motion passes unanimously to approve the consent calendar for resolutions and ordinances with item 11A3 removed and considered separately.
Is there further discussion?
So we just voted. We're good.
Okay,
So call-
I'm sorry.
read the clerk.
Would the clerk now please read the title to item number 11A3?
Item 11A3 is consideration of a resolution 2026-03 opposing unlawful and overreaching federal immigration enforcement actions and affirming due process protections. And we do have individuals signed up to speak.
Very well.
Okay. The first person we have is Aaron Futrell.
I did. Good night. Good evening, Honorable Mayor and new council members. My name is Aaron Futrell. I am a longtime Aurora resident. 80012 is my current zip code. So I've read these words before. I've spoken them in these chambers before. And before, a cold council chose not to listen. So tonight, I'm going to read them again. First, they came for the communists, and I did not speak out because I was not a communist. Then they came for the socialists, and I did not speak out because I'm not a socialist. Then they came for the trade unionists, and I did not speak out because I was not a trade unionist. Then they came for the Jews, and I did not speak out because I was not a Jew. Then they came for me, and there was no one left to speak out for me. That warning is not history, it is instruction. Tonight, this council has a choice. We can protect our diverse population, or we can look away and pretend that fear is someone else's problem. This resolution does not create lawlessness, it creates safety. Again, it creates safety. It draws a line that says Aurora will not participate in tearing families apart. We are seeing dangerous federal government overreach across this country, and the history shows us where silence leads. What happened to Renee, what happened to Keith, those were not distant tragedies, they were warnings. Do not tell yourselves this doesn't affect you. It always starts with someone else, and it only becomes everyone when it's too late. We must protect our diverse population, not create spaces where people live in fear of being taken from their families, because it may not matter to you today until they come for you. Be a good person.
Allie D. Wells Marcano.
It's just an easy logic step. Fix the problem. Oh, wait, you were just waiting to get another loan from somebody. It's all about the loans. Bonds, your city bonds.
There is that something in the House rules.
If you'll give me just a second before the clock starts, just to center myself, I just got stuck in the elevator, and there's something really terrifying about being stuck in a box and having to yell for someone to let you out.
Y'all need to fix this. If you have a problem, you fix it.
Good evening, council. My name is still Allie, and I'm still a resident of Ward 4. Tonight, I'm speaking in solidarity with the many people in this room who are showing up to defend due process, dignity, and human life. The context for this resolution is already painfully clear. A U.S. citizen from Colorado was extrajudicially killed during a federal immigration operation. Her life was taken without any access to due process, and she is not the first one. Families all over the country, including in our neighborhoods, are being taken by ICE on the way to school and daycare, and people detained in our own city are reporting illness, neglect, and civil rights violations inside the Aurora GEO facility. I want to focus tonight on why these harms keep happening and why this resolution matters beyond symbolism. The GEO detention facility in Aurora is not just a federal presence, it is a for-profit business. GEO makes money by the bed, roughly $150 per detainee per day through government contracts. That means there is a built-in financial incentive to keep beds full, to expand detention, and to pressure ICE to continue enforcement actions that supply human beings as revenue. This is not a moral system, it is a market. When incarceration becomes a business model, due process becomes an obstacle instead of a right. Illness and disease become a cost of doing business, families become collateral damage, and cities like Aurora are left hosting facilities that profit from suffering while externalizing the harm to our communities. This resolution is important because it says Aurora will not be complicit. By opposing unlawful and overreaching ICE actions and by directing city management to enforce existing state law to limit cooperation, this council is asserting that local government still has a role to play in protecting constitutional rights, even when federal agencies fail to do so. To the people here protesting tonight, this resolution does not solve everything, but it is a foothold, it is an opening, and it creates a public record that Aurora understands what is happening and is choosing to push back. To the council, I urge you to pass this resolution. Limiting cooperation with ICE must be real, not rhetorical, and any relationship between our city and the for-profit detention must be scrutinized through the lens of human rights, not contracts. Thank you for taking this step, and please do not let it be the end of your work to block ICE activity in our city. Supporting this resolution is about more than immigration policy. It is about rejecting a system where profit is extracted from fear, detention, and death.
Colleen Cusick.
First, Happy New Year and congratulations on being here on the first council meeting of 2026. Whoop! I'm looking forward to our new council being able to truly represent our community. So there isn't a single person in the city, state, country, or even the world who wants violent criminals in their communities. But unfortunately, for this administration, as government statistics have shown, immigrants commit less crime than natural-born citizens. Unfortunately, because of the racism of this administration, legal immigrants and actual citizens are being targeted to add to the numbers that the administration promised its maggot base to accomplish. I want to say that I applaud the council members who created this resolution and appreciate your commitment to protecting our community. While we know that this resolution is not binding, especially to the lawless slugs being protected by the lawless Justice Department, it sends the right message to our county, our state, and our country that the majority of our council truly represent Aurora, our amazing community of immigrants. And this is just a personal note, but I truly believe that anyone who believes and supports the illegal, brutal, and dehumanizing actions of ICE are sadly only exposing their bigotry and racism and really don't care about our community. I really am excited and looking forward to seeing more action that truly benefits all of the Aurorans, and I thank you for allowing me to have this time.
Wayne Laws. Wayne Laws.
She's under 25.
Good evening, Mayor Kaufman and members of the City Council. I'm Reverend Wayne A. Laws, a resident of Aurora. I appreciate this opportunity to speak in favor of this resolution. In response to tragedies like the recent killing of Renee Good, it is common to offer thoughts and prayers. While these sentiments are important, they must be accompanied by meaningful actions. I would like to thank Mayor Pro Tem Combs for taking meaningful action during this difficult time by introducing this resolution. The tragedy we are facing extends beyond the heartbreaking death of Renee Good. Every day we witness the consequences of a rogue law enforcement agency, ICE, that operates with insufficient training and often disregards legal and constitutional boundaries. As citizens who believe in democracy and the Constitution, we have a responsibility to speak out against these unlawful actions and demand accountability. Here in Aurora, we want to make it clear to ICE that they and their unlawful practices are not welcome here. We cherish our immigrant neighbors and the diversity that they bring to our community. We value human life and liberty, and we insist that anyone operating here, including ICE, must respect the law and afford every individual the basic dignity to which all humans are entitled. The current administration repeatedly states that ICE enforcement only targets the worst of the worst. However, 73% of those currently being detained by ICE have no criminal convictions. Regardless of an individual's legal history, our Constitution guarantees them the right to due process. The true reality is that innocent families are being torn apart. I have personally witnessed the detention and deportation of a single mother with no criminal record, while her 2 children were at school during the day, leaving them abandoned with no family. 8 months later, they still have not been reunited with their mother. I know people being extorted due to their status, but too fearful to go to the police. I've seen the main provider of a family get detained and deported, resulting in the mother and her children losing their home and their meager possessions and being forced onto the streets. I see the toll that the fear is taking physically, mentally, and spiritually. Likewise, there are numerous documented cases of human rights violations at the detention centers, including the one here in Aurora. These heartbreaking actions are not only immoral, but also deeply tragic. There are many more abuses I could highlight, but time limits my remarks. In closing, I ask you to consider the following. Do you support upholding the Constitution? Do you support law enforcement operating within the boundaries of the law? Do you value human rights and dignity? Do you appreciate the multicultural contributions our immigrant neighbors bring to Aurora? If your answers to these questions is yes, I urge you to vote in favor of this resolution. Thank you.
Hashim Coates.
My name is Hashim Coates. I am a United States Naval veteran.
Yo soy el señor Sachin Coates y yo soy un veterano de del Ejército de los Estados Unidos.
What's happening to our country as it relates to immigrants is abhorrently disgusting.
Lo que está sucediendo en nuestro país con los inmigrantes es simplemente desagradable.
As I look at the names of the city council members, there's not one I can find that is of Native American descent.
Mientras yo veo todos los nombres de los concejales que están en este consejo, no veo a nadie que sea nativo americano.
You all came from immigrants, or you came from people who were stolen by those lawless immigrants in this country.
Eso quiere decir que todos ustedes vienen de inmigrantes o vienen de personas que fueron robadas por estos inmigrantes.
I want to call out a name of honoring, and it's not the name that you all are aware of.
Quiero nombrar el nombre de alguien a quien yo quiero darle honra. No es el nombre que ustedes están esperando.
It's Keith Porter Jr., a black man who was murdered by ICE.
Keith Porter Jr., un hombre negro que fue asesinado por ICE.
You haven't heard about this because America is a racist system and because they always center whiteness.
No han escuchado de eso porque los Estados Unidos es un país racista y porque siempre se impone la parte blanca.
But he is another victim of a lawless society that people like Stephanie Hancock, people like Francois Bergens, and people like Curtis Gardner, and people like MAGA Tea Party member Mike Kaufman supported to come into this administration.
Pero una vez más, estos son personas que han sido apoyadas por Stephanie Hancock.
Or Cog.
También el alcalde de la ciudad, el señor Francois Bergen. Mike Kaufman.
Yep.
Y todas las partes por la parte de que ha sido elegida por la parte mega derecha de este país.
Curtis Gardner, who is also supported by horrible entities like One Main Street.
Curtis Gardner, que también ha sido apoyado por entidades terribles como la que acaba de nombrar el señor.
And former Republican Angela Lawson.
Angela Lawson, también una republicana anterior.
What's even more shocking and disgusting is the fact that there was an Aurora police recruitment effort done at a white supremacist camp that was operating under the guise of a Trump campaign rally.
Lo que es todavía peor o lo que es todavía más en shock es que un grupo de policías fueron entrenados en un lugar de supremacistas blancos.
It's even more concerning that this police chief was brought in without any type of community involvement.
Lo más preocupante es que este jefe de policía fue traído sin ningún tipo de involucramiento de la comunidad.
And that's why we end up with these type of situations.
Y esa es la razón por la cual terminamos en este tipo de situaciones.
Where Aurora Police is assisting these alleged ICE raids.
Donde el departamento de policía está ayudando supuestamente a estas redadas de ICE.
And I say alleged because they refuse to identify themselves.
Y digo alegados porque ellos no se identifican a sí mismos,
They were masked,
utilizan máscaras,
and they were very hostile. And I'm not speaking because this is something that I heard. I'm speaking because this is something that I witnessed right off of Alameda and Buckley.
y esto no es algo que yo estoy diciendo porque he escuchado, es algo que estoy diciendo porque lo he visto en la esquina de Alameda con
Alameda and Buckley.
en Buckley.
It's not surprising that people's cowardness is showing through as it relates to accepting this resolution.
Estamos viendo que mucha de la cobardía de muchas de las personas está siendo aceptada al tener este tipo de resolución.
Because their lead bandit in chief got voted off of this council.
Porque el jefe fue votado fuera de este consejo.
And they are worried about facing the same thing in 2027.
Y ellos están preocupados por tener la misma suerte en el 2027.
Stephanie Hancock, Curtis Gardner,
El señor Gardner, la señorita Hancock,
Angela Lawson,
la señorita Lawson,
Mike Kaufman,
el señor Kaufman,
Francois Bergen
François Bergen.
are all up for re-election.
Todas estas personas están para reelección.
No, I might be wrong, but oh well, who cares?
Oh.
You don't have to repeat that. What we ask now is to remember that this city claims to be an American city.
Lo que queremos recordar ahorita es que esta ciudad dice que es una ciudad de los Estados Unidos, una ciudad americana.
And this city brags about Global Fest.
Y esta ciudad siempre está hablando de sus festivales globales.
And you all take pictures at immigrant restaurants and of food that is not of this country restaurants.
Y todos ustedes se toman fotografías en restaurantes donde se vende comida que no es de este país.
Yet, for some reason, you are afraid to let these people know that them and their families are safe.
Pero todavía tienen miedo de decirle a estas familias, a estas personas dueños de estos restaurantes, que ellos y su familia no están seguros.
I implore you to utilize your backbone and not be a worm.
Les imploro que ustedes utilicen su espina dorsal y no sean un gusano.
Eric Nelson. Eric Nelson. Kristen Mallory.
Again. No, that's true. I hope so.
Good evening, Council. I'm Kristen Mallory again, a resident of Ward 3 in Aurora. I am speaking today in support of Resolution 11A3, and I want to do that by sharing a memory, one that has stayed with me for years. In 2017, we were protesting outside of the GEO facility here, but something was different then. Some of you may remember it. There were no fences near the windows. When folks began camping there, we could stand close enough to actually see the young men inside. We could see their faces. And many of us, many times, were moved to tears, not just because of the pain, but because of the connection. There was something deeply human, even beautiful about that moment, even in the cruelty of it all. We were outside the facility, and they were inside, but we could see one another. We could wave. We could make eye contact, and we could let them know that there were people on the outside who saw them, who loved them, who cared about what was happening to them, and that mattered. But not long after, the fences went up. Metal barriers over the windows, more distance, more separation, less visibility. The system responded not by listening, but by building walls, by making sure we could no longer see each other so clearly. And that, to me, says everything. Aurora is a world in a city. It is a place shaped by migration, resilience, and care for one another. It is a world that I love and one that I am deeply proud to belong to. And I am ashamed in this world, masked men are taking our neighbors, separating families, and locking people away in conditions meant to dehumanize them. I've worked in Democratic politics for over a decade, and I want to say this plainly. This harm did not start with one administration, not Obama, not Biden, not Trump. We have failed over and over and over again to choose humanity. If money can cross borders freely, if wealth can move without consequence, then people who want to work, to live, to raise their families in dignity should be able to do the same. This resolution matters because it says we see each other, because it says you see the people who are impacted, because it says we refuse to look away, because it says no more fences meant to separate us from our shared humanity. I stand with Minnesota, I stand with our community, and I urge you to vote yes.
Bonnie Holiday. Bonnie Holiday.
Good evening, Council. My name is Bonnie Holiday, longtime taxpayer, first-time caller, and I'm from 811. I'm in support of this resolution, and I join a lot of my neighbors here in saying that when I hear people refer to other people as illegals, it causes me an amazingly large amount of disgust. And I'm probably about to discuss some other people. So right now we stand on stolen land that was built by enslaved labor. No human being is illegal. We have to welcome all of our neighbors. In Aurora, we can discuss each other with dignity and respect. We don't cause violence, and we can get along for the most part, but I implore you, please vote on this. There were 2 people at the time that voted against the Vietnam War. They probably asked themselves, why even bother? Why even bother? What's the point? But they'll remember that day, and they'll be able to sleep better at night, and their kids will, and their kids' kids. So right now, if that's what you're asking yourself, what's the point? There is a point. Right now, if you're scared for your career or the repercussions or even personal repercussions, you have a reason to be scared, and it's valid. I'm scared being here. But do it anyway. Do the right thing. Thank you.
Lauren Miro.
Hi, good evening. My name is Lauren Miro, and I live in Mission Viejo. When I moved to Colorado 10 years ago, I specifically chose Aurora because of its vibrant immigrant community, and I stand here tonight in support of them and against government cooperation with ICE. History has its eyes on us, right now. The decisions we make tonight will be recorded for the future to see. We have to ask ourselves, what side of history do we want Aurora, Colorado to be on? When I was in school learning about the horrors of the world, I always imagined I'd be on the right side of things. I think we all did. I learned about the Gestapo dragging people from their homes, and I read a young girl's diary about how the firsthand fear of the poor people shaped the world. I wondered where in my house I would hide people. Today, I'm a homeowner in Aurora, Colorado, and I'm wondering that again. Where would I hide these people? I studied photos of the civil rights movement and saw violent ignorance stand against peace and justice for all, against the very spirit of America. I fear history rhymes, and today we see the same fear in communities across the country, including ours. What do both of those violent opposition groups have in common? They were losers. They lost. The world progressed, and we all look back on their memory with shame and disdain. 60 years from now, this time in history will be recorded and studied. Students will wonder, as I did, why didn't people stand up for their community? We all heard the poem. Well, first they came for the immigrants, and I'm standing here today because I learned history. Now, Aurora has already been in the national news with some members of this council, current and former, bringing a stain upon the city through lies about the immigrant community. I was ashamed of this council. I was ashamed to live here among such ignorance. Apparently, voters shared my sentiment, and today I have hope that we can redeem ourselves and do better. Much like the Nazis and the racists, ICE is not only violent and hateful, it's also an organization of losers. No matter what happens here tonight, they will lose, much like their predecessors. History will remember them as a stain on our country. The question is, do we want to share that shame? As we've seen time and time again, ICE shows no discernment, arresting people, lawful citizens, violently attacking peaceful protesters and citizen observers. Moreover, they mistreat the people they take into custody, they act in the shadows, and they have no accountability. They have become a dangerous arm of a feckless, insecure, and vengeful government. The fear is not what I want for this community. ICE does not need our help, and it doesn't deserve it. Even if you disagree with my characterization of them, refusing to help them is the neutral stance here. Though, I would argue, neutrality is not enough. We have the opportunity to be on the right side of history tonight, and while we might not be able to write history totally, we can at least say we won't support this attack on our community. One day, everyone will have been against this, but your votes will be on record forever. Thank you so much.
Greg Thompson.
Mayor, members of the council, thank you so much for your time. I've lived in Aurora now for about 6 or 7 years, having lived in Littleton, and to be honest, when I moved to Aurora, I was a little bit scared. I went to a high school where I could maybe count the amount of non-white people on one hand. The second that I moved to Aurora, I realized that my biases and that what I thought about people that I didn't understand and that I feared because of that were incorrect. I'm happy to say that Aurora is a city that represents freedom and hope and diversity. In 2008, Aurora was designated an All-America city by the National Civic League. All-America city. In case anybody forgot, this recognizes the work of communities in using inclusive civic engagement to address critical issues and create stronger connections among residents, businesses, nonprofit, and government leaders. I want to repeat that this award was given to us for civic engagement to address critical issues that we can handle at our level. What's important to do is, I'll give anybody that doubts wanting to pass this credit. We need to bifurcate the issue. Is there a problem with immigration? I don't care. I don't know the statistics. That's not what I'm here to talk about. What's important to talk about is that if something is wrong and something does need to be fixed, it needs to be done in the appropriate way. And ICE and the federal agencies that are trying to molest these cities and penetrate good places of America have shown time and time again that they are not qualified to do the job that law enforcement does. They are not qualified to walk around and brandish weapons while wearing masks. They are not qualified. I'm one of those crime junkies. I watched a lot of YouTube videos about cops getting shot. I love the show Cops, believe it or not, as I'm here saying vote against ICE. You don't react the way that these people react with vitriol and laughter and hatred and calling Renee Good a fucking bitch after they shot her. I am begging you to not allow the federal government to undercut you and to undercut the leadership that you can bring to the table and to undercut the citizens here that have elected you. If for whatever reason that you feel that this is inappropriate, I just want to take call earlier. We just watched a conversation about sewage being fixed, and this is apparently a 6-week, month-long thing. If there is an issue larger at hand with immigration, quote unquote, this cannot be solved by a flash in the pan regime that has no accountability and does not behold to anybody but the federal government. Thank you for your time.
Barbara Dungy. Barbara Dungy. Barbara Dungy.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm here, my name is Barbara Dungy, I'm a resident of Ward 3, and I'm here representing the League of Women Voters of Arapahoe and Douglas Counties. The League of Women Voters of Arapahoe and Douglas Counties supports a resolution requiring federal immigration enforcement actions to be conducted under the law, requiring them to respect constitutional due process protections. The League of Women Voters believes in the rule of law, due process, and fair administration of justice for every person, including all immigrants. The League of Women Voters of Arapahoe and Douglas Counties supports a resolution standing in solidarity with the Twin Cities in their call for federal immigration officers to leave their community immediately. We also support requiring federal immigration enforcement to be conducted in accordance with the law, as opposed to by force, using restraint rather than inciting escalation, and with strict accountability rather than impunity. No federal agency is above the law. On January 9th, the League of Women Voters of the United States called for an independent congressional investigation into the death of Renee Good and other incidents involving vehicles in which federal immigration officers have discharged deadly weapons. We believe that an independent and comprehensive investigation is critical, as the militarization of a federal immigration enforcement has damaged our communities, fractured families, and caused widespread distrust of our institutions and police department. Democracy will only thrive when governments are transparent and accountable. We call on the Aurora City Council to prioritize policies, including policies regarding cooperation with federal immigration agencies and their contractors that safeguard civil liberties, strengthen community trust, and ensure that every resident of Aurora, regardless of immigration status, can live, work, and participate fully in our democracy without fear. Thank you.
Dr. Deborah Gerken.
Good evening, Mayor Kaufman, council members. Thank you for your time. My name is Debbie Gerken. I've lived in Aurora for over 50 years. My first encounter with immigration and customs enforcement was almost 20 years ago. That's when ICE raided the Swift meatpacking plant in Greeley. Back then, I was principal at Crawford Elementary School here in Aurora. I was in my office just getting ready to head into classrooms when I heard a tremendous commotion out in the lobby. I rushed out front to see what was going on, and what I saw was a lobby filled with mothers and grandmothers, all of them screaming and shouting, all of them crying and demanding that their children be checked out of school immediately. One woman even grabbed my hands in hers, dropped to her knees, and begged me to keep her children safe. That raid took place 65 miles north of here. Yet the impact it had on the Aurora community, our Aurora children, was tremendous. Since then, ICE has been in our own neighborhood, outside our schools, outside our businesses, circling gas stations, lying in wait. The stress, the fear, the weight that our Aurora neighbors carry is overwhelming. That fact cannot be overstated, and it must not be ignored. Please don't get me wrong. I am in favor of law enforcement, but ICE has taken on a new persona these days. Faceless, belligerent, lawless, grabbing citizens and non-citizens alike, documented and undocumented, no warrant for arrest in hand. They're harassing protesters, murdering bystanders, refusing oversight, rejecting transparency. This is not how well-regulated, well-balanced people behave. This is not what the good people of Aurora support. And this is not what this city council should condone or endorse. I urge you to pass this resolution opposing unlawful federal immigration actions. I urge you to do what you have the power to do. In a world filled with chaos and fear, let's stand up for compassion and due process.
Tanya Tabachek. Tanya Tabachek.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Tanya Tabchek. My zip is 80010. I appreciate the opportunity to speak on the important issue of immigration and how it impacts our community here in Aurora. First, I want to emphasize that our city has a responsibility to monitor the situation carefully. To achieve this, I propose the following approach: responsible monitoring, adherence to law and fairness, developing a local game plan for us to follow, collaboration and advocacy, and also a means to the detention facility itself. I am very disgusted and upset by how they could only have like PB&J 1 meal a day, and they're not even given regular meals. I mean, that to me is just unreasonable. And that we need to take care of our citizens in Aurora and at the detention facility. And in regards to immigration and so forth, I have brothers and sisters that are from the Philippines, and at times, and even other people, regardless, it's just scary to think that you're going on a trip or going to the restaurant, and who knows if you get pulled out and you're a citizen itself, and you get pulled in and you're taken away from your family without knowing anything. So everybody needs to be respected as individuals, and we need to really adhere to this and respect this and make sure they're following the rules and regulations and not overstep their boundaries. Thank you.
Sunny Banka.
I am going to hope security is good in the room, because I have a feeling that I'm the only one to speak differently than what you've all been hearing. I respectfully oppose or request that you oppose the motion to do away with immigration and customs enforcement ICE operations in Aurora, Colorado. Public safety is a fundamental responsibility of government, and ICE plays a defined and lawful role in enforcing federal immigration laws, particularly with respect to individuals who pose risks due to serious criminal activity. Things like child trafficking, human trafficking, drug trafficking, and threats to national security. I was respectful. I deserve the same. Threats to national security. Eliminating cooperation or presence entirely would undermine the rule of law and could unintentionally make this community less safe. We all know Aurora's had a reputation for crime and lack of safety, and it is an issue for many of your citizens that you serve. Aurora is a diverse city that has benefited greatly from immigrants who contribute to our economy, to our culture and neighborhoods. Supporting lawful immigration and treating all residents with dignity is not incompatible with enforcing the law. In fact, a balanced approach, one that upholds federal law while respecting civil rights, is essential to maintaining public trust and community stability. I imagine that our own immigrants would want these same protections.
Please proceed.
A blanket effort to eliminate ICE does not distinguish between individuals who are law-abiding residents and those who have committed serious crime. Such an approach risks creating confusion, encouraging misinformation, and placing additional burdens on local law enforcement and social services without addressing the underlying challenges of immigration policy, which are federal in nature. Rather than a symbolic action that may have unintended consequences, Aurora should focus on constructive engagement, advocating for sensible federal immigration reform. Am I allowed to continue?
Please proceed.
For a moment, since for sensible...
Extend the time for this individual. Until they stop harassing her, let her speak.
That's all right. I just want somebody to walk out with me. Anyway, federal immigration reform. Supporting due process, ensuring transparency and accountability in enforcement, and continuing to foster a community where all residents feel safe and can participate in civil life, including this body right here, this council meeting. For these reasons, I urge you to reject the motion and instead pursue pragmatic, lawful, and balanced policies that protect the public safety of all the public, businesses, and the values of fairness and opportunity that have always defined our city. And I thank you for your time.
First Amendment applies to everybody equally in this chamber. Please proceed.
Juan Marcano. Juan Marcano.
She went over time too. Because you disrupted her. Just like an applause, no different.
We good? All right, you can start the timer. Thank you. First, I just want to say, I love it when the city comes together. Thank you all for being here. Y'all already know my name, so we'll skip the pleasantries. I'm here tonight to thank 6 of you for demonstrating moral clarity and letting the 20% of Aurorans who were not born in the United States know that you stand in solidarity with them and our broader community against the illegal and unconstitutional actions of Trump's Gestapo. As important and necessary as this message is, there is more that you can do on this front. And let me give you a little bit of context for why you should. ICE's militarized violence and overreach today was made possible by 2 decades of bipartisan support, scapegoating, and demonizing immigrants, not just with lies, but by misappropriating our tax dollars. Rather than fund health care and housing and other critical needs that Aurorans face and need, our counterparts at the federal level, I apologize, your counterparts at the federal level, old habits, have shoveled resources to fuel the fire that threatens the rights of Americans regardless of their documentation status. Likewise, the seeds that allowed Trump's lies to take root in our city were planted by Jurinsky, you, Mike Kaufman, and each of your other colleagues who are looking at their phones and pretending that this doesn't apply to them because they're cowards. When you all voted against going after slumlords in 2023 and decided to use your political capital to defend them instead and defame our city, and I hope that you somehow get held accountable for that. Allowing people's material conditions to deteriorate fertilizes the soil where fascism grows. Given the politics of the people who defended the slumlords in word and in deed from this dais, I cannot help but think that that was intentional. I would like to recommend 3 things to the 6 of you that you can move on immediately. First, use your positions to demand that Senator Bennett, Senator Hickenlooper, and Congressman Crow stop funding ICE and instead partner with the city of Aurora to direct more funding to materially address the needs of our working families and residents in this city. You can do that publicly as individuals. You can do that through the Federal, State, and Intergovernmental Affairs Committee, and by signing on to the demands from any number of community organizations. Second, I call on you to craft an ordinance that would prevent powerful state actors, such as ICE, from hiding their identities and from the public that they ostensibly serve. Cities and counties and even states across this country are doing that right now. You can reference Jackson County legislator Manny Abacara, his ordinance 6050 as a starting point for your efforts. Work with the city attorney's office and local community groups to do this. That's very annoying. And make sure that Pete understands that he works for you, not the other way around. And to get them to a house. Finally, I call on you to enter into partnerships with other jurisdictions in Colorado and beyond who are working together to fight back in courts against federal overreach. In this era of sprinting fascism, it is urgent that you pool our resources together with others who are fighting this fight. Resolve to direct the city attorney and the city manager to enter into such agreements when they present themselves. We cannot be a welcoming city if ICE and GEO are allowed to remain here. This resolution is a great first step. I implore the rest of you to vote yes and to work together to take the next step and the one after that and the one after that. Thank you.
Alfredo Carbajal. Alfredo Carbajal. Okay, Janet Gibson. Janet Gibson. Kelly Schilling.
Good evening, Council. My name's Kelly, and I am a resident of Aurora for a really long time. I've come out and to urge you to vote no against this resolution. My objections are twofold. One is this resolution process itself. As some of the people on the council will recall, probably some 2 years ago, a council member offered a resolution in support of Israel. That met with all kinds of objections, including one of the particular council members here tonight. It was unfortunate, it was well-intentioned, and I think ultimately it did go forward, but the mayor, at perhaps the second council meeting that addressed this topic, admonished this body that it was improper to put forward resolutions at all like this. They're empty statements. What they do is cause dissension, cause rancor among the population. The mayor was right then and he's right now. This body politic is nonpartisan in nature. That's what you were elected to do. 98% of what's on your agenda is non-political. The stuff that you voted on or will vote on tonight is non-political. And this is fundamentally retail politics. You're here to serve the people that elected you to do what you're here to do, and that is to administer to the benefit of the citizens of Aurora, the people who elected you. The new members, I encourage you perhaps to take some time to learn your jobs before we take on these kind of weighty subjects. And to the experienced members, especially the at-large members, go out and find out what's going on with your constituents. Hold meetings with the public. I don't know that any of you currently have had a town hall meeting or have chosen not to attend town hall meetings. But how do you keep the pulse of the entire city politic if you don't go out and find out what people think? So I encourage you to get out among the people and find out what we want, what we think, and what we're here to think about and what we want this body to accomplish. Perhaps consideration that what's going on here tonight is not in the best interest of the citizens who want safety, they want public transportation, they want a navigation center that works, they want the city to work for them. My second objection is that has to do with the wording in the resolution itself, and that is this, that TDA is not gone from Aurora. Other illegal gangs from foreign nationals, they aren't gone from the city. All of the current police chief and the two partial police chiefs said the same thing. Only ICE has the reach to go out and take care of this. They took care of it for Aurora. They took care of it in Detroit. They took care of it in Chicago. They took care of it in Minneapolis. When people from this community fled. And I'm sorry that the people keep interrupting me, Mayor, but I'm here to speak truth to you.
Time is over, I understand. Yeah.
Eric Nelson. Eric Nelson.
Caught in the bathroom earlier. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council. It's very refreshing to see this new leadership. My name is Eric Nelson, and I am a resident. And I want to thank you for allowing me to speak today. I want to express my strong support for Resolution 11A3 that's before you tonight. You've already heard much of what I'm about to speak on, so I'll keep my comments very brief. I posed a question. Are you guided by your mission and goals of diversity in our city? Because the past leadership has failed my community. But yet before you right now, you have the opportunity to do the right thing in the immigrant community. Recent reports concerning the ICE enforcement tactics that violate due process and constitutional rights are deeply troubling. These actions threaten to create fear within our communities and undermine the very safety and trust we all strive to uphold. So let's do the right thing, because I urge a yes vote on this resolution. And if that's not enough, documented human rights violations against the GEO Detention Center highlight that very urgent need to stand against the injustice and the abuse, especially against our immigrant communities, which alongside my community, we deserve that fairness. Alongside my community, we make up the very fabric of the diversity that makes up this city. So again, I urge a yes vote on this resolution. Thank you.
Carol Corrales. Carol Corrales. Okay, Joyce Bradney.
Hello, my name is Joyce Bradney, and I am here as a concerned citizen of Aurora, Ward 4. I am scared of the ICE agents, or masked thugs, as many of us see them. Their faces are covered, and they wear vests that say police, and yet they are no way members of our Aurora police force. I am scared the ICE will kidnap, hurt, or kill my neighbors, my friends, and my family. I request that ICE must remove their masks, drive vehicles, and wear uniforms that clearly identify themselves as ICE. I also request that their names and identification numbers are clearly displayed on their uniforms, and that they wear and use cameras. I further request that ICE must produce warrants prior to arresting anyone and/or breaking into someone's home, car, place of work, or school. ICE agents who refuse to do these or break the laws of our city must be arrested by the Aurora Police. I support Resolution R 2026-03. Thank you.
Carol Corrales.
Good evening. My name is Carol Yoselin Corrales, and I'm currently a resident of Ward 4, though I've lived in Aurora for over 30 years since becoming a naturalized citizen as an infant. Today, I'm an organizer with Aurora Unidos CSO. Our organization fights for Chicano justice and liberation, including immigrant rights and legalization for all. While I'm here to support this resolution to oppose ICE activity in Aurora, I am also here to say that this is not enough. Immigrants and those fighting alongside them are being shot dead in the street by yet another branch of state-sanctioned violence. ICE is reaping terror in the streets, detainees are suffering in our own backyard at the GEO detention facility, and families are being ripped apart. Opposition is not enough, and we the people demand more. Our organization acknowledges a large amount of this governing body is new, and thank goodness, we welcome the change. That said, the council before you did irreparable harm to the immigrant community in Aurora, who were scapegoated and then intentionally targeted. We are asking that this new group proactively build policy to repair existing harm and mitigate the ongoing abuse alongside the people in this community who are most impacted and those who have been doing the work to bring these demands forward, including the Colorado Immigrants' Rights Coalition, Casa de Paz, and the Shut Down GEO Coalition, among others. Let's be clear, we're grateful that you oppose the violence and oppression that the immigrant community is facing, but what we really want is to know how you intend to protect us in the case of escalated militarization, and how you will hold those accountable who commit violent attacks against the people in our city. There's a reason activists ask, which side are you on? And that's because in times like this, it matters. Aurora Unido CSO welcomes the opportunity to collaborate with the community partners and the Aurora City Council to help build policy with teeth and true accountability for those that harm our people. Immigrants are certainly suffering from violence by ICE, but we also stand in solidarity with our Black and brown neighbors who are being brutalized by the Aurora Police Department. We demand accountability for their aggressors too. We know that liberation for one is tied to liberation for all, and we will continue to show up to hold elected officials and local entities accountable to the people of this city, our state, and our global community. Immigrants in our neighborhoods deserve more than performative statements, and we ask that you choose to beef up your commitments to the people of Aurora. Thank you.
Marcello Gonzalez.
Good evening. My name is Marcelo Gonzalez, and I live here in Aurora, 811. I voted for some of you up there. There are two major points I want to speak on in regards to opposing ICE and their unconstitutional actions in our country, and in favor of the City Council's resolution. First, the Supreme Court has established in a 6-3 decision that immigration agents have a green light to once again stop anyone they guess to be here illegally, even if a central reason for the stop was race. This endorses ICE and Border Patrol targeting anybody they observe, but maybe in Aurora, for something like speaking Spanish and demanding their papers. If you don't believe me, check the case, Vasquez-Pedromo versus Nome. I bring this up because in Aurora, we have businesses that would fit under this decision. And the business names themselves can make them a target. Who's to say that ICE won't target private small businesses solely on the basis of the name being associated with the foreign language? Which brings me to my second point. ICE is stopping people and asking for their documents randomly without a warrant. Do you think small businesses would appreciate ICE hassling their patrons? Or that our community members should have the fear that ICE may interrupt their day-to-day activities? ICE has been known to detain even American citizens for unreasonable amounts of time. By not standing up against ICE, we are risking our community members spending multiple days in detention, even in situations where they are citizens. If you don't believe me, look up the case of George Redis, a U.S. Army veteran who was detained multiple days even as a citizen. He even missed his daughter's birthday. And I encourage you folks to seek his story because he was cooperating with the authorities and they still violated his rights. I would rather you folks represent our city as one that is taking a proactive stance and not wait until tragedy strikes to show where we will stand in history. Thank you.
Erica Herrera.
This is an action item, right? It's policy. You can do that in the resolution. Wow. Yeah, it's not law, it's just a direction.
Good evening. I'm very nervous. It's my first city council meeting, but please bear with me. Good evening. My name is Erica Herrera. I've been an Aurora resident for 6 years this month. I'm a proud Colorado native. I've lived here for 37 years, and I'm also a 15-year government employee. I'm a U.S. citizen, a naturalized U.S. citizen. I'm a 47-year-old woman, and 46 of those years I've lived here in the U.S. You can do the simple math. That means that I don't know any other country but this one. In my 46 years of living here, I have never felt so unwelcome and so fearful as I do today. That fear is in direct correlation of this administration. The amount of terror this administration has unleashed with putting ICE in our streets has been disheartening and terrifying. It's so unfortunate that although I am a U.S. citizen, it appears that's no longer a safety net, if you will. The fear that I feel not only for myself, my family, my friends, and the rest of our community is unfathomable. There's even fear in being here and speaking because of how easily that can put a target on my back. But today, I'm putting that fear to the side. I'm here today because I want all of you to start putting names and faces to the millions of people that share a similar story to mine. Undocumented people are human. Just like you and me. We need to stop dehumanizing immigrants because, as we all know, immigrants is why Aurora thrives, not only in this city, but every city in the United States of America. It's clear that this administration and the likes of many of you are trying to ensure that the skin tone of who they want here is beige in color and not brown. We cannot normalize this behavior because we all know that this does not make America great. However, we can make America great together, and to do that, we need to feel safe in our communities. That's why I stand here today in complete solidarity with my fellow immigrants and with my fellow citizens in this city and all cities across the country that we want ICE out of our streets. We demand due process for all. These ICE agents get 47 days of training, and in 40 seconds, they can also murder a woman. Where is the humanity and the justice in that? Therefore, I am in favor of this resolution. I love this city and country, but does this city and country love me? Thank you for your time.
Cyrus Dickman. Cyrus Dickman. Okay, Joel Benjamin.
I mean, aren't we basically a sanctuary state? I mean, so it's state law. So this really doesn't change anything. No. We're limited. I mean, we can't do anything that, it's federal sovereignty. There's nothing we can do as a city. Like Denver introduced an ordinance today that says officers have their face.
Aurorans are all too familiar with the police state acting with impunity and under the safe harbor of qualified immunity, as Aurora police have taken the lives of no fewer than 5 of our innocent brothers since 2019, and at least 1 innocent man died in 2017 as an ICE kidnap victim. Our immigrant communities and those who care about their thriving have lived in fear of ICE since it was founded in 2003, and in particular fear as the federal government has illegally tortured, kidnapped, and murdered people across the country in increasing numbers over the past year. ICE and DHS are not even 25 years old, but have somehow created a stain beyond America's already violent colonial founding. The pursuit of asylum and a safe place to rest one's head is the most ancient thing people have ever done, from the events of the Torah, where ancient people wandered as nomads and slaves, to victims of modern genocides and climate-induced disasters seeking clean drinking water and habitable land devoid of mines long since left behind. I grew up in Ward 4, attended Overland High, a community of families, students, parents, staff, local retailers, whose families, like mine, had survived unimaginable conditions. Refugees from Sudan and Syria, from Eastern Europe, and from throughout this hemisphere. And we cannot forget the hundreds of years of immigrants that hundreds of years of immigrants came to this land and effectively forced those indigenous to the place onto reservations or into an early death. My grandfather was 17 when he was liberated at Buchenwald. He lost his whole family to the death camps, but he survived and he raised a family here. His message to those who came after was simple. The police who are protected from the law will use the full range of that law under the guise of following orders from their superiors in the name of false patriotism, nationalism, safety, in erasing the vermin and pests deemed undesirable by those in power. Before I'm done, I'm hopeful that every one of you has read this report. Sorry, I only have one copy. It's a little expensive to print. This is the truth behind these walls. This is created by Casa de Paz and other partners. I'm hoping everybody in the room has read it. I'm happy to present a copy to whomever would like it. It's widely available online. It's your duty as elected officials to understand what's actually happening in the ICE facility.
Lindsey Graham. Lindsey Graham. All right. Shadeen Salem.
Hello, my name is Shadeen Salem, and I'm here just to be another voice to the list that has already spoken before me. I signed up to speak, didn't really prepare anything to speak because I knew it would just like come from the heart and it's just common sense. And it's been said, I'm just repeating the things that have been said before me. But for some reason, it matters for me to show up physically when there are many people that couldn't show up physically to support this. So I'm just adding to the numbers. A lot of people in this room want a lot more. We want ICE abolished, we want the police abolished, we want land back, we want a lot of things. But but the irony is what the resolution is stating is something so basic that the fact that we are even asking for it is like that this is up for debate is ridiculous. Let me just read it out loud. Just a resolution of the City Council of the City of Aurora, Colorado, opposing unlawful and overreaching federal immigration enforcement actions and affirming due process protections. Like what about that doesn't make sense? Like why are we asking the law to follow the law? Like, just forget all the arguments, that just looking at it is enough. If we don't approve this, I don't know what we're doing. If we say no to this, we are saying a lot if we say no to this. So the irony is just, I can't get over the irony. I can't get over the irony that we are in stolen land. I can't get over the irony that Colorado used to be Mexico. I can't get over the irony. Like, the fact that we're all here because a white person died when a lot of other people, this has been a big problem before. If we can't even affirm the life of Kylan Lewis, then why, like, this just, more than one thing is the irony that why are we even here right now? So yeah, I hope we can take a moment and approve some common sense. Yeah, and just something that's been stuck on my mind is seeing a Native Indigenous person get arrested by ICE. And they also had the U.S. citizen paperwork on them too. So.
Julissa Soto.
Buenas noches, Mayor and City Council members. My name is Julissa Soto. I'm a proud member of our Latino community, a proud Mexican immigrant, and a proud U.S. citizen with dual citizenship, fully invested in the civic, economic, and democratic life of this region. I work in the city of Aurora, and I have paid thousands of dollars in taxes and fees to our state. Yet, despite meeting my obligations and contributing to this community, I have personally experienced harassment from ICE. I have been called an intruder in my own land, the United States. But if anyone here is an intruder, it's not the people who live, work, and pay taxes in every state of this country. It is the federal ICE agents who enter our communities, targeting our families and undermining our rights. We are feeling exactly what African Americans experience every day, the fear of being watched, harassed, or taken simple because of who we are. No one contributes to our economic and civic life should be forced to live in fear. I'm here today in a strong support of Resolution 1183. ICE enforcement practices too often ignore due to process and violate basic human rights. These actions do not make our community safer. They tear families apart, undermine trust in public institutions, and destabilize entire neighborhoods. That harm extends beyond immigrants. It affects all of us in every state. The documented human rights violations at the Geo Detention Center demand accountability. When abuse is tolerated, it reflects on our city and our shared values. Passing this resolution is not symbolic. It is necessary step for Aurora to assert its commitment to justice, dignity, and the rule of law, and the draw of clear line against federal overreach and abuse. I urge this council to pass Resolution 1183 and send a clear message that Aurora will not remain silent while people in its jurisdiction are harmed. This city must stand for our community, where every person, regardless of immigration status, can live and work without fear and with dignity. And I'm sorry, I have a huge accent, but I think my accent is sexy too, so hopefully you understand. Thank you. Thank you.
Jan Wilson. Jan Wilson.
I don't know that I can follow that. My name is Jan Wilson. I'm a 50-plus year resident of Aurora. Thank you for the resolution and the opportunity to speak tonight. I have been disturbed by claims made by ICE agents and administration regarding what they believe they can do. A statement by a former law enforcement officer named Kramer Hammy has helped me find clarity. I wanted to share that. He says, as a former officer, I want to make something clear. ICE agents are not police officers, deputy sheriffs, or troopers. They are not local, state law enforcement. They are not federal criminal law enforcement. They have an incredibly limited scope of authority, and that scope of authority exists in detaining and arresting with probable cause and/or signed warrants those investigated and suspected of being in the U.S. illegally. This entire situation in Minnesota was outside of the scope of legal authority from the get-go. None of it was done within the scope of authority of ICE. Every single behavior those agents made was procedurally incorrect, done without proper authority, and was based off of intimidation and the assumption that people do not understand the law and their rights in regard to interactions with ICE. Anything Renee Good did is irrelevant. In the big picture, she would be alive today if those agents had done even one single thing correctly. Not just correctly, but within their legal scope of authority. Every single moment of that interaction was escalated by untrained, unprofessional, procedurally inept agents who not only had zero control of themselves, but everything around them. And not because they're helpless, but because their actions that did not fall under their scope of power caused this. Their tempers, lack of training, and the knowledge that they can get away with violating their own scope of authority caused this. He said he will always be the first to defend law enforcement when lethal force is very clearly required. But this was not even remotely the case. And as an actual trained professional in that field with experience and understanding of both the law and procedures, there's no justification for this. And it would benefit everyone to actually read up on the laws, scope of authority, and use of a single shred of common sense to see that this situation was started, escalated, and caused by the agents involved. It is essential that ICE agents, can I just have a minute?
No.
It is essential that ICE agents acting in Aurora be required to stay within the scope of their authority. For Renee and every family that's been destroyed by ICE, I urge unanimous and enthusiastic approval of this resolution.
Median Schaffner. Median Schaffner.
One thing we all have in common is our ancestors stepped off of a boat. But because of colonized privilege, most of the people that oppose a resolution like this got to skip the immigration line. So with that, I'm going to read a real land acknowledgement. As we gather today, we acknowledge with respect that the land we are on today is the traditional and ancestral homelands of the Arapaho, Apache, Cheyenne, Pueblo, Shoshone, Southern Ute, and Ute nations and peoples, and the Navajo Sacred Mountains. The dignity and traditions of these cultures are the epitome of gathering and healing. We recognize the indigenous peoples as original stewards of this land and all the relatives within it. As these words of acknowledgement are spoken and heard, the ties nations have to their traditional homelands are renewed and reaffirmed. We also acknowledge the legacy and the disgust of slavery in our country. We formally honor and memorialize the sovereign souls of Africa stolen from their rich homelands, whose lives and labor were exploited for generations to create and sustain the economy of this country. We acknowledge that the harm that colonialism and white misanthropy have brought to these lands, in particular the erasure of both First American and African identities via racist laws that segregate all peoples. It is first by recognizing and understanding these errors that were made during our nation's origins that we can hope to correct our path. We recognize that acknowledgement is not enough. We must actively engage in listening, learning, and disrupting our roles in the perpetuance of systemic evil. For let it be known and forever understood that procrastination is not justification for lack of restoration. So with that being said, I'm going to challenge you, council. You need a new land acknowledgement, and you need somebody else to read it. The KKK also did their damage behind a mask, and so a decorum was already set. So what we're seeing is the behaviors and patterns that this country has already condoned. Unless you can trace your roots back to a native tribe on this land, you too are an immigrant. And for those that want to continue to demonize the individuals that are sharing this space with us, your name is likely the answer to a history question that my granddaughter is going to answer in a little bit. Y'all need to say yes to this resolution and do so much more. Ashe.
Allison Neal. Allison Neal.
My name's Allison, and I moved to Denver just on the side of the county city limits line in September from Minneapolis, Minnesota. And if you're not from there, it can be hard to imagine anything but the little you've been told about it by whatever media you consume. You may not know that Minneapolis has 7 lakes, 2 rivers, and a 53-foot waterfall inside its city limits. It has a joyous city-sanctioned block party and a citywide art festival and delicious food. And so much of that is because of its historic Black community, beautiful Native American community, a diverse Latino community, the country's largest Hmong community, and the largest Somali population outside of Somalia. And right now, Minneapolis is being terrorized by a masked, roving gang of undertrained, trigger-happy, violent, unlawful, and unconstitutional, but federally sanctioned so-called immigration enforcement agents. People, regardless of their nationality or citizen status, are being dragged off, beaten, and broken, and bloody. Renee Nicole Macklin Good wasn't the first person ICE killed since January 2025. She was the 35th that we know of. Most of us haven't heard of Keith Porter, shot and killed outside his own home, or Silverio Villegas Gonzalez, shot and killed in his Subaru, or at least 30 people who died in ICE custody in 2025, like Pete Sumalo Monteo, 72 years old, or John Wilson Brutus, 41 years old, or Ismael Ayala Uribe, 39, who was a DACA recipient brought here when he was 4 years old. And these are just the ones we know about. They died in ICE detention facilities just like the one in Aurora, where, according to the last publicly available data on ICE.gov, less than 5% of the people being detained have ever had a history of violence, convicted or not. Where over 80% of people being detained have never been charged with any crime. Where they are being held without due process and can be left imprisoned indefinitely in inhumane conditions by a for-profit prison making billions per diem per detainee off our taxpayer dollars. Often, their loved ones can't track them down, and sometimes they die there. Minneapolis doesn't stand for that, and Aurora shouldn't either. So yes, please, I urge you, city council members, and all of Colorado's elected officials to stand with Minneapolis. Stand with Minneapolis in rejecting the unlawful and unconstitutional violence of ICE detainment and violence of ICE and detainment without due process. Shut down the detention center, divest from private prison contracts, end ICE expansion in Colorado, end deportation flights outside of Colorado. Stand with Minneapolis. Pass the resolution and then stop being complicit. Stand with Minneapolis and do something good.
Leighton Leppel.
Hi, thank you.
My name is Layton. I'm an Aurora resident, and I'll talk fast. My grandmother immigrated to this country in the 70s with my mom as a baby on her back. She and my grandfather ultimately chose to settle in Aurora due to its diversity and large Korean population. She lived through a brutal Japan-occupied Korea and understood the dangers of authoritarianism all too well. But she always felt safe and at home here. In the most diverse city in Colorado and one of the most diverse cities in the country. She lived here for 40+ years before her passing in 2023, with my mom shortly passing in 2024. The context of this is important because I want you to understand the utter disgust that I feel when I confidently say that both my grandmother and my mom would be absolutely horrified by the looming threat ICE poses to this city today. There is no doubt in my mind that they would be in danger if they were here. Not only would the legitimacy of their citizenship be in jeopardy, their lives would be at risk. I believe, like I'd like to think everyone in here believes, that we have a responsibility to keep our neighbors and our community at large safe. And I've heard a lot of people say this tonight. And as each day passes, it's becoming more and more apparent that the greatest threat to our safety has been ICE thugs. And actually, scratch that, I wanted to call them thugs for the sanctity of this gathering, but I would be remiss in doing my community a disservice if I didn't refer to them by whom and what they actually are, which are fascist Nazis. They've been allowed to roam our beautiful city and terrorize us. They've assaulted us. They have unlawfully detained hundreds of our neighbors, families, and friends, many without a resolution in sight. And I believe that there is a dangerous escalation right around the corner if we do not stand up now and reaffirm that we are a city where immigrants can safely reside and everybody is welcome without fear. And even with what we have witnessed outside of Aurora, NYC, Chicago, LA, Atlanta, Houston, San Diego, Miami, Phoenix, and now Minneapolis, is a testament that time is of the essence. We are in grave danger, and the perpetrators of that danger are Proud Boys flooding our city equipped with badges, guns, and masks. To say that their behavior is reckless or they're shameful is actually reductive. Their behavior is treacherous, deplorable, and worst of all, they move without impunity time and time again. Aurora has been on the chopping block since day one, as continuously expressed by POTUS and DHS. I stand with every immigrant that came here in search of a better future, and my own family, who have given decades of civil service and backbreaking labor to this city that they called home. I advocate for the closing of the GO detention facility. I advocate to preserve the constitutional and due process rights for all of our citizens, regardless of legal status. And most importantly, I advocate for city management to choose to cease its cooperation with ICE and their affiliates and stand up for their citizens. This resolution is not enough, but if my understanding is correct and this resolution will mitigate even a fraction of the harm these fascists have caused our city, then I firmly stand 10 toes down on that.
Magdalena Lewis. Magdalena Lewis.
Hi, my name is Magdalena. I'm speaking tonight to support this resolution and also to ask you to do more. For the new city council members, welcome. I want to remind you that you now preside over one of the most notorious police departments in the country. For years, we've been pleading with the city to hold APD accountable. However, little has changed, except maybe a few rules here around decorum and public speaking. Now, when it comes to working with ICE, APD has already shown they are willing to violate state law and collaborate with ICE in 2 raids that happened earlier this year. You also happen to be a city with the GO ICE detention facility. Councilwoman Lawson, you spoke earlier about how non-functioning restrooms are an emergency. Well, there are non-functioning restrooms at the GO facility on Peoria Street right now. There also happens to be a severe illness outbreak that has inmates and their loved ones sounding the alarm on these dangerous conditions for the past 2 weeks. Now, Aurora is in an interesting position as the city that came under fire from the baseless lies about so-called gangs taking over apartment buildings. that ended up turning out to be a PR campaign by a slumlord looking to avoid providing basic living conditions to his tenants. And it's amazing and sinister how fast these lies spread, thanks in part to former council member Jurinsky. To her and her husband, I say good riddance. Now we are faced with an uncertain future. It seems inevitable that Trump will eventually turn his attention back to Aurora. We need you all to act now to lay the groundwork to protect Aurora from what we've seen in other cities. Homeless neighbors being disappeared in DC, curfews, masked men are shoving people into unmarked vans. Armed agents are knocking door to door demanding papers. Resolving to do something about this is not enough. You have to actually do something. Resolution should be a starting point for change, so I hope to see action from the City Council in the coming weeks to limit ICE's power in the city when they eventually come. So please vote yes and also do more. Thank you.
Nada Benitez. Nada Benitez.
Good evening, members of the City Council. My name is Naida Benitez, and I work with the Colorado Immigrant Rights Coalition. We're a coalition that was founded back in 2002. We're one of the organizations that runs the Colorado Rapid Response Network. I'm wearing the t-shirt. We have our hotline number for people to call to report ICE activity in their neighborhoods. Outside of my role with the Colorado Immigrant Rights Coalition, I'm also a local confirmer with the hotline. And unfortunately, I'm here to tell you that there have been ICE incidents reported to the hotline out of Aurora specifically nearly every single week. Like some of our members here today, and a couple that spoke earlier, I live in Aurora. My zip code is 80014, and I grew up undocumented in Colorado. This city is vibrant and rich, and for the most part, I have loved being a part of it. I am here today because of the murder of Renee Nicole Good in Minneapolis and Keith Porter Jr. Near Los Angeles. Both murders were at the hands of ICE agents. We cannot wait for a community member here in Aurora to be killed at the hands of ICE to do something. We are already seeing nonviolent protesters who have stood in solidarity with immigrants be brutalized in Durango. Last June, there was an immigrant nursing student, Caroline, who was unjustly detained by ICE after getting pulled over by a local deputy in Mesa County because the deputy heard her accent and proceeded to unlawfully share her information with ICE in a signal chat. The Colorado Rapid Response Network currently reports rising ICE enforcement operations, or what we call ICE hotspots, in Aurora, in Colorado Springs, Durango, and the Roaring Fork Valley. We don't have to imagine deplorable and intensifying immigration enforcement. We are living it. The Colorado Immigrant Rights Coalition urges you to vote yes on Resolution 11A3. This critical resolution would reassure immigrant families like mine that their city sees them and stands with them. Your vote affirms the welcoming values our city should represent. With the little time I have, what I'll share is, besides this resolution, there are other steps you can take. I urge you to review and divest from any harmful contracts the city has with companies like Flock and Palantir. Ensure that the Aurora Police Department upholds state laws like HB 1124 and HB 25276 so that local law enforcement cannot detain people solely based off of their immigration status. Our city's tax dollars, our city's dollars should not perpetuate the mass surveillance, mass detention,
Eric Gross.
Good evening, Council. I'm Eric Gross. Every so often, Aurora makes it into the national headlines. Dark Knight shooting, the murder of Elijah McClain, former counselor Danielle Jurinsky hugging Trump as she tried to elevate her own profile by spreading racist lies to defend out-of-state slumlords. As far as I know, there has never been a positive national story about this city. If you want one, pass this resolution and then go further, like Denver is trying to do, by banning masked agents. Do not allow them to wear masks on your streets. Pass policies so that your officers can arrest them if they violate this policy, because there is no way to know who they are once they walk away. The federal government is not going to tell you who they are. The only reason we know that Jonathan Ross killed Renee Good is because the Secretary of DHS let slip that he was in an accident last year. Now, last year, the chief of police here, Chamberlain, told a room full of residents, some of whom are here, that if the federal government makes policy to somehow encourage local law enforcement to shoot first and ask questions later for protesters, that he would follow the law as stated. That is what Chief Chamberlain said. Then he was asked if he knows what white supremacy is and if he benefits from it. He said, yes, I know what it is, and no, I don't benefit from it, which you know is bullshit. And I know that some people on this council may think that you or your loved ones are protected from this because you have the complexion for protection, but you are wrong. They will come to your door. That is what door to door means. It means they don't care who's behind it. They're just gonna knock. They're gonna demand to see your papers. My grandfather fought the Nazis because they were doing the same goddamn thing. Now, these are fascists. These are Gestapo brown shirts roaming our streets, kidnapping people, even from immigration hearings where the judges have granted them stays. They are supposed to be legally allowed to stay in this country, and they disappeared. They're not even just going to CCOT in El Salvador. They're not just going to GEO here in Aurora. Some of them are gone. Thousands of people unaccounted for. Your neighbors, this is going to happen to. Now, like I said, the resolution is a good statement, but ICE is a terrorist organization. And ever since Trump sent ICE out in his first days, I feared, but I knew it was going to take a white woman being murdered for this reaction to occur. Unfortunately, it's true. That is not Renee Good's fault. She is a martyr for a cause that is global at the moment. This is encroaching from every angle, and it will come to your city. You haven't had a surge of 2,000 ICE agents. That's 3 times the size of the police force in Minneapolis. What are you going to do when that comes here? You think you're going to be safe? Tell that to my ancestors.
Brendan Green. Brendan Green.
Good evening,
Give me a little bit of
Council.
water, thanks.
My name is Brendan Green, and I'm co-founder and executive director of the East Colfax Community Collective. Our mission is to fight displacement and build collective power in our community to shape our own destiny. And we represent renters and businesses in the 810 zip code, and speaking in favor of this resolution. Colorado has a deep experience with the harms caused by ICE overreach and state-sponsored racial profiling. In 2006, Colorado passed SB 90, one of the nation's first Show Me Your Papers laws. This law required local law enforcement to arrest those they suspected of being undocumented. And these arrests were based purely on profiling: the color of one's skin, their accent, somebody's nationality, or even the car that they drove. Similar profiling that we're seeing at the national scale right now. At its peak, more than 9,000 families per year were separated because of these policies. And this fundamentally broke the trust that local law enforcement needed to do their jobs. As a statewide movement, we documented abuses, and we were able to prove that 67% of those who were detained under SB 90 were detained for nothing else but driving without a license. We took our concerns to the county sheriffs of Colorado, and together we drafted the Community Law Enforcement Trust Act to repeal SB 90 in 2013. The county sheriffs voted 44 to nothing to support this repeal. and the chiefs of police also supported the repeal of our Show Me Your Papers law. Sheriff Grayson Robinson from Arapahoe County was one of 2 sheriffs who literally sat down in the Capitol and wrote this repeal with us because of their lived experience. In Colorado, we have lived through a regime of state-sponsored racial profiling with SB 90, and both law enforcement and community decided to move on from it for a reason. Since this time, we've been working to repair the harms that those laws caused us, because unfortunately profiling and many layers of collaboration still exist. Large-scale enforcement operations, such as those done under Operation Aurora in February 2025, do nothing but undermine public safety. ICE came into our community and indiscriminately targeted entire apartment complexes, not because of their suspected immigration violations, but because they happen to be lower income. ICE conducts these raids and vests that many times say police, creating confusion and undermining some of the progress that has been made in our state to create a separation between local law enforcement and ICE. In Colorado, we have taken important steps to separate local government law enforcement from ICE because of our collective lived experience. And our local and state decisions should be respected and independent. I urge you to vote yes on this resolution. Thank you.
Galen Crowfoot. Galen Crowfoot. Okay. Amber Wright.
Best one.
Hi, everyone. My name is Amber Wright. I was born and raised in Aurora, Colorado, and though I'm currently a resident in Fort Collins, I had to make the drive tonight to be able to speak with you about this important topic. I'm here as a Coloradan, and I'm here with my fellow siblings who are with conscience tonight. ICE is currently operating as the private military of the Trump regime, led by a rapist, and not only that, but a child rapist, as you can see in the Epstein files, which are still not fully released by the Justice Department. And now we see ICE incels, losers, and criminals are killing our siblings directly in the streets, Keith as well as Renee, and have killed 32 people in detention that we know of. So now, and this is not even new for Indigenous peoples or people of color, which we should say people of the global majority. And so my question is to all of you, are you okay with any individual being detained, disappeared, or killed by ICE? Are you okay with that? Because if you're not okay with that, you will pass this resolution today. And not only that, but you should go further and consider what Denver is doing to prevent these agents from wearing masks, because they do not have the right to protect their identities. These people should be afraid to be ICE agents. They should be afraid. And that starts by demasking them. Next, you should be looking to do everything in your power to shut down the Geo Detention Center, which is essentially a concentration camp in our backyard. A 10-minute drive from here as we speak. 10 minutes away from us, there are people who are suffering from illness without good medical care, people who are starving, people who are being detained without warrants, although they should not be detained even with a warrant, in my opinion. And so we should be doing everything possible to prevent Aurora police officers from complying with ICE. Not only that, but ICE officers should be afraid and should be arrested when they violate our rights. I have studied political science at Colorado State University. I have worked in the government at all levels. I have interned in the State Department, in the Senate, in the Colorado General Assembly. I've worked at the city level in Fort Collins. I'm 21 years old, and here I am. I have to be here to explain why our neighbors should not be killed and disappeared. And it doesn't have to be this way. But this is US violence and imperialism returning home. Everything that we have allowed to happen to the Palestinians will happen to us here. It will. It will happen to us here. And it doesn't have to be this way. We can have a better future, but it's up to us. So my question to all of you sitting here is, what will you do? What will you sacrifice? What will you give up? Where will you take a stand? Maybe you could start by looking me in the fucking eye when I'm speaking to you. And I still see some people looking down. And so all of us should be struggling and fighting for all of our siblings. So thank you, everyone who came here for today. I'm here for you. I'm not here for everyone sitting up here. I'm here for all of the people behind me. So thank you. The Palestinians and all oppressed peoples will be free. Thank you.
Andrea Loya. Andrea Loya. Caitlin Matthews.
Good evening, Council and Mayor Kaufman. Thank you for this time to speak. My name is Caitlin Matthews. I'm a founding member and current Executive Director of Food Justice Northwest Aurora, a community-based nonprofit in 80010. Our organization is guided by the principle that nutritious food is a basic human right and should be accessible to all. There's not a single one of us in this council chamber who ate today without the labor of immigrants who cultivated, harvested, processed, transported, prepared, or sold us food. Our organization stands in solidarity with the immigrant and refugee communities that make Aurora vibrant and resilient. We therefore support the resolution, and we urge you to vote yes. ICE activity in Aurora harms people of all immigration and citizenship statuses, especially people of color. ICE targets entire neighborhoods in Aurora that are majority low-income people of color and immigrants. We see the direct negative impacts of ICE on our community's ability to access basic necessities such as food. Here are just some of the food-related impacts for ICE's current level of activity. Due to ICE's intimidation tactics, kids in Northwest Aurora stay home from school because they fear they'll be separated from their parents. These students go hungry without food provided by state and federal programs. Due to ICE, workers stay home from jobs and earn less money to buy food and care for their families. Due to ICE, residents in our community fear leaving their homes to go to the grocery store. Many of the beloved small businesses and restaurants in Aurora are owned and operated by immigrants and refugees, many who are targeted by ICE, and this interferes with their ability to provide essential goods and services to Aurora residents. In addition to ICE activity here in Aurora, federal overreach also includes pausing public benefit programs and withholding funding from states like Colorado. When SNAP, or food benefits, were frozen during the federal shutdown, Aurora families were unable to purchase food, and stores saw precipitous drops in their sales. One market on Colfax worried about paying their commercial rent in November because 68% of their sales are SNAP sales. Also, right here in Aurora, people have been detained by ICE and transferred to the people who have been detained by ICE and transferred to the geo-detention facility are reporting being inhumane treatment, being served food that is unsafe for consumption, or not being served food during recent illness outbreaks. We are seeing city by city across the country hit with an influx of ICE agents and federal troops that terrorize people. We would be naive to think that Aurora will not again be the target of increased activity. We support this as the first step, and we encourage the council to investigate how Aurora police are violating state policy by collaborating with ICE, and for the public safety, sports, and civil service policy committee to pass strong, equitable, and enforceable policies to protect Aurora residents. Thank you.
Vicky Tario. Vicky Tario. Okay. Hope Yan.
Hello, my name is Hope and I'm a resident of Aurora in Ward 4, 80014. 2025 was ICE's deadliest year on record with 32 people dying in detention, and 2026 is shaping up to be worse. We've already witnessed the murder of Keith Porter Jr. and Renee Nicole Good. Keith Porter Jr. was shot by an off-duty ICE agent and Renee Nicole Good was shot in the face, followed by the words, quote, "fucking bitch." There is nothing respectful about condoning or defending this behavior. ICE agents and killer cops are the true blight on this nation. This isn't about public safety. ICE is a thin facade, a front covering what is actually a white supremacist secret police. ICE has never been about public safety or fighting crime. It is an extension of the colonialist death cult that is the so-called US. Shame upon every person who supports this racist, murderous agency. The same goes for the murderous APD cops who killed Kylan Lewis and Rajon Belt Stubblefield. Make this resolution count and matter by getting the killer cops out of our police agency and preventing any more needless deaths of Black men and boys. I second all the earlier comments regarding opposition to the GEO immigration detention centers in Aurora. Immigration detention centers are prisons meant to dehumanize people, separate them from their loved ones, and turn our kidnapped mothers, brothers, sisters, fathers, and children into profit. Shame. I urge you to oppose the unlawful and inhumane overreach of ICE, shut down the GEO ICE prisons, keep ICE out and get GEO out of here, and hold APD accountable. Keith Porter Jr. should be alive right now. Renee Good should be alive right now. Kylan Lewis should be alive right now. Rajon Belt Stubblefield should be alive right now. This chamber has enough blood on its hands. Pass this resolution and do more to ban ICE and hold the APD accountable. Thank you.
Ayante Anderson. Yes.
For the entire law is fulfilled in keeping this one command: love your neighbor as you would love yourself. Galatians 5:14. Let's stop pretending that what is happening is just now happening. Aurora became a national political punching bag because Donald Trump needed a city to lie about, and because local leaders and local elected officials gave him permission to do so. Donald Trump did not wake up one morning and randomly pick Aurora. He was fed a narrative, he was given a cover, and that cover came from current and former members of this council. Let's name the names. Danielle Jurinsky and Stephanie Hancock, along with others on this council, enabled that lie. Whether if it was through reckless statements or strategic silence or outright alignment with Trump-style fear politics, they allowed false claims about gangs taking over Aurora to spread and be unchecked. That is not leadership, that is collaboration. When Trump told the nation that Aurora was under siege, he wasn't relying on facts, he was relying on local validation. And instead of standing up for this city, council members chose ideology ideology over integrity. Let's be clear about the harm. Those lies did not stay on cable news. They landed in our neighborhoods. They landed on our immigrant families. They landed in our classrooms, in our workplaces, in the grocery stores, and in the churches. And once again, the same Trump playbook that was deployed to paint communities of color as dangerous, frame them as criminals, turn them into fear-mongered votes. That playbook didn't just demonize Aurora, it terrorized Aurora. Because when this rhetoric doesn't stop at words, it becomes policy. It becomes ICE raids. It becomes families that are afraid to answer the door. It becomes children wondering if today is the day their parents don't come home. And anyone who helped normalize this bears responsibility. Galatians 5:14 does not give our leaders wiggle room. It says that you must love your neighbor as you would love yourself. Let this be said plainly and remembered clearly. Aurora will not be defined by lies told for power. Aurora will not be sacrificed by Donald Trump's politics of fear. Aurora will not be remembered as a city that stayed quiet when people were demonized. History will not ask who was comfortable. And I will end with this. Donald Trump said the fact that they had a boat land there 500 years ago does not mean they own the land. Our native brothers and sisters would like a word.
Osu Nunpa. Osu Nunpa. Okay. Mia Kamenetsky. Mia Kamenetsky. Okay. Emma Hayes.
That one's going to be a hard one to follow, but I second everything he just said. What happened in Minneapolis did not happen in a vacuum, nor was it an isolated incident. African American, Latino, and all people of color have been being targeted, murdered, and unlawfully taken in our streets, not only by ICE, but by the police departments in our community, and specifically this community as well. I know my neighbors are scared. I'm scared. We've all been scared. We've been scared for a really long time. And I'd like to make one thing clear. No human being is illegal. So we can go round and round in circles about the right way to come here, but the immigrants are a vital part of their communities, and they have a right to due process. They belong here, and they are not the criminals. The criminals are the ICE agents that have been kidnapping, killing, and inciting fear in our streets with no regard for the law. ICE does not protect any of us or in any shape or form. I want my neighbors to feel safe again, and I want them to know that they are wanted and they belong in this community just like anyone else. And I'd love to stand up here and say that this system is broken, but it's working exactly the way it was intended. Dismantling this system and abolition is the only path to liberation. ICE needs to be abolished out of Colorado completely, and the ICE detention center in this very city needs to be shut down indefinitely. We need to get ICE out of our neighborhoods completely, implement restorative justice, and be provided the resources to heal our community as well as the families affected by their kidnappings. While I appreciate this council for introducing this revolution, that is the bare minimum. Our action as a community and your action as public servants must extend beyond tonight. Thank you.
Victoria Kagandi.
Good evening, Aurora City Council. My name is Victoria Kagandi, and I'm speaking in favor of this resolution. Over 70% of those detained have no current criminal conviction, with many of those that have minor offenses, according to the TRAC reports. Even if they were violent offenders, it would never warrant the illegal and brutal behavior of ICE. We see them profiling our Latino communities, taking on anyone based on their location, their jobs, their languages, how they speak, and apparent ethnicity and race. We've seen them arrest citizens and lawful, whatever that means, immigrants for using their First Amendment right to protest in the face of ICE's violence. We've seen them justify the deplorable conditions of over 68,000 humans that are currently trapped in there, many of them just 13 minutes away from here. Aurora's GEO detention ICE facility has been known to continuously abuse those detained using methods of solitary confinement, poor medical care, and heavy discrimination. 32 people were killed in ICE's custody last year, and those are all that we know of. Renee Good was shot by an ICE officer. Keith Porter Jr. was shot by an off-duty ICE officer. We all watched their videos and read their stories, knowing that that could have been any one of us, that was one of us. I know the pressure to conform to the federal government and its followers is rough, but as someone whose family fled here to escape a violent dictatorship, I can only say this to you. Speak now before your voice is stolen from you. If you continue to bow to this lawless, unconstitutional federal government, you will have no choice but to forfeit. As long as you are willing to give in without boundaries, they will take and take and take until there is no vibrancy left in the heart of Aurora. Do not be the city council that lets Kylan Lewis, Jalen Chabron, and Rajon Belt Stubblefield receive no justice. Do not be the city council that denies community control of the police. And do not be the city council who was forever known as the people in power who let their neighbors be abducted and left to die in horrible conditions. Stand your ground and pass this resolution. Chinga la migra.
Tiara Brown.
My name is Tiara Brown, and I'm up here with my 10-year-old son, Adonis. We are residents of Aurora, Ward 2. I also stand in front of you today as a member of the Northern Ute tribe, whose ancestors have stewarded this land for thousands and thousands of years, and who, quite frankly, I'm wondering where y'all get the audacity. In 1880, the Ute Removal Act was signed, forcing my ancestors off of their land here and moving them to a reservation in Fort Duchesne, Utah. Thousands were killed and forcibly removed. That history matters, and it is because of that history that I ask again, where do you get the audacity? This past week, ICE and DHS carried out actions on this land that terrorized community members, destabilized neighborhoods, and killed people. Something that the colonizers on this land did to my people 140 years ago. At the beginning of this meeting, council did a land acknowledgement. That's right. How does one acknowledge stolen land and forced removal while continuing to allow the GEO facility that's staying to operate down the street? How does one acknowledge stolen land and forced removal and not denounce ICE and sign this resolution? Aurora has a choice. City Council can either be complicit in the harm to these marginalized communities, or it can draw a clear line and say our city will not cooperate. I urge this council to publicly denounce the actions of ICE and DHS, to refuse any level of collaboration, and to commit to policies rooted in dignity history, and accountability. I yield the rest of my time.
Sebastian Campos. Sebastian Campos.
Hello, council members. Thank you for having me. My name is Sebastian Campos, and I am a resident of Lafayette, Colorado. I am here to stand in solidarity with the people of Aurora. I grew up in Colorado, and this is my home. I'm here to speak for myself and to advocate for my family, friends, and colleagues who live in Aurora. Over the past year, misinformation and propaganda surrounding this community has been used by the current regime to incite violence, hatred, and fear amongst not just our community, but nationally. Lies and deception about our immigrant neighbors have been used to justify the inhumane and brutal treatment of innocent people across the nation. The same people who teach your kids, provide your food, and allow you to live comfortably are afraid to live their homes, afraid of persecution and violence at the hands of a violent fascist regime. I was gonna go over the poem about the rise of fascism in Nazi Germany, but I believe it had been repeated tonight already, so I will not go over it. And I believe you all understand the message. I ask you to internalize the message of that poem today. Over the past couple of weeks, we've been seeing an increase in brutality amongst immigration enforcement. We have seen the death of 50+ people in ICE detention centers, the execution of American citizens in broad daylight, masked unidentified agents breaking into schools to kidnap children, and much, much more unethical and unconstitutional violations of our rights. We have the opportunity and the obligation to protect and stand up for the people in our community. Our local officials have failed in protecting our community by allowing the opening of these concentration camps in our own backyard. Geo Group is a violent group that is profiting off of the pain and suffering of your communities, and you can't even look me in the eyes. Along with AI surveillance Palantir, their tactics that were used on the Palestinian people are now coming home to bite us in the ass. I'm here today to demand that our local officials do their civic duty in protecting their constituents. And I'm here to address the community and let you know and remind you that together we will prevail and alone we will fall. I urge everybody to become more and more involved with their community, organize mutual aid and emergency response if and when our state, local officials, and law enforcement fail to protect us. We will keep each other safe. I love everybody who is a part of this community, including those who wish me and people who look like me harm. We must fight back against division and stand together as a people. I'm here to use my First Amendment, and I am not afraid to use the rest of my constitutional rights.
Holly Chang. Holly Chang.
This is a long night as a single parent and people with varying disabilities, so I hope we bring back the ability to speak over the phone and video. My name is Holly. As I've said before, I work in public health in this city. I raise my children in this city, and I manage a team of nurses to go out to see new parents within this city, parents that have been terrorized by ICE in this city. When I saw the news of Renee Good, I was not shocked. I was struck by sadness because of the familiarity of the risk in doing this work as a parent of young children. I wasn't shocked because I've seen the way APD treated Kylan's family with my own eyes. I was not shocked because there's been 6 deaths by ICE this year and the past several days that have maybe less than 2 weeks of this year. I have a lot of economic statistics for those of you that don't care about the humanity, but I'll invite you to meet with my friend who is writing you an open letter, economics professor and immigrant researcher from CU Boulder, Chloe East. I beg you to read her letter. Because going after immigrants in our community actually creates less jobs for those of us that are US born. Immigrants raise up all of us. More, I want to tell you, I have people blowing up my phone right now looking for their family members. Someone's girlfriend is texting me right now. Her boyfriend was taken from Geo and had surgery, and we cannot find him, nor do we know what kind of surgery or whatever happened to him. When people are moved from Geo, they disappear. Their names just go away. For weeks at a time. This happened to one of my patients. 6 of my patients from this city have been terrorized by ICE. I sat outside of the ICE check-in center, and I tried to console a mother whose 4-year-old just saw her dad taken from her, and I was threatened with federal charges. ICE agents who are masked without tags on their cars are swerving towards us. Yes, in Centennial, but they do it too in Aurora. We have evidence. This resolution needs to be passed as is, no amendments, because we know more can be done. I also have a current patient that I'm helping that has an 8-month-old who is about to be unhoused because her husband was taken on the way to work. All of my patients' husbands were taken on the way to work except for one. Only probably one of them had a warrant, maybe. If this isn't Nazism, I don't know what is. Have you sat with a mother of a child and told her, please have less hope that your husband will come back? Because I don't.
Laura Hankins. Laura Hankins. Okay, Gayla Cherrier.
Do you know where we are?
I have no idea. I guess it would be about 10:30 when we get done with the speakers on this one, so.
All right, don't mind me, I'm a little old and a little tired, sorry. So I'm gonna just read straight from my notes. And like the young lady said before, I wish that we can move some of these meetings to where we can speak from home, because I am in chemo and coming out here exposing myself to all of this stuff but I'm here. So thank you for allowing me to speak. My name is Gayla Cherrier, and I stand before you tonight not just as a community member, but as a mother, a caregiver, a former correctional officer, and someone who has spent much of my life working inside systems that hold real power over people's lives. I have worked in correctional facilities. I understand law enforcement. I understand what safety actually looks like and what it does not look like. Safety is not fear. Safety is not intimidation. Safety is not stripping people of their constitutional rights and calling it enforcement. I am a married mother of 2. One of my children is nonverbal autistic. I have spent years advocating for his rights, his dignity, and his humanity in a system that often see paperwork before they see people. I know what it feels like to walk into rooms where decisions are being made about your life without your voice being included. That experience changes you. It teaches you that due process is not a technicality, it is a lifeline. That is transparency, it is not optional, it is protection. And that when power goes unchecked, harm follows. As a CNA, I care for individuals who rely on systems to treat them fairly. As a former correctional officer, I have seen firsthand what happens when discretion turns into overreach. And as a Black woman raising a family in this country, I know that enforcement is not applied equally and never has been. This resolution is not about being anti-law enforcement. It is about being pro-Constitution. It is about affirming that no federal agency, no matter how powerful, operates above the law or beyond accountability. Opposing unlawful and overreaching enforcement does not weaken public safety, it strengthens it, because communities are safer when people trust the systems meant to protect them, when families are not afraid to report crimes, when parents aren't scared that at a traffic stop or at a school meeting or a medical appointment could end in permanent separation. I am here tonight because silence is not neutral, silence sides with harm. Aurora is a city of families, workers, caregivers, and children who deserve to know that their local government will stand up for constitutional rights. I urge City Council to pass this resolution. Wisdom kills anger, freedom kills fear, love kills ego, peace kills jealousy, and faith kills doubt.
Peter Goldsmith. Peter Goldsmith. Christina Lee.
Christina, I think.
Hey y'all, I'm gonna take my mask off because hiding my face is a pussy move, and we do that for ice. My name's Christina, a little short. I wish I could say I'm from Denver, but I'm not, I'm from Texas. I escaped Sittler to come and meet Gustavo here. I am the fiance of an immigrant who was detained on Christmas morning. He just got out of isolation after 20 days. He was stripped down bare naked for 7 of those. He finally was able to eat after a couple days. He was pushed into concrete so hard that he was in medical this whole time. And honestly, I don't even know what to say. Where's my phone? Do you have your phone? Can you remember my phone? Sorry. Do you have my phone? It's in my book. I don't know where to start. I had a whole speech prepared, but after listening to what people have to say, and I thank everyone for being here, whether you're here to be on the right side of history or if you're here because you think if it ain't white, it ain't right. So I am here to speak for everyone. I'm here to speak for the immigrants that are detained. I'm here to speak for the Muslims, the trans community, and for the mother who should not have to be here reliving her son's story. No mother should have to bury their child. Okay? We are taking orders from a criminal, not one that I call a criminal. He was convicted 34 times of a felony. These are not masked agents. They are paid bounty hunters, and they have a vengeance, and they have egos to feed. I have been hearing people say that my fiance is an alien. This is not a sci-fi movie. He's a human being. And that title was replaced years ago as slaves. So let's keep race out of this. I cannot tell you how tired I am of having to tell his story like he is just disregarded trash. It breaks my heart, but it also pisses me the fuck off. Pardon my French. We talk about poverty and how these immigrants mean nothing. Did they mean nothing when they paid $430 $36.5 million in state and local taxes? You weren't complaining then, were you? No, you're pretty silent. We talked about sewer issues. There are 60 people per toilet. That's not an issue? I think it's an issue. 300,000 children are unaccounted for. Do we know that? Do we know where they are? No? Silence. I can go on, but just know I'm really pissed off. In 2023, you guys passed a resolution in support of Israel. I really hope you pass this one, because we don't need any more politicians that don't have backbones. Replace your wishbone with a backbone, you'll make it so easy to snap under pressure. So I will say this, you either walk with the Prince of Peace or you march with the merchants of war. I hope you make the right decision. Thank you for listening to me. Not that I would really need this.
That was the last individual to speak.
Motion is in order.
Mayor,
Mayor Pro Tem.
move to approve 11A3.
It's been moved by Mayor Pro Tem, second by Councilmember Horton. Discussion?
Mayor.
Councilmember Hancock.
I just have a couple questions with regards to this resolution, which I know we don't have the votes to not pass it, but I have questions for my own understanding. Your resolution characterizes federal immigration enforcement as unlawful or overreaching. What specific things are you alleging are unlawful, and what statute or constitutional standard is being violated?
Yep. So, I mean, there's been pretty extensive discussion
I'm not talking
throughout
about
tonight.
opinions, I'm talking about constitutional standards.
People are protected from unlawful arrest, seizure, search. And so when people are being picked up off of the street because of what they look like and what they sound like, not because of any actual proof, not because of a warrant, not because of anything else, I don't know what that could possibly be other than not only illegal but also unjust seizure of their person. Like it's just could not be clearer.
Councilmember Hancock.
So, under our operational impact, what is actually being directed or limited? Functionally, what does this resolution direct city management to do differently? Limit information sharing, deny facility access, prohibit joint operations, restrict detainer or hold cooperation, change APD policy. Since we as the city council really don't have any jurisdiction there, what operationally is this going to change?
Mayor.
Mayor Pro Tem.
So this was an emergency resolution that directs that we have that conversation at the public safety meeting because there wasn't time to sit down and have a full legal analysis, take it to policy committee, any of those items. That's why the direction is go to policy committee to actively dig into those items. But in terms of some issues that I was going to address anyway, I'll go ahead and say the following, which is this resolution is about upholding state and federal law, respecting our obligation as a council and the obligation of APD to also uphold those same laws. It is not about inflammatory sanctuary city rhetoric or removing the federal authority to enforce immigration law. It's about opposing the actions that have demonstrably been taken in the course of immigration enforcement that are violent, that oppose state law here in Colorado, and that also oppose and remove people's constitutionally protected rights at the federal level.
So with that said, you mentioned at the beginning that you should have taken this to the Public Safety Committee. As Chair Andrews and me as Vice Chair, you did not come to our committee and allow us the opportunity to vet this fully and to come into full agreement, which I think was really disrespectful to the committees that you yourself have appointed. With that also said, I am concerned that these whereas clauses are more symbolic and full of hyperbole and rhetoric that would be more divisive than unifying.
I already stated it's an emergency resolution.
Mayor, so that gives you course to just put out anything that you want without getting consensus from the rest of the council or even your own committee?
Mayor.
Sorry. Okay, I'm sorry. Councilmember Horton, did you?
Yeah, so to your point, Councilmember Hancock, there's been a few reports coming from nonprofits who directly work with immigrants of all various documentation status that I think would be very important for all city council members to review and take a look at. These are individuals that are working directly with families that are directly impacted. There's also a number of nonpartisan organizations, think tanks that look at data when it comes to immigration, and I think that eventually as we move towards a more policy-based conversation, behooves us to make data-driven decisions. The second point to your piece around symbolism is that, as so many community members have shared tonight, this is a step of many that need to be considered as we move forward as the most diverse city in Colorado. And I do want to say that our words and our values are fundamental to what we fight for. And if you, not just you, sorry, if folks, especially in community, I read every email that came to our inboxes, that the disinformation that existed, that was pushed out by former city leadership is so concerning, because that is divisive. That erodes critical thought and compassion. And so I find it to be extraordinarily important. I absolutely love that, I'm sorry I don't remember who said it, was being pro-constitution, right? Pro-democracy. And with democracy, it only works if we choose it and fight for it every single day. And this is the start of that with this resolution.
Councilmember Bergen.
Thank you, Mayor. Well, first of all, I want to say that what happened was a tragedy, and my prayers go to the family. Thank you for being respectful.
You're welcome.
We talk about facts and due process. Some of the whereases, I don't know if they are actually proven yet. So when we talk about due process, I think we have not let the facts come through and been vetted. So my concern is just, and I understand that you believe this is an emergency, but we have not had the facts proven as to. You weren't paying attention. Your head was down. Mayor, are we able to discuss this as a council, or do we need to go virtual and to the Aurora room without further disruptions? Because it's like this is the most rude, body. And I just want to. And yeah, you're not my constituents. Some of you are, and some of you are not. And guess what? I do represent 70,000 constituents in my ward that don't necessarily agree with this particular resolution. I'm supposed to represent all my constituents, not just a minority of my constituents. Oh, they were afraid to be here.
Okay. We're not going to go back and forth. Councilwoman Berger, do you have anything?
Yes, I do still, if I can continue. So, like I said, one of the clauses talks about the word extrajudicially, and to me, that implies due process, and we don't know if all due process has actually been given in that particular situation. Also, there's assertions of a father and son. I went online to try to find that story. I could not find any collaboration on that particular assertion that there was a father and son in Aurora. I did find an article that referenced Durango, Colorado. So I just want to make sure that whatever is in this resolution is actually factual. And we always talk about evidence-based and having the right factual data, and I don't know if that's factual.
Okay. I have a question of staff.
Yeah, just
in section 3 of the resolution, it says the Aurora City Council will provide direction to city management regarding limiting cooperation with ICE and their affiliates to begin at the Public Safety Committee policy meeting in February. But first of all, our police department historically has never done ICE enforcement on strictly immigration issues. And secondly, I guess my question is, state law under Governor Polis signed a law, I think several years ago, that effectively made Colorado a sanctuary state that limited the ability for local law enforcement to cooperate with ICE. So this says that that's what we're going to look at, but isn't that what we're already doing?
Mayor, Pete Schulte, City Attorney. So there are two laws that were passed in the last 4 years that did two things. One is these 287G agreements that would allow a local law enforcement agency to, in essence, be deputized as ICE agents. That is forbidden under Colorado state law. No law enforcement agency can enter into those agreements to do that. The second part of that was no local or county or state jail facilities can be used to hold individuals that are detained under civil detainers. And so that's why we do see, these private jails that have resident cities where they're holding individuals based on ICE violations. So I'll let Jason talk about the police policy, but when I was in my prior role as the Deputy City Attorney over Public Safety, we were pretty clear with the police department that the only time that the police department should be interacting with the Department of Homeland Security and with ICE would be part of a criminal investigation. Nothing about ICE enforcement, naturalization. Our police department has been very clear that we do not ask an individual's status when we're dealing with them. We don't care. That has been the policy of City Manager Batchelor, and my advice as City Attorney is that that's what we do. So I'm happy if the resolution passes to do what we can at Public Safety to come on in the meeting in February to talk about limiting cooperation. But the mayor's correct, right? We are following state law, and we will continue to do so because that's the rule of law.
Mayor.
Let me refer to the city manager first if he has comments.
Nothing to add.
Very well. Councilmember Burton.
Yeah, I just, I've been here 10 years, as has Councilmember Lawson, and we have always been told that that our police do not ask for immigration status ever upon an arrest. They don't give that information. So we have been abiding by the laws, and we don't share immigration status with ICE unless there is a warrant. So, I understand that you want to go ahead and put this in the resolution, but we have been abiding by that.
Mayor?
Mayor, can I say something, please?
Councilmember Lawson?
This is for Councilmember Coombs. So I just want to know, last year, at the last legislative session, I can speak, please. And if you don't agree, okay. Last legislative session, there was a bill that passed, Senate Bill 25-276, protects civil rights on immigration status, which limits how local governments may cooperate with ICE. It protects personal information, requires warrants for federal access to sensitive locations, and prevents detention solely on ICE detainers. This law applies at the state and local level, so it does not override federal law, but it sets clear boundaries for how local agencies interact with ICE within Colorado. So what I'm asking you is, in this ordinance, it already was a state statute that was passed last year. The governor signed it in May, and it was Senate Bill 25-276. So we already have these provisions at the state level. So can you tell me, why is it necessary to put this? You said it's an emergency, but we already have the state statute that has already been enacted. And this was Senate Bill 25-276. So that wasn't mentioned, so I'm trying to ask you, what is the difference in here? Because it's some of the same parameters that has been expressed.
Right. So the emergency being responding to the specific instances stated, right? The shooting in the face of a member of the public, the outbreak, which is a continuation of ongoing issues in the ICE detention facility, and it was a father and daughter that were taken by ICE. On Sable.
Mayor, can I just
here in Aurora.
Okay, so you're talking about specific incidents, but what I'm looking at and what we're going to
Am I permitted to finish?
Mayor, can I finish?
Let Councilman Lawson, and then I'll recognize you, Councilmember Jackson.
Okay, thank you. What I'm asking is, but there's still some provisions in here that really states what the state statute says, and probably what you're going to be discussing at the public safety meeting. So I'm just trying to understand, so is this more symbolic on the incidents that have been occurring allegedly, because I can't prove and defend. I know about the Renee. I'm talking about the individual that I don't have the research on, that Councilmember Bergen said. So, whatever. Whatever. So because I'm going to state my opinion. So I'm just trying to understand, is this more about the incidents, the Geo Center, what has happened to Renee Good in Minneapolis, and then the other specific example, which I haven't seen that story that has happened in Aurora specifically?
That's the reason for urgently bringing the issue forward. And yes, I'm fully aware of the state law. But community members have talked about a number of situations where either it seems that state law is not being upheld, or where there's more that they feel we can do, which is why, again, it wasn't comprehensive. It was, we are acknowledging this set of very serious incidents, and we are going to bring forward detailed conversation in February at the Public Safety Committee.
Mayor, can I just ask just the final question?
Part of that will be talking about
you don't interrupt. You interrupt me, but you don't interrupt her. You let her. You don't let me finish. Okay.
No back and forth. No back and forth.
Okay, whatever. Go ahead,
Okay.
Councilmember Coombs. But I do want to state my last point.
Yeah.
Okay, Councilmember Jackson.
Yeah, I don't need to carry on.
Mayor, I just have one last point. So within we also understand that there could be federal funding risk. So is that going to be part of your discussion as well? Because we do depend on grant money for a lot of our funding projects, which impact the whole entire city. So is that going to be something that if this passes, is that something that's going to be part of the discussion? Maybe not at the public safety meeting, but in general, because that probably will happen.
Yes, we are going to be complying with federal law, and so we will be addressing the ways that affects federal funding. But no one is saying to violate federal law.
Councilmember Jackson.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to address a couple comments that came up about, did these events actually happen? And as we've heard from some of our constituents, that immigrants are an invisible community, and when they are disappeared by ICE, it is legitimate. this father and child may very well not even still be in the state, and there's no way to know. So it is concerning. It's not going to be on your local news because it's swept under the rug. And when we talk about things like due process for Renee Good, well, she's dead, so she didn't get her due process. No, there was not a jury there to say if she was obstructing justice or if she was impeding federal agents from doing their job. She didn't get her day in court. The federal agent decided to make that decision right then and there, which we are saying is an overreach of their jurisdiction. And I do want to reiterate, because from a lot of the emails, there is that disinformation that is concerning. This is not saying that we are moving our city towards sanctuary city status that would put us out of compliance with federal grants. That's not what we're doing here. We're just upholding law that's already been written. And some of those conversations that might need to happen in public safety might be, how are our police officers trained to not cooperate with ICE, but if ICE is coming into their city and terrorizing their citizens, have we had the conversation with APD as to how they will respond to these specific events, seeing how it's escalating? It's escalating. So we just want to be preventative to reduce any harm. We don't want to see what happened in Minneapolis. I agree, it's a tragedy. We don't want to see that happen in Aurora, and we do have legal observers who are on the streets every day, and ICE is in our streets pretty frequently. We have the Geo Detention Center within our city bounds, so it's very relevant. Thank you.
Further discussion?
Mayor.
Councilmember Gardner.
Yeah, thanks. I have a lot of thoughts here. I think first I want to point out the contradiction between, I'm hearing on one hand that this is an emergency, doesn't really do anything though, we're going to have the conversation next month, but then we have to pass it tonight without any changes. I agree with a lot of what's in here. I think Renee Good was extrajudicially killed by an ICE agent. I'd like to see that change, to say that, not just to say ICE killed her. ICE is not a person. ICE is an organization, an institution. Even though this was rushed out, I proposed 9 words that I want changed in this, and they don't have to be changed. I understand elections have consequences, but I think there is a lot of truth of what's in here. I think it is true that in some cases ICE, there's been overreach and there's been lawlessness. I do think that there should be some legitimate concerns with some of the actions that ICE has taken across the country. But I also think it's important, if we're going to pass a statement of values and say that it means something, that it needs to be accurate. For example, it needs to say an ICE agent extrajudicially killed Renee Nicole Good, not ICE, because ICE can't kill anybody. ICE is an institution, right? And, I'm not really concerned about the 50 or 100 people in this room, because I know no matter what I say, you're not going to agree with me. But I do think that being accurate matters, and I think that there's a way for us to acknowledge the issues with ICE. I think there's a way for us to acknowledge some of the lawless behavior and some of their overreach without doing it with intentionally inflammatory or incorrect or infactual language. And there's a lot of that in here. And again, 9 words I wanted to see different in this, and I would have been a yes vote. I guess it's particularly frustrating because it's been pointed out that the prior council, some of my prior colleagues, intentionally inflamed residents in our community to respond to this. And I agree. I don't think anything in this resolution makes us a sanctuary city. I think my former colleagues that tried to stir folks up into thinking that are wrong, and they shouldn't have done that. But on the flip side, there's also folks, because we got a lot of emails. There are a lot more emails than we got people in here tonight. But there's also some misinformation being given out on the other side, leading people to believe that this actually does anything, that this actually changes anything on the ground, and it doesn't. Do I think it's important to have a statement of values? I do. But I think it's important, if we're going to have a statement of values, let's have it be accurate. This is now the second time in, I believe, 3, maybe 4 council meetings since this new council was sworn in, where something had to be rushed in, and we were told things were going to be done differently. And again, I understand elections have consequences, and that's okay. That's fine. They don't have to do what they said they were going to do. But saying you're going to do one thing, putting a smile on it, and then gaslighting people is not an appropriate way to govern. Let's work together. Let's figure out a way to get this right. Let's figure out a way to make this statement accurate to where we call out the injustices that have happened, where we call out the lawlessness and the overreach of ICE without having infactual statements in here. I think it's possible to get there. Unfortunately, the majority of my colleagues don't agree, and so I'll be a no vote.
Further discussion?
Mayor.
I'm sorry, Councilmember Horton.
Councilmember Gardner, can you expand a little bit more about, 1, what are the 9 words, and 2, what are the not factual statements in this resolution?
I'd be happy to. So the first whereas clause currently reads, whereas in Minnesota, ICE extrajudicially killed Renee Nicole Good, a U.S. citizen from Colorado. I would like that to change to say, whereas in Minnesota, an ICE agent extrajudicially killed Renee Nicole Good, a U.S. citizen from Colorado, because that is factually correct. An ICE agent extrajudicially killed her. ICE did not. The second would be in section 1, the Aurora City Council stands in solidarity with the Twin Cities, period. Take out the rest of that sentence. And then the third is in section 2, the Aurora City Council opposes substantiated, I want to insert the word substantiated, lawlessness and overreach by ICE agents.
No further discussion?
Mayor.
Mayor Pro Tem.
So I'll clarify the pushback that I got on those items, because Councilmember Gardner shared them with me, and I asked folks if they would support. That saying an ICE agent, while accurate, ignores the impact of ICE as a system, right, as an organization. That taking out the latter part of section 1 ignores what it is that the Twin Cities is asking to have happen, which is their community has been traumatized, and what they want is for ICE to leave. And with substantiated, that creates space and a gap for ICE to continue to engage in that conduct. So while I think that on the face of it, that all seems perfectly reasonable, there were reasons given back to me of why folks didn't think that should be supported.
Mayor.
Councilmember Gardner.
Yeah, so a couple things. First, yes, ICE is a system, and there are examples within that system of overreach and lawlessness. However, that's not what this statement says. The whereas clause says, Immigration and Customs Enforcement extrajudicially killed Renee Nicole Good. That is incorrect. ICE as a institution did not kill her. An ICE agent killed her. That is factually correct. Second of all, whether we like it or not, ICE currently operates in our communities. And I appreciate, I think it was former Councilmember Marcano, I can't recall right now, pointing out the complicity, frankly, that our federal government has, specifically for, in our case here in Aurora, Congressman Crow, Senators Bennett and Hickenlooper, and, you know, Congress is going back years, presidents going back years for having a completely failed immigration system. I think we've failed our country and we failed those who have come here by having a broken immigration system. And so the statement of saying we call for them to leave the community, that's not something that is within the power of a city council. But I do think it's appropriate to say that we stand in solidarity with the Twin Cities. Lastly, I think the last change that we oppose substantiated lawlessness and overreach. I think we heard examples tonight. I don't presume that anybody intentionally lied, but I don't know that they were all true. I don't know that they were all not true. For every story that I hear on one side, I hear stories on the other side. And so I think it's important to be accurate and put in a word like substantiated, because then we are being clear and accurate. I understand those aren't acceptable. I'm fine with that. I'm going to be able to look myself in the mirror with my no vote, knowing that with a few little changes, I could have gotten to the point where I agreed with the majority of this room.
Further discussion.
Mayor.
Councilmember Bergen.
Yeah, and again, the word extrajudicially, looked it up by definition, it says without legal authority. That has not been completely determined yet, because it has not been determined yet.
Look up what person means in the dictionary.
Okay, further,
The investigation is still ongoing. It has not been completed. Whether we believe yes or no, it's not been done with legal authority.
further discussion. Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of item number, what is it? 11A3. Call for the question.
Let's see what you have to say.
Councilmember Horton?
Yes.
Councilmember Gardner?
No.
The motion passes with 6 yes votes, 4 no votes.
The time is now 11:55. Council will stand at recess until 11 o'clock.
This is Aurora, baby!
I'm driving. I'm driving. Driving in the car. I'm driving. I'm driving. Driving in the car. I'm driving.
Council is back in session. Would the clerk please read the title to 12A? It's on. What's that? You ready?
Item 12A is a public hearing and consideration of a call-up by the City Council of the City of Aurora, Colorado to review a conditional use and site plan application for a motor vehicle wash within the MUC Zone District.
Mayor.
Mayor, you can open the public hearing.
Mayor, over here. Councilmember Wiles.
Oh.
I have to leave and recuse myself on this topic because I met with the people during my
Okay, I
campaign,
understand.
so.
Okay, thank you. Okay, please proceed.
Read the titles,
Okay.
and we can open the public hearing.
The public hearing is now open. Presentation by staff.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and members of City Council. My name is Stephen Gubrud. I'm with Aurora Planning and Business Development staff, and I'll be presenting agenda items 12A and 12B relating to development application 2274-07 for Bubble Bath Car Wash at Station 60 for your consideration this evening. This development application consists of two requests by Kimley Horn and Associates on behalf of the applicant Evergreen Devco Inc. One, for a conditional use approval for a motor vehicle wash use within the MUC Mixed-Use Corridor Zone District, and two, for site plan approval for a motor vehicle wash facility within City Subarea A. A little bit of context for these requests. The subject site for the proposed motor vehicle wash is an approximately 1.69 acre site. It is situated along the north side of East Colfax Avenue, and the automated car wash would include an approximately 4,302 square foot building along with 25 vehicle vacuuming stalls. The city initially received this development request in July of 2024. Since then, the project has been subject to 4 full reviews. This application was presented to the city's Planning and Zoning Commission, which voted 7-0 to unanimously approve both requests. The Planning and Zoning Commission approval of the site plan being subject to one condition, that being resolution of all outstanding technical review comments prior to recordation of the plans and issuance of any building permits. At the regular meeting of the Aurora City Council, which was held on December 1st of 2025, City Council voted to call up this application to be heard at this evening's meeting. The authorization and general process for calling up a development application is outlined within section 146-5.3.11 of the city's Unified Development Ordinance, otherwise known as the UDO. Through this process, the City Council shall have the authority to approve with conditions, modify, or reverse the decision of the Planning Commission. The City Council may also remand the application back to Commission with direction for further consideration. Currently on screen is a brief outline of the two types of requests contained within the subject development application. Conditional uses are described within the UDO as a use that may be permitted if found to be compatible with the adjacent uses and would not change the character of the surrounding neighborhood. Site plans are described as a detailed plan depicting how a site will be developed through illustrations such as site features, architectural elevations, building locations, sidewalks, parking areas, landscaping amenities, and other details. A site plan complying with UDO standards is required before a building permit may be issued for all new commercial development within the city. This slide contains an aerial map showing the general location of the proposed site. As mentioned, the subject property is located along the north side of East Colfax Avenue, approximately 2 blocks east of Norfolk Street. The subject site has direct frontage onto East Colfax Avenue, as well as 2 private roads located internal to the Station 60 development. This map displays the zoning of the subject site as well as that of the surrounding area. The subject property is located within and surrounded entirely by the MUC Mixed-Use Corridor Zone District. Other nearby zone districts include the RMH Residential Manufactured Home District to the west and northeast, the R2 Medium Density Residential District to the northwest, the R1 Low Density Single Family Residential District further to the northwest, and POS Parks and Open Space District to the north. The purpose of the MUC Zone District is to provide retail goods and services to satisfy the household and personal needs of the residents of nearby neighborhoods, those traveling on adjacent collector and arterial corridors, and to allow for higher intensity general business and service activities. The MUC district should be located and designed to allow for access by pedestrians, bicyclists, and public transportation in addition to automobiles. As described within the Aurora Places Comprehensive Plan, the City of Aurora is comprised of 10 unique place types. Place types generally describe the overall character of a place, including land use mix, key urban design features, mobility networks, and other functional elements. This image currently on screen helps visualize which place type the subject site falls within. As you can see, the subject property is located within the blue area, which represents the city corridor place type. The orange represents the established neighborhood place type, and the red represents the urban green space place type. The city corridor place type is described as being centered along the city's major roadways and providing a wide range of uses. Primary uses consist of commercial services, commercial retail, restaurant, and multifamily residential. This place type is also generally auto-oriented, but should accommodate pedestrians, cyclists, and transit service. The subject site is also located within the Station 60 Master Plan development. This slide shows the land use plan depicted within the Station 60 Master Plan, with the subject property outlined in green. This parcel is one of 4 lots located within Planning Area or PA3. PA3 is broadly designated for commercial development within the land use plan. I'll now go over some of the site photos relating to this case. This first slide is going to be showing an east-facing view of the property as viewed from East Colfax Avenue. You can observe the Quick Trip motor vehicle fueling station to the east across one of the development's private roadways. This image is a west-facing view of the subject parcel looking towards Norfolk Street off in the distance there. And lastly, we have a south-facing image of the vacant property as seen from the east-west private road located at the subject property's northern boundary. As mentioned prior, this application was previously heard by the Planning and Zoning Commission. During that meeting, main topics of discussion included proximity to similar or identical land uses, water use and conservation methods, and building architecture and overall site design. Both requests contained within the application were unanimously approved by the Commission that evening. During their deliberation, the Commission expressed that they believed the existing code criteria had been met as currently written. They also expressed that the lack of zoning restrictions on car wash density was outside the scope of these requests. For any type of development application that involves the construction of a primary building, street frontage and overall site configuration are of high priority to planning. Buildings within the MUC zone district are required to front onto a public or private roadway. This proposal achieves that by fronting onto the private road located along the site's eastern edge. This will help to create visual interest for those exiting the adjacent automobile fueling station located across the road. Furthermore, the applicant has worked with staff to include a pedestrian patio area, which will feature amenities such as seating and trash receptacles, allowing employees or customers to sit and take a break as necessary. The Bubble Bath Car Wash's business operations plan indicates that the business intends to be open for 12 hours each day from 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. The business would have 2 shifts per day with 3 to 5 employees on site per shift. Bicycle parking has also been included in the form of URACs as required by city code. UDO section 146-4.8 lists the city's building design standards applicable to development within Aurora. Throughout project review, a number of considerations regarding this code section were addressed in order to improve the aesthetic and practical qualities of the building and site. Architecture was identified as particularly critical for meeting the conditional use criteria due to the high visibility along East Colfax Avenue. After numerous discussions and modifications of the plans, the proposed building presently shows methods of horizontal articulation, including changes in color, material, and roof form to break up the longer facades and provide a level of visual interest. On the east-facing primary facade, architectural elements such as increased glazing and the use of an awning with pedestrian scale light fixtures have been all included as well. Masonry will be visible on all elevations as the building will feature a tower structure clad entirely in stacked stone on it. On the most recent submittal, an electronic message board was proposed for the 2 locations on the elevations that you can see here. The applicant has been informed that EMBs are limited to ground-mounted monument signs, and therefore this feature will be removed from subsequent submittals. As it pertains to landscaping, the applicant worked with staff to find solutions on how to adequately landscape the site to accommodate this automobile-oriented use. As the subject parcel is surrounded on 3 sides by right-of-way, a well-integrated landscape design was necessary to screen any vehicle queuing areas and reduce the impact of dock doors when not in operation. Special attention was placed on the landscape buffer along the southern edge of the site, which fronts onto East Colfax Avenue. In this area, a robust planting of shrubs and use of trees such as the Colorado bristlecone pine will be used to maintain an appealing and natural on-street ambiance. For this application, 5 abutting property owners and 14 registered neighborhood organizations were notified about the development application. No comments were received during the proposal's formal review cycles. Mailed notices were sent, and the public hearing notice board was posted a minimum of 10 days prior to tonight's meeting in accordance with the requirements of City Code. After the noticing of the Planning Commission hearing occurred, 5 comments were received. Following the Commission's decision, 1 additional comment was received. All formal comments have been included in this evening's packet as Exhibit D. The public and community comments generally broach the subjects listed on screen, those being development review noticing policies and procedures, adherence to Aurora's development and conditional use standards, city zoning and comprehensive plan compatibility, and water conservation methods employed, and potential environmental impacts. The key consideration for conditional use applications is fulfillment of the applicable CUP criteria found within the UDO, which are currently listed here on screen. Staff finds that the application does meet these criteria because the application complies with all applicable standards and criteria in the UDO as the architecture, building design, orientation, landscaping, parking, and accessible routes established by the proposal meet the corresponding criteria. Sorry about that. The application is consistent with the comprehensive plan city corridor place type and will help further city goals of supporting new commercial uses that can serve the surrounding neighborhoods. The development would also provide an additional employment base to the city, and improvements to the public realm will help encourage further development in the area. The size, scale, height, density, traffic impacts, and hours of operation are compatible and consistent with existing uses in the area and will not change the predominant character of the neighborhood. The expected hours of operations are also consistent with other automobile and drive-through oriented businesses in that area. There is adequate capacity with city infrastructure to serve the proposed development. Existing infrastructure within the Station 60 development is adequate to serve the site, and improvements to the Colfax Avenue right-of-way will provide further capacity for the site and improve overall connectivity with the surrounding neighborhood, and adverse impacts to the surrounding area have been mitigated. Mechanical equipment will be screened and vacuum motors enclosed to reduce noise. Robust perimeter landscaping will provide visual screening and improve the pedestrian experience. Economic conditions and maximization of profit are not a consideration within the conditional use criteria. UDO section 146-5.4.3.b.2 lists the criteria necessary to approve a site plan application, which are now displayed on screen. Staff finds that the application meets these criteria because the application complies with all applicable standards and criteria in the UDO, including standards addressing architecture, building design and orientation, landscaping, parking, and accessible routes. The site development utilizes and improves existing city infrastructure, in that proposed improvements to Colfax Avenue will provide increased mobility opportunities to the surrounding area. Furthermore, the development will utilize existing private roadways interior to the site, adding landscaping improvements to adjacent street frontages, creating a more comfortable on-street environment. The application will improve and expand upon multimodal connections with adjacent sites and surrounding development, as the improvements to Colfax Avenue will support increased pedestrian mobility into and through the site. Completion of the street-side landscaping will support a more comfortable pedestrian environment and encourage use of nearby public transit facilities. As mentioned previously, bicycle racks are proposed, further supporting multimodal transportation opportunities for employees. Adverse impacts to the surrounding area have been mitigated through methods of screening and noise reduction practices. Site landscaping will provide visual screening and improve the overall pedestrian experience. And again, the size, scale, height, density, traffic impacts, and hours of operation are compatible and consistent with existing uses in the area, including those of other nearby automobile-related uses, and will not change the predominant character of the surrounding neighborhood. Based on these findings, and for the reasons stated in tonight's presentation and within the staff report, staff recommends approval of Agenda Item 12A, conditional use request to allow a motor vehicle wash within the MUC zone district for the aforementioned reasons. Staff also recommends approval of Agenda Item 12B to allow for a site plan for an approximately 4,302 square foot car wash facility on an approximately 1.69 acre site within the MUC zone district. Approval of the site plan to be subject to one condition. resolution of outstanding technical issues prior to recordation of the site plan, and issuance of any building permits. And with that, I've concluded my presentation and I'm available for any questions the council may have. The applicant also has a presentation following mine this evening. Thank you.
A presentation by the applicant.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of council. My name is David Foster, 360 South Garfield. I'm here on behalf of the applicant this evening. I want to begin by making sure that you know I'm not going to be using hardly any of this time. I'm going to make a couple of very brief comments. I know that there's public waiting to speak. It's a late night. I want to afford them the opportunity to speak, and then we'll reserve our opportunity to come up and in closing, in rebuttal, speak to some of the issues. But I don't want to have to say it twice for everybody's benefit tonight. We're very grateful to your staff, grateful to the Planning Commission. We did watch the hearing where you made a decision to call up this issue. So we're happy tonight to be able to present this. We're proud of it. It meets all of the criteria. We hope that by the end of tonight's hearing, you'll agree that the criteria has been met. The only thing that I'm going to mention, and we have our team here to answer any of the specific questions. The only thing I wanted to draw your attention to as you're sitting there are a couple of really important documents. We're also submitting a subsequent letter of support from the neighboring property and also some information relating to the water use. We're supplementing the information that's already in the record. I would direct your attention to three things. One is page 396. I know you've got a long packet tonight, but page 396 of your packet is actually from your own staff report, and it's the paragraph on zoning and comprehensive plan compatibility. I think it's very well done. I think it speaks to a lot of the issues that I heard the night that you made a decision to call this up for tonight's hearing. The second is a statute, an ordinance that you already have on the books, 146-335RR, the conditional use requirement, speaking to spacing. You've already made a determination as a city council how many is too many in this city in terms of certain uses. This qualifies. We are meeting the code as it relates to spacing. So issues about too many within too close proximity is something that you've already addressed in your code. And finally, I know people never like to read a lawyer's letter, but on page 602 of the packet is a letter that we've submitted for tonight that goes into even more detail than your own staff has done, explaining how we've met all of the criteria. These things are in your packet. It's a long packet tonight. I hope that you've had a chance to review it in its entirety. We'll be available for any comments and to rebut any issues that are raised during public comment. Thanks.
Thank you. Katie, does anybody wish to speak on this issue?
Yes. The first person is Jennifer Stratman.
Hello, everybody. I'm sure you saw my angry face back there. I am Jennifer Stratman. I live in Norfolk Glen, which is in Ward 4. And just to say, for starters, this car wash would dramatically change the characteristics of our neighborhood. We have nesting bald eagles, we have deer, we have every wildlife you can imagine. I am a wildlife biologist by trade, so a car wash doesn't really go hand in hand with nesting bald eagles, so just that to start. I'm here to respectfully ask you to vote against the Quick Trip proposed bubble bath car wash. I am frustrated with Station 60 development overall, and now the car wash specifically. A conditional use project should only be approved when it benefits the community and does minimal harm. This proposal does neither. It ignores the community feedback. It sidestepped proper public notice. I walk by this site every single day with my dog and have for the last 5 years. I have not seen one single yellow sign. I was sent one in an email, and that sign literally paralleled Colfax Avenue on a closed pedestrian sidewalk. How was I supposed to see that? And the other residents in my neighborhood, there's 3 other ones here tonight, none of them have seen them, and many of them have lived here for well over 20 years. This business adds unnecessary and unwanted business to the already overburdened area. As a homeowner, it directly impacts my community. And as I tell you plainly, this car wash does nothing to improve the quality of life of our neighborhood or our neighbors, our environment, or the neighborhood as a whole. We already have 3 car washes within a quarter mile of this one, including one literally across the street. A 4th would add yet another massive eyesore, excessive traffic on an already narrow street that residents are terrified to drive by, where we also do not have any sidewalks on, and it also adds a heavy burden on our already stretched water and energy resources. What makes this worse is that Quick Trip has not fulfilled any prior commitments to our neighborhood. I promised pedestrian infrastructure, safety improvements, and community amenities remain unfinished years after they developed the initial parcel. Until those obligations are met, approving yet another conditional use sends a message that promises in our neighborhood don't matter. What Norfolk Glen actually needs is basic infrastructure, useful retail, things like pedestrian access, a grocery option, coffee shop, or every other day essentials. We have been clear. We do not need more gas stations, car washes, or liquor stores. Please vote no and help Norfolk Glen get the basic necessities and infrastructure this community has been asking and waiting for far, far too long. Thank you.
Leslie Clark.
My name's Leslie Clark. I've been here all night, and thank you for letting me speak. I do have a prepared message. I do live in Norfolk Glen, in Ward 2. I've lived in my neighborhood over 40 years. I'm here today to say, please vote no to this. We are glad the city is finally paying attention to our long-neglected neighborhood, and we are not here to attack Quick Trip as a business. We are upset about how the process has unfolded and how repeatedly Quick Trip has failed to deliver on what was promised, somewhat what Jen alluded to. Station 660 was presented with something positive and was presented as something positive and community focused. Instead, it has added stressors while leaving key commitments unmet. Quick Trip was required to install a pedestrian crossing to the Highland Canal. 4 years later, there is nothing there, and I walk the Highland Canal. I have to go down the canal and go up, like there's no walkway in that area to get back to the street. The street light on Norfolk remains unfixed, creating an ongoing safety issue. Even basic measures like no parking signage took nearly a year to install. At this point, Quick Trip does not feel like a good neighbor. There's also no need for another car wash, like Jen has said. I can walk to another self-car wash where you do it yourself, and there's another one down the street, and there's one across the street. As I said, I've lived there a long time. I wouldn't even go to this car wash. And the traffic on Norfolk is unbelievable. Because of the apartments, there's cars on both sides, and if we go further down toward Colfax, there's going to be a lot more congestion there, and I think that's going to be really difficult to get in and out of the neighborhood. So I don't think we need a car wash. Like Jen said, I'd love to walk down there, have a cup of coffee, maybe there'd be a library there, maybe a police station, maybe a little grocery store, different things that other places get. Like when you see other apartment buildings, they have below it, there's all these shops. We have none of that. And there's another piece of land on the other side of Colfax. When that gets developed, what's that area going to be like? I would like it to be something that I could walk to, that we could walk our children in strollers and enjoy it. So I would like you all to vote no. Please, vote no. And that's all. Thank you.
Aaron Futrell.
Oh, it's been a long night. Thank you, Council, Honorable Mayor. So the first thing I'm going to start with is we've talked about accessibility all night, especially since we can't get that wheelchair elevator fixed for Ally and other citizens. So when we talk about accessibility, it's been referenced repeatedly tonight, but accessibility is not just about ramps. curbs, cuts, or compliance. It's about economic inclusion and the right to meaningful work. Gleam Car Wash actively employs and supports people with both visible and invisible disabilities, creating a space where individuals can earn a living wage, build confidence, and belong to a community that understands the lived experience. When we talk about disability rights, we must remember that employment is one of the greatest barriers people with disabilities face. Policies that remove inclusive workplaces, especially those proven to work directly, undermine the values we claim to uphold. Approving a large corporate car wash directly across the street threatens the viability of a business that has intentionally built accessibility into its mission, not just its infrastructure. I understand Quick Trip's interest in investing in Aurora. Aurora is a great place to invest in, but expansion cannot come at the cost of displacing a small, locally owned business that serves a protected and often marginalized population. We have seen smaller proposals attempted in other parts of the city, even in areas already saturated with gas stations and car washes, like Havana and Parker. That pattern raises serious questions about planning, equity, and community impact. As a regular citizen, I'm asking you to reconsider this item. Please choose policy that prioritizes equity over people over profit, and community-rooted inclusion over corporate convenience. Gleam Car Wash is not just a business. It is a model of what is accessible, values-driven, economic participation, and what it should look like in Aurora.
Elijah Williams.
My name is Elijah Williams. I grew up in Aurora, and I've been a car wash consultant and on the design team and construction team for 6 car washes in this city. Ms. Barada has submitted a written analysis of major code conflicts in this application, which is included in your packet. I want to be clear. These are planning's codes, planning's comments, and not opinions. I reviewed the application exactly as I would instruct my own design team. The site plan is explicit. Customers and vehicles shall only be served from the rear or the side of a building that is not adjacent to street frontage. As shown on the site plan, customers will be pulling up and ordering from a service window directly on Colfax. The configuration is not allowed by code. The applicant and planning describe the landscaping here as paying special attention to Colfax. They are going to show you this. I want you to look closely at what is actually shown. There is no retaining wall or fence which is required for this drive-through screening buffer under the landscape code 4.7.5. The planting table only shows that they are meeting minimum code. Planting references a 6-foot bristlecone pine as screening. As you can see, it does not screen this menu. Projects granted flexibility on this standard were either in overlay districts or constrained infill sites. This is a greenfield site. They have the space. They have chosen not to comply. If there are conflicts in the code, the UDO or the master plan, the most restrictive standard must apply. Planning missed this view in their presentation. This is facing north from the exit of the tunnel. I measured it off of this inlet right here. The car wash tunnel is pointed directly at nearby residential units. Planning discusses the vacuum noise, but the real issue is the tunnel blowers. Even if decibel limits are met, residents who open their windows will hear this tunnel noise continually. If approved, This will be the first car wash in Aurora allowed to direct its tunnel exit noise towards residential homes, neighborhood protection. Thank you.
Emily Barada.
Mayor and council, thank you for your time. My name is Emily Barada. I founded and run nope, I did not find, I'd be a billionaire. I founded and run Gleam Car Wash right here in Aurora. I'm here tonight to ask you to vote no on Quick Trip's proposed car wash at Airport and Colfax. First, I want to sincerely thank the members of council who voted to call up the Planning Commission's very reluctant, if you watch the video, approval. Council's vote mattered. It said this decision deserved a closer look, and it does. I hope you've had time to review the agenda packet. My letter is in there, and it lays out in excruciating detail the many code-based reasons this application does not comply with Aurora's zoning and design standards. I want to be clear about something. This is not about asking for special treatment for Gleam or even for small businesses generally. This is about fairness and the rule of law, and to ensure that big multi-billion-dollar businesses get treated the same as the rest of us. What's proposed would be the 10th car wash within a 2-mile radius. That level of saturation should give all of us pause. Over the last 5 years, Aurora has approved 15 new tunnel car washes. Every one of those washes, including ours, had to comply with zoning rules, design standards, and conditions for approval. So it's fair to ask, why are those same standards now being bent or ignored for Quick Trip? Just one example, Gleam was required to place our pay stations out of sight from Colfax because serving customers along the frontage is not allowed under the code. Way back here, those are our pay stations. They are at the northern end of our site. People driving by cannot see them. Okay, I've lost my place. So yeah, Quick Trip proposes to place service and pay stations directly along Colfax, a clear violation of code. That's not fairness. That's unequal application of the law. A conditional use, changing course here, is exactly that. It is conditional. It exists so council can decide whether a project is the right use, in the right place, at the right time. Even one unresolved concern is enough to say no. And here there are many. This, incidentally, this is Quick Trip's own rendering. So it's really very beautiful what they are proposing to put in. So Quick Trip is a successful company, one that went from 0 to 24 locations in Colorado in just the last 3 years. Quick Trip will be fine without this car wash. But locally owned businesses like ours are not immune to oversaturation. Gleam employs neurodiverse individuals, voluntarily exceeds water conservation requirements, and supports affordable housing. We are proud of that, and we're also struggling on Colfax. Approving another large, and in this case code non-compliant, car wash at this location risks putting people out of work, increasing blight, and undermining the very goals Aurora has set for this corridor. Tonight, you have an opportunity to make your stated support for local business, responsible water use, and thoughtful development real. Please vote no.
Ron Engelbrecht.
So it should go easier. I'm Ron Engelbrecht. I live in Norfolk Glen. I've lived there for many years, and I oppose this Quick Trip putting in this car wash, because like people have already said, there's 3 car washes within a half a mile or a quarter of a mile there, and we don't need another one. We need more friendly retail stores and stuff in that community there. And I know you guys are all busy, but I'd ask for you guys to take a trip out there and look at the situation and see how Norfolk is all congested and everything else. We just need to not let that happen. I mean, you know, Quick Trip's a big company. We're peons, so we may not have much say, but you guys do. Thank you.
Dennis Gray.
Hello again, my name is Dennis. I live in Norfolk Glen. My biggest concern with this is the kids. The new apartment buildings that are there, they come across Norfolk, which is a very narrow street now, and cars are parked on both sides, and they're bumper to bumper on the weekends. During the week, it's a little better, but not much. And we have absolutely no speed bumps in that area of Norfolk Glen anywhere. And the cars that go through there would have a tendency to be going a little faster because they want to get in and out as quickly as possible. My house backyard faces the greenbelt, and the kids come across the street from the apartments, and I think there's 6 apartments. And during the summer and springtime, the kids come across there because it is a green belt and it's easily accessible because of the townhomes that are right there. And unfortunately, with the cars being so close together and the street so narrow, it's very hard to see the kids that would come across. Anywhere in the spring and summertime, especially on the weekends, there's anywhere from 15 to 20 kids that are playing soccer on the greenbelt and football also. And I thank you.
Georgina Tenario. Doug McMurrin.
Mayor, Council. I've been here since 6:30, and I can see how you guys do this. I've been to many council sessions from Princeton, New Jersey to San Antonio, Texas. I've developed 4 million square feet of shopping centers. I personally developed 2 quick trips in Atlanta, Georgia. I am one of the owners of the former Super Kmart at East Colfax and Chambers, which is now the Vasa Fitness, La Plaza Colorado, and Aurora Mucho. I'm normally them, okay? I rarely would ever come up and speak against a commercial development, but I'm telling you, if you approve this, in my opinion, you will create blight. And it does not meet that condition that staff pointed out. I took a picture of it. It's inconsistent, and I'll read it to you if you want me to. You probably already know it. It said the application is consistent with the comprehensive planned city corridor place type and will help further city goals of supporting new commercial uses within this place type that can serve the surrounding neighborhoods. It will put Emily Barada's $9 million investment under. I guarantee you. She is an amazing woman. She won't sit up here and tell you this publicly, and I probably shouldn't say it, but we've shared stories about the times that we've gone through with COVID and the difficulties that we have along East Colfax, which adding another car wash, you will absolutely create blight and put another, one of the best, I think, car washes in the city is what Emily's created. Something to be really proud of. And I'm not bashing Quick Trip. They're a great operator. I think one of the best in the country. Your conditional use allows you to say yes or no. I listened to the planning board presentation, and honestly, they think just because the landscaping, and the elevations are right, they had to approve it. They got pushed hard, which was really surprising. You can say yes or no. You can say no now, and you can say yes later. We're struggling in that corridor. I had door counts. We bring over 2 million people to my project alone. That's more than the Gaylord Hotel, and that's more than the flea market. So I'm asking you for help in the corridor, and this is not help. The gentleman who did the great review, these are fundamental site and design failures. Conditional use permit criteria are not satisfied. Planning board's approval findings cannot be supported. I agree with him as a real estate developer and owner, and I ask you, please don't approve this right now. Thank you very much.
Questions of staff of the applicant? Does anybody else wish to speak?
Mayor?
Mayor.
Questions of staff of the applicant. Okay, Councilmember Bergen.
Thank you. I have a few questions for staff first. I know it was brought up that there wasn't public notice. Can you tell us if there was public notice and who that was given to?
Sure, yeah. So public notice for both this hearing and the Planning Commission hearing was provided to all abutting property owners as well as all registered neighborhood organizations within a mile of the site location. And then the public notice sign was posted on the site itself at the Colfax Street frontage.
Okay. And then I don't know if we have the general manager of water or somebody from water here. Oh, hi, Marshall. Yeah, my question is, there was an assertion made about water usage being above our metrics, our threshold. Can you talk to us about that?
Yes.
Yeah.
Mayor, City Council, our car wash standards have actually become more stringent over the last few years, and what is proposed is compliant with our more stringent requirements today compared to 3 years, 5 years, 10 years ago. So what's being proposed from a water use perspective is an efficient use that's consistent with our code.
Okay, thank you. And then for staff, out of the conformance with the code, with the UDO, was there anything that was not in compliance?
Not from our perspective. I believe that they satisfied all the code requirements as written.
Okay, because I think there was an assertion that it was not, so all the standards were met per code.
Yes.
Okay, and then also, I'm looking at my notes here. On one of the charts, it has, there it is. It has total signs permitted or required 5, and then it has proposed 2. So is that a requirement that you have to have 5?
That's a maximum limitation.
Maximum, okay, so not a minimum. Okay, and then for the parking, they exceed the requirement.
That's correct, and there is no cap necessarily on the parking either.
Okay, and then on the pay station, can you explain that? It was stated that Gleam's Car Wash has them further back. Can you explain why there would be a change in that?
Yes, my understanding based on the code is that that's applicable to a service window or service station where you're providing some sort of good. This would be simply a place where you, the queue continues moving more quickly than you would see with something like a service restaurant drive-through type window situation.
Okay, and then also lastly, there was a mention of no retaining wall or fence. Was that a requirement?
That's not my understanding. My understanding is that the landscaping does satisfy the requirements written within code.
Okay, that's your understanding, or that is the code?
It's the code. I'm sorry, what was that?
That is your understanding, or is that, I mean, is that factual, that there's no requirement?
I do not believe there's a requirement for a retaining wall.
There is no requirement for a fence or retaining wall.
Thank you. All right, thanks.
Mayor.
Well, are you done?
I'm done with questions for the staff. I do have questions for the applicant, but I'll, I guess, wait for that.
Councilmember Gardner.
Thank you, Mayor. It's probably a silly question, and it's really more just germane to a comment that was made. Did I hear that we require bike racks at a drive-through car wash?
We require bike racks for all commercial development within the city of Aurora.
Okay, well, that sounds like a
Including
future ordinance
auto-oriented
opportunity. My next question is, to this proposed car wash, is Gleam the closest car wash, or are there others that are closer?
There are other closer car washes, but I believe Gleam may in fact be the closest automated car wash.
Okay. And then lastly, and I just, because the answer was a little unclear, and I had a similar question to Councilmember Bergen, because the assertion was made by at least one public commenter that conditions of the code were not met. And I understand this is conditional use. However, according to the backup we were given, it complies with applicable standards of the UDO, adopted regulations, master plan, it's consistent with the comp plan, and that seems to be in conflict to it doesn't comply with the code. So is that an incorrect assertion, that it does not comply with the code?
I would disagree. I believe that it does comply with the code.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Hancock.
I just wanted to get some clarification that was stated that the blowers, and this may be for the operator, that the blowers are facing the community. Is that true? The proposal for the blowers?
Apartment buildings.
Yeah, I might defer that specifically to the applicant. And again, I know that
I'll
the
save that for
vacuums
the
are
applicant.
enclosed, but,
Okay.
or the vacuum motor is enclosed, apologies.
Okay.
Is there someone with the applicant that can address?
Mayor, so in the backup, Councilmember Hancock, it does talk about the blowers. It says mechanical equipment will be well screened and vacuum motors enclosed to reduce noise. So the staff did find, Stephen and Brandon and Lena, that based on that information, it did comply with the code.
David,
Yeah, I was just going to mention the end of that tunnel is 200 feet away from the nearest residence. That's an apartment building to the north. We're actually a little bit offset from that building. We're a little bit to the east of that building.
Can somebody from staff address we have no provision in our code to address the issue of saturation?
The only item that we have in code limits the amount of automobile-oriented uses within a 500-foot distance of an intersection that already has 2 corners occupied with automobile-oriented uses, and this would be outside of that requirement.
Outside?
That requirement would not apply to this site. I guess.
Because of distance or because of?
Because of the distance, correct.
Okay. Okay.
We can't have anything outside the record.
Okay. Further questions? Mayor Pro Tem.
Yeah, so there were a couple of points made in relation to kind of the traffic and multimodal. So one of the issues says it will improve on and expand multimodal connections with adjacent sites. And it sounds like maybe that was stated that it would happen, but then it didn't actually happen. Is that correct, that there was some kind of walking path or sidewalk connection that was proposed but that is now not being completed?
I think what you're referring to is that connection to the Highline Canal, is that correct?
Yeah.
Yeah, so my understanding, and actually this is shown within the master plan, is that trail connection is to be completed after the completion of Planning Area 1, which is that apartment complex on the north side. I have had discussions with City Parks, Recreation, and Open Space staff stating that they are currently working with Station 60 to finalize the design of that, and they expect construction for that to be completed by summer of this year.
Okay, and then related, there was a conversation about kind of the narrowness of the road given parking on both sides and concerns about safety, essentially pedestrian safety, particularly for children, in relation to kind of the impacts of existing development. Is there any way that that gets assessed in the traffic and safety assessments?
There was a traffic impact letter that was submitted with this that was approved by Aurora's traffic department as well, and was compliant with, I believe, the traffic impact study that was done with the master plan.
But that generally focuses on traffic volumes, correct? It doesn't focus on kind of space and capacity in terms of impacts of parking. Is that correct?
I suppose that would be correct. Yeah, it does not, there is no portion of the master plan that shows that speed bumps were to be installed or anything like that. Not sure quite how relevant that would be to this specific site since it doesn't front onto Norfolk, but yes.
Mayor?
Yeah, Councilmember Bergen.
And I apologize because I don't remember the name of the last speaker that used to be on the developer side, but I have a question for you, sir.
Yes, ma'am. My name's Doug McMurrin.
Oh, thank you. So you had said that some of the code had not been met. Can you tell us what section of the code has not been met?
No, that was that gentleman who's way more professional at that kind of stuff than I am. I think it doesn't meet code because it doesn't help the surrounding neighborhoods. If you approve this, you'll create blight. You'll put a $9 million car wash out of business for this new bubble bath.
Okay.
Which I don't think is consistent.
Right, but that's not relevant. It's not
From a code
relevant to our
standpoint,
code.
that gentleman did a great presentation.
Okay. All right, I'll ask you the same question.
The landscaping code I was referring to, I was only able to pull up after I had seen the applicant and planning's presentations. And what it is 146.4.7.5, required landscaping, drive-through screening adjacent to street frontages. A wall between 42 and 48 inches in height shall be provided to mitigate noise, minimize visual impacts associated with on-site signs and speakers, as well as screen drive-through aisles, service areas, stacking lanes, and abutting public or private streets right of way. The wall shall match or complement the colors, materials, aesthetic theming, and main structure. Landscaping consisting with low shrubs shall be provided along exterior streets to soften the appearance of the wall. Screen walls may be located within any required buffer setbacks. The other code that I mentioned is this 146.4.6.7, drive-through stacking areas. Customers and vehicles shall only be served through service windows or order stations located on the rear of the building or on a side of the building, not adjacent to street frontage.
Okay, sir, let me, if I don't mind.
Go ahead. Yeah.
So, as you know, council is going to be looking at the legal standard that's in section 146-5.4.3.A.3, right? There's a set of 7 criteria, and I think what Councilmember Bergen is asking is which one of those 7 criteria, not the extra stuff, right? Because that's not part of the standard that council's looking at, but what part of the 7 criteria in that section are you telling council it does not meet?
Correct, that's what I wanted.
So am I allowed to get other slides?
Please, yes.
Thank you.
Oh, now it pulled up finally. I couldn't get this.
579.
I know, it's just like,
Is it too big?
it's too big or something.
Yeah, it's.
The Development Act application specifically starts with size, scale, height, and density. The height of Quick Trip's tower is also out of code. This is a table 146.2.4, and in this table you have to scroll up and down to find this. This is in the MUC district. It is a 38-foot max. They have a 48-foot tower design, and this applies to general structures and to affordable housing structures.
Okay.
This property touches affordable housing. It abuts it.
Okay.
Okay.
I'm wondering if I can,
Yeah, go ahead.
Can we have staff respond?
Yeah, I'd like to have staff respond. So you're saying the height is not in compliance with our standards because it's You said it needs to be, it's 40 and it needs to be 38 max.
Yes. And these
Okay,
are-
so can
these
I
are
please
minor
ask staff?
design.
Sorry, staff, can you please answer why there might be a 2-foot discrepancy there?
Sure. In fact, what I would assert is that if you look at that chart that he's showing there, that portion that shows the 38-foot height limit is applicable specifically to properties within 75 feet of an R1 or R2 zoned area.
Okay.
And that also additionally, where he's pointing out the statement about affordable housing structures, that would be applicable specifically to an affordable housing structure.
Right.
Not a structure located near.
Not to this structure. Okay, thank you, thank you.
And Mayor, if I, and here
I'm good.
The other part is just that when we look at the standard, it says the size, scale, height, density, multimodal traffic impacts, and hours of operation of the proposed use are compatible with existing and planned uses of the surrounding area. There's nothing specific with the code section that you're talking about. Again, that's the standard under the conditional use in our code.
Thank you.
Okay. Anything else?
No,
I'm
done with my question to him. Thank you.
Okay.
I have a couple.
No, you got yeah.
Unless somebody else asks him to speak.
Okay.
Well, are there any other significant points you want to bring up? And then I'm going to go, because we got to wrap this up and then go to staff.
Any other questions? Then we'll go to the applicant.
Okay.
Any other questions?
It was, sorry, directed to me?
Yeah.
No, I'm
Okay.
done.
Any other questions from council to anybody?
Any other questions from council to staff or the applicant?
Then you can ask the applicant to come up and give his closing.
Okay. If the applicant can come up and give closing remarks, does he? Okay. Yeah,
So,
3 minutes.
Again, thank you for giving me a few moments. There's nothing worse than you probably have a greater appreciation for your staff right now than maybe you did before tonight started, because this is what they do as professionals every day. There were 4 reviews that we went through to meet every single aspect of the code. We're not asking for a variance from any condition of the code, from any condition of the site plan. There are comments under 146.475C about public and private street frontages shall include landscaping in accordance with this section unless another provision of the UDO or an approved master plan. So we have Station 60. I mean, we could literally spend all night redoing and reviewing what your staff has already done at least 4 times. And they've done it properly, and this meets the code. There are no provisions within the code that are not met. And more importantly, we meet all of the criteria. I know, I certainly am sympathetic to the fact that somebody has made an investment in your city and is worried about competition. I get it. I mean, you have to be absolutely not a human to understand that particular issue. But you've already established spacing requirements. You've already established density requirements. You have the authority, not tonight, to change those rules and to make it less possible for another station. I'm not encouraging you to do that, but that's what you have as policymakers. And frankly, that's what the Planning Commission was almost verbatim saying, and you can look at the notes from the Planning Commission. They said, we're not the policymakers, City Council is the policymaker. You're the policymaker. So if you want...
It's midnight, time to go.
It is midnight.
I think somebody's trying to tell us something here.
I should probably take a cue, I'm guessing. There were a number of other issues that were raised in public comment. I think my clock should still be running. I don't want to violate any time restraints tonight. But we have fulfilled promises. We have already submitted the application for access to the Highline Canal. That is in process as we speak. The signal, we pay a quarter of it because we have a quarter of the intersection. We've already done that. We will already escrow those dollars for that payment of the economic inclusion. Again, I'm sensitive to it, but that's not a standard upon which you can review this application tonight. And then the water. We did make an additional submittal. We meet all of the water requirements. Water's expensive in Aurora. We're not going to be using more water than is necessary, and we're using state-of-the-art mechanics in order to meet all of our needs. So again, appreciate your time and hope that you will concur with Planning Commission and approve this.
Public hearing is now closed and a motion is in order.
Mayor.
Councilmember Gardner.
Motion to approve item 12A.
Moved by Councilmember Gardner, seconded by?
Bergen.
Seconded by Councilmember Bergen. Further discussion?
Mayor?
Councilmember Bergen.
Yeah. I just want to say that I understand from Gleam's perspective in terms of, your concerns. We are to go by the standards of the zoning and and our UDO code. It was brought up in terms of we have too many car washes and so forth, but right now, and again, the gentleman just mentioned that we as policymakers could make a change in how many, car washes are within a certain distance, but it currently, they are allowed to have that per our zoning, just like we don't limit number of coffee shops or we don't limit number of hair salons. We start doing that, we are going to start to interfere with the free market in terms of telling one business, oh, you can be there, but your business can't be there, and you start to get into choosing to favoritism. And so we have to be really careful when we do make policy that limits businesses. Again, something that we can look at. So I personally, I sympathize with Gleam Car Wash, and I know you've made a huge investment in our city. I hope that you will continue to be successful. It's also, the applicant is also making an investment in our city as well. It's not inexpensive to purchase land and to put in the infrastructure. So I will be supporting the Planning Commission's decision. Further discussion.
Mayor.
Councilmember Gardner.
Yeah, I agree. Similar comments with Councilmember Bergen. I'm sympathetic to Gleam. I understand the concerns. I understand how challenging competition can be. But we're faced with those decisions every day. Businesses come into our... Can I speak, please?
Can you?
We're faced with those decisions every day where businesses want to come into our community and they potentially represent competition to another business, whether it's restaurants or hair salons or coffee shops or anything else like that. And, that alone is not a reason to deny an application. The fact is, this application complies with our UDO, it applies with our regulations, it applies with the master plan, it's consistent with our comprehensive plan, it meets all of that criteria. Now, perhaps it's worth having the conversation in the future about, the number of car washes we want or distance between them or things like that. And that's a policy conversation we might be able to have later, but it's not a conversation you have now. You don't change policy midstream, that you don't do that to an applicant. The fact is that they have met all criteria for approval, and so because of all those reasons, I will be supporting it as well.
Further discussion?
Mayor?
Councilmember Horton.
Brain is starting to slow down, y'all, but there was a question that I would love a follow-up on if possible. I know what I'm going to vote at this point, but the assertion was made by a public member that all other car washes are in code and in compliance with how the community has shared that versus what has been told by staff. And so just have a few clarifying questions on what other car wash exists in the city of Aurora that is similar to what is being proposed. So that would just, sorry,
So-
delayed on that question. Yeah, go ahead.
So, sorry, yeah, so Councilmember Horton, because we have a script, right, and you're asking good questions, right? But at this point, because there's a motion on the table,
Yeah.
basically.
So it was a moment of concern.
I understand. Well, so what's going on with other car washes, right? Because as Councilmember Gardner stated, we don't have any limitations about the specific use. The use doesn't matter in this particular application. Does the application meet the standard in our UDO, which is on page 579 of your backup? There's 7 criteria that are there. And the code says a conditional use shall be approved with conditions, or denied just based on the criteria. So as Councilmember Gardner, Councilmember Bergen already stated, there's some free market stuff out there. If that was in the standard, you guys could consider that as part of your decision-making process, but it's not part of the legal standard that's listed in the UDO. And so so to answer your question about whether or not other car washes and so forth, it's not relevant to the standard that we have to meet for conditional use.
Okay, further discussion?
Mayor.
Mayor Pro Tem.
So yes, council is the body that ends up making the final decision when there's a question or a conflict. We trust and respect our staff to provide us with accurate information. We trust our Planning and Zoning Commission to do their best to interpret the code appropriately. But when it finally comes to us in our quasi-judicial capacity, we have these set of criteria to evaluate. And one of those criteria that is intended, I think, to give us as a council the ability to be responsive to our constituents and to think about unintended consequences or unanticipated issues is criteria 7. That is mitigating any adverse impacts on the surrounding area to the degree practicable. And so that's the area where I think we have some flexibility as a council to make a decision, to not just say our hands are tied by the policy as it currently already exists. Folks have expressed concerns about blight, and that's not just like random flight of fancy concern about blight. That's an individual who's been responsible for commercial developments in our city in this specific corridor, as well as in other areas, that stated that concern to us, that I'm concerned that this will result in blight. I'm going to listen to that and say, you know what, we might not have an application that's mitigating the adverse conditions as best it can. And the other consideration, right, competition is not an adverse impact to the area, but loss of beneficial businesses in the area is a loss to that area and to the community in that area and to the quality of the development taking place in that area. And so I think that we do have the flexibility to consider that issue of the adverse impacts and to think about it from our own critical lens. And from my perspective, given what's been stated to us, I disagree that condition 7 has been met.
Mayor?
Councilmember Bergen.
So now we're being pretty creative because I remember an apartment complex going into my ward that was literally next door to homes, 4-story buildings that were not compatible in my view, and I was told that that was too subjective on my part because I had to go by code, and the rest of council, other than Councilmember Lawson and I voted against it, but that the rest of council said that it had met all requirements. So now, I don't know why we have code, because we can just be very creative and just I don't even understand the blight argument whatsoever. So you're saying that their car wash is going to create blight? Because it looks like blight right now with this empty field with probably a bunch of prairie dogs. So I don't understand how putting in a car wash is going to make it more blight.
I guess I have a question of staff, a legal question, and that is, can you extend the definition of blight, as the Mayor Pro Tem was talking about, over to saying that there's a probability that it will cause a business to fail, and that creates blight?
Go ahead, Lena.
I'm sorry?
Yeah, Rachel. Okay. So this can be Rachel Allen, the Deputy City Attorney over Development and Natural Resources. Also Oh, you're right. You're right, issue, yeah.
Thank you. I'm Rachel Allen with the City Attorney's Office, responding to the question with respect to blight. For this particular project, I'm not entirely familiar with the project, but certainly there are any number of things that could contribute to blight in a particular area. I don't have the definition in statute offhand. If you'll give me a few minutes, this is something I can
Let me
pull
present
up.
the question real quick to you, and that is that if the entrance of a new competitor causes such saturation in the market that it causes others to fail, of similar businesses, and that in fact creates blight, does that meet that criteria?
Let me answer it. It does not, because economic conditions and maximization of profit are not considered as part of blight under the UDO.
Thank you. I agree with that statement.
What he said, yeah. Okay. Further discussion? Seeing none, and we have a motion on the floor to approve. Seeing no further discussion, then call for the question on 12A.
I'm pretty sure that criteria is
Mayor Kaufman?
conditional.
Mayor votes yes.
There wasn't a conditional either.
Councilmember Hancock? Thank you. Councilmember Wiles?
What's that?
Oh, she recused herself. Councilmember Horton?
No.
The motion passes with 6 yes votes, 4 no votes from Councilmember Coombs, Medina, Horton, and Jackson.
Would the clerk now please read the title to item number 12B?
Item 12B is public hearing consideration of a call-up by the City Council of the City of Aurora, Colorado to review a conditional use and site plan application for a motor vehicle wash within the MUC zone district.
Public hearing is now open. Presentation by staff.
Presentation. Mayor, through you, the previous presentation represents this item as well.
Presentation by the applicant.
Same, Mr. Mayor.
Does anybody wish to be heard on this issue?
Yes. The first person that we have is Elijah Williams.
This is a separate issue, but covers the same. This is really about, it's not about blight, it's about protecting the neighborhood, and it's about the applicant following through with Aurora's code. There's a lot of comments about the required public plaza. Oh, darn it. And Quick Trip knows how to build a plaza. They have one at their gas station. And they have diverted the code, they have not, planning used other language, and they ended up with a patio. When we talk about meeting other codes, like horizontal articulation. The master plan gave specific guidance that all materials and articulation shall continue on all sides, including areas deemed back of the house. And this was not done. And what really kind of gets me is all of the effort that every other car wash operator or designer has done in Aurora, that this applicant has been allowed to do something else. They've been allowed to point their tunnel at residential. They've been allowed to put their drive-up and queuing along frontage. And these are not allowed in any other car wash in Aurora. I drove past every single one of them. And the site plan is flawed. And what's known in planning is that if there is a conflict in the code, the UDO, or the master plan, the most restrictive path must be taken. And that is not what has happened with this application or this site plan. I feel the neighborhood, because of where the traffic is going to pull into this car wash, that's right where those kids want to play. Pointing the blowers at the building, if it's 200 feet away, they'll meet the code, but you will always consistently hear it. And this is an easy thing to fix. Turn your site plan around, redesign your building, and we can come back and have this conversation again about something else. Thank you.
Emily Barada.
Oh, wait, I need one of those. I didn't pull it out. This one, where's the one that shows all the other car washes that I'm sorry, okay, so with all due respect, and I have a lot of respect for planning departments, and I know Stephen has put a lot of work into this. With all due respect, you have been presented with misinformation, and I think it was very sincerely done, but he has not done a very good job. So when you turn and you ask experts, generally speaking, you do want to respect them and what they have done. In this instance, this is just, it is appalling. And they are blatantly violating multiple codes here. And just because Stephen, I don't know what his experience is, he's a very nice gentleman, but he does not actually seem to understand what he's doing. So when you ask him questions and he says, well, I think so, I think this, I hired someone who has done car wash development across the country in lots of different, I don't know why Stephen interpreted this the way it does, but if you need something to hang your hat on, to say no, or to say, hey, Quick Trip, they had a site plan that properly oriented their car wash. They are not allowed, it is not allowed in code to have a service window adjacent to frontage, period. The frontage is Colfax. They are trying to get away with reorienting their entire site by saying that Colfax isn't their front door. That's absurd, and that puts them in the category of a bad actor. Again, they authored Station 60. They were supposed to already have this bridge, this pedestrian bridge to protect people going from point A to point B. They don't have a bridge. We did not find it in their civil plans. It's not fair. It's not fair that small businesses have to comply with code, that all the other big businesses, the Cobblestone, who has also inundated the market, had to apply. There are literally no other car washes in the city of Aurora that are pointing their tunnel at residential. That's just rude. That is not protecting, so A, their site plan is just whacked, and they're getting away with it. I don't know why Stephen's letting them get away with it. Really, truly, I have no idea. It's baffling. And then there are all these other things, like they might actually violate UDO 4.4.8. I went through, if you probably didn't have time because it was so big, but we went through and we listed all of the many, many ways that that the site plan violates code. And then it's a conditional use. Cities across the country use conditional uses. All you have to say is, we don't think this is the right project right here, right now. That's actually whatever your attorney here says, like, that's what our attorneys looked at it too. And they were like, yeah, it's kind of weird, but a conditional use is just that, it is conditional. It is a tool you have given yourselves for land use decisions.
Boycott, quick trip, boycott, let's boycott that.
Doug McMurrin. Median Schofter.
Good.
I have zero expertise in zoning or code. I have none of that. What I do have is experience with this community. I don't know if y'all were here for it or not, but there was a gentleman in community who came and spoke about the experience of being employed by Gleam, and he told you that you needed to protect that space. And no matter what we were here for tonight, it was a packed house. No matter what we were here for that night, that young man's experience united everybody. Everybody stood up, clapped, and cheered. Because Gleam is doing something different in the community than any other space. Why we wouldn't want to protect that, I don't understand. The community is talking to you. They're not coming with emotion. They're not coming with assumption. They came with facts. They came with details to the point where y'all caught them back up here. Francois calling them back up here like they work for her and then dismissed them when she got what she needed. We're watching what is happening. There's an ancestral thing that happens when you come into community with a pure heart and you listen and you engage. I did not know I was going to come to the meeting on January 12th, and on January 13th I would still be here. But the ancestor said, sit right there. Pay attention to what's happening. I was sleepy, and then the vote happened, and now I'm awake again. We're hearing this new administration talk about creating relationships, building bridges. Let's work together. Let's make sure that we're engaging, we're listening, etc. Those relationships start now. And we're going to pay attention to everything. And sadly enough, all of you have inherited something that was so hard for a community. So your rev up isn't as big as we would like it to be. But you got to know that everything that happens, we're paying attention and we're going to talk to each other. So the same grace that you want the community to afford to you, you got to give it to us too. You have an owner of Gleam telling you that small businesses have to do it one way and big businesses get to do it another. Where is that okay? And all it takes is time to linger. Let's hold off. Francois clearly is confused and probably still is, but still voted yes.
Respect the time.
Hold up, give me some time back. Okay, well, seeing as how you want to engage, and you can turn my mic off if you want to. But I'm going to tell you what. When you have community come into this space,
Diaphragm.
and when you have community here to talk to you and to be present in this space, that demands respect. And every time we come to this meeting, and you get in your feelings because somebody's laughing, or you get in your feelings because somebody had something to say, at the end of the day, if respect is given, respect is received. You don't get respect ever. To me.
Hashim Coates.
Relationships matter, and at the end of the day, we are paying attention. I know what to expect from some of the people on this dais, but that expectancy is going to live through and through to everybody that is sitting on this dais. And we are not going to expect you to do anything that we will not protect you from.
The time is now 12:30. We're going to take a standing recess until 12:35.
Regular meeting of the Aurora City Council is back in session. We're-
Let me grab everybody.
Okay. Okay.
Deontay, you don't have a sermon for us right now?
They say you go back. What Tim LeMay said, take me to the king. I'm taking my church out right now. I have an atonement Peter. I'm gonna just hold the offering basket at this point. Put your donations to put Trip in this basket.
You know where it's written in the BOA stuff about the 1 year thing? To try to understand the context of how it is.
Okay, where were we at?
Machine codes is next. We're still on public comment.
Okay. Is there anybody else that wishes to speak on this issue?
Hashim Coates.
So mad.
Or no, it's flexibility of relief, actually.
For specific, yeah.
My name is Hashim Coates, and I'm here to talk about how these businesses are an eyesore. These businesses don't need to happen. The congestion is already trash in these areas. The developing, who's ever designing this, seems like they're doing it while their head is stuck in their light-proof orifice and creating these type of community plans. And that's only happening this way based upon the social economic status of the individuals in the area and based upon the voter turnout in the area. Doesn't happen this way in Ward 6. Doesn't happen this way in any of the other wards. And so that's what's actually disgusting about it. Another thing that's disgusting about it is the fact that you've heard of businesses like Gleam. You heard Medea and Schaffner get up and speak about the work that Gleam has done. And these are businesses that are not just ethical businesses, but are actually working to contribute back to the community. So last time we heard from the Quick Trip people, they duped you all. They told you all about this gas station in proximity, and you all were too lazy to actually look and find the loophole they were talking about. Then they said, Quick Trip, a great place to take your family to eat. I asked their attorney, how many times has he taken his family to Quick Trip? 0. They bring him food to his office, but they don't go to Quick Trip to eat. Who goes to Quick Trip to eat? Quick Trip is for gas and sunflower seeds for the long highway drive and a Diet Coke. And I'm just so amazed at how this business can get people ruffled. And I should have started off with, it got me ruffled. It got the whole environment ruffled, where I said something disrespectful to a friend because I'm just frustrated with the negative environment and how these trash council members sit up here and talk about respect when Mike Kaufman charged a citizen like a mad raging bull, like a rabid dog. He charged the school board director, Aonte Anderson, in a fit of violence. And I wish that you would try that shit on someone else.
Can you speak to the topic at hand?
And I don't know why these businesses pimp you out to be this type of way. I don't know the hold that Quick Trip has over all of you, but it seems like it does. And that's really sad that you guys are here to do the work of the business and not of community. Just because you can do something doesn't mean that you have to do something in that situation. This business, if the area is blighted, a car wash is not what it's going to take to erase the blight from a neighborhood. They've already told you there are 10 car washes in a 2-mile radius. If I ran, that's a radius that I could run in. We don't need this business there.
That was the last individual.
Questions of staff or of the applicant from council?
Mayor.
Councilmember Parker.
Thank you. I guess I'm trying to see who I should ask this to, I guess to staff. It was mentioned about the tunnel, and I know I read in the backup there's a bailout lane, and then they can also exit right or left. So can someone explain what the issue was with the tunnel orientation?
Sure. I don't know that there necessarily was an outright issue with the tunnel orientation. As it applies to code, I would say that based on the shape of the lot, it was almost impossible to rotate that tunnel so that it was, rotated 90 degrees or anything like that, and still have the ability to access the wash.
Okay, so in cases like this where you have a particular size lot, then that is taken into consideration when you're making these decisions that are in code.
Right. We just don't have any type of regulation within our code that would prohibit it from being oriented this way necessarily.
Okay, and then also, I guess, was the site plan changed, the orientation was changed, was it because of that? I think somebody said it was oriented a certain way and then it was changed.
I don't recall it ever being oriented a different way.
Oh, okay, thank you.
Yeah, maybe that conversation happened at a pre-application level, but in terms of the development application that was submitted to us, it's always been on that street frontage.
Further questions of council or staff of the applicant?
Mayor?
Councilmember Horton.
All right, my previous question applies now, again. Could you speak to any other gas station in Aurora that has a similar site plan to what is proposed? And I know that's maybe a really crazy question because Aurora looks very differently in a lot of different places. But we have community members making the statement that, all the other gas stations in Aurora follow a certain interpretation of the code, and this one doesn't. So clarity on where there's discrepancy in that claim, if any.
Mayor, through you, Brandon Camerata with the Planning Department. As we've kind of heard various bits and pieces of regulatory items, we heard about the height. That was, there was a piece missing from that discussion whereby we identified that it is correctly applied. Similarly with the plaza, plaza is applicable to sub-area C, and this is not sub-area C. Sub-area C is out east. So as we're trying to on the fly pick apart the assertions, I think we've come across two already that we've been able to identify as that's not how we apply that section of code. Certainly our job is to apply the regulations as they're written consistently and predictably to all applicants. That's what we did in this case.
Further questions or comments? Mayor Pro Tem.
So regarding the blower pointing at the neighborhood question, the answer was given that there wasn't another way to orient it on the parcel so that, based on the size of the parcel, so that the blower wasn't pointed at the homes. So we have a conditional use application, which means it's conditioned on that application working in the space, right? So are we somehow required to approve a conditional use application on a parcel that doesn't fit the use?
Mayor, through you, if we were on the conditional use, I think we technically already did the conditional use, but I'm happy to talk about it. Certainly we looked at that and we're aware of, when you have a car wash, typically the motor of all the vacuums is in a central location or one or two locations. And when we look at that, we want it to be fully enclosed to enclose the sound of the motor, because that's what makes the noise. And also we looked, understanding that there's residential north of this site, to have that facility south of the site. And we reviewed that as being reasonable. Certainly, you can have another opinion about that, but that's how we approach that issue.
So from a site plan standpoint, we are not required to say yes to this site plan with that issue being present.
Mayor, through you, with regards to site plan, we're following code, and we don't have a code that discusses how you approach that. When we're looking at the conditional use component of things, we try to guide it as best we can, and that's how we approach the conditional use component of this project, is have it fully enclosed and on the southern portion of the property furthest away from the residential. Again, there's options for other people that have different opinions, but that's how we approach our recommendation with the conditional use.
And Brandon, and Mayor Pro Tem, I'm going to go back to the legal standards. So under 146-5.4.3.B.2, those 6 items on a site plan approval criteria, those questions that you're asking would be applicable to what you all think as City Council under probably 4 and 6, right? Whether the application mitigates any adverse impacts on the surrounding area to the degree practicable. If you think that the blower noise is going to adversely impact the surrounding properties, then that's your opinion.
Just one factor.
Well, but that's partly. And then the 4, whether it would improve or expand multimodal connections with adjacent sites, those are the criteria. And correct me if I'm wrong, but our planning staff has applied the site plan to these criteria when you came up with your conclusion.
Correct.
Okay.
Okay.
Question.
Councilmember Bergen.
I have a question for staff. On the blower noise, do we have a decibel reading on it? I guess I'll ask the applicant.
Thank you, Councilwoman. At 200 feet, the dryers have a measurable dB reading of less than 65 dB, which is equivalent, as some of you know, to an air conditioning unit. And then the vacs at 75 feet are less than 52 dB to the property line. So that's, additionally, this was asked earlier, just in a quick review of some of the car washes in town, 857 South Havana, 479 South Airport Boulevard. Both have tunnels, actually in much closer proximity to residential. I'm not saying that's good,
right,
but it is something that the city does approve.
Okay, thank you.
Has approved.
Further questions to staff or the applicant? Okay, closing remarks from the applicant.
Again, thanks. I appreciate everybody's time tonight, and I still want to give a lot of credit to your staff for doing a professional job of reviewing the code. I want to go back to something Mayor Pro Tem brought up, which I wasn't anticipating in terms of blight, and I think it's worth a quick conversation. In Colorado, and this is from CRS 3125-103, a blighted area is legally defined as a district that, due to multiple factors like dilapidated structures, poor planning, unsafe conditions, environmental issues, significantly hinders community growth, housing, and presents an economic or social liability, endangering public health, safety, morals, or welfare, requiring public intervention for redevelopment. So when you use the term blight, I just want to be clear that that's the legally defined term for blight in Colorado. Further, and I think this is important, and I would hearken you to the letter that I made mention to on page 602, my letter, specifically page 605, because there is a condition within the criteria, both in the site plan and the conditional use, where the application mitigates any adverse impacts on the surrounding area to the degree practicable. And so you have to actually think about what surrounding area is. And your code gives us some guidance there. And surrounding areas used many times in the UDO, it is used to refer to adjacent properties. And so now what we're doing is we're talking about a property that is a half a mile away and creating blight. And again, you're making some assumptions that she's going out of business and then nothing's going to happen with that property and it's going to meet all of these standards. But it's not adjacent. It's not surrounding as your code identifies surrounding. So I wanted to just make sure that that's part of the record. I also just wanted to clarify because, of course, neither staff nor the applicant made a presentation for the site plan, it was our intention that the presentation that was made and the testimony from the first hearing is incorporated also into this hearing for the site plan, and I just want to ensure for the record.
And Dave, for the record, staff made that clear in the beginning of this hearing, and you just doubled down on it, so it'll be in the record.
Great, I appreciate that. Thank you. Appreciate your attention and hope that we can receive your approval tonight on this site plan.
Like a thing that spoils or damages something.
Public hearing is now closed and a motion is in order.
Mayor, motion to approve 12B.
It's been moved by Councilmember Gardner, second by?
Bergen.
Second by Councilmember Bergen. To approve item number 12B. Further discussion. I have a question for the city attorney in that if I'm comfortable with a site plan because of compatibility, is that a legal basis to oppose?
So again, looking at the legal standard under the UDO, there's 6 criteria. One of them is the application compatible with their surrounding uses in terms of size, scale, and building facade materials. That is one of the items. If you disagree with what our planning staff stated, that you don't think it meets that particular criteria, you can vote no. And if the site plan fails, then Quick Trip, there's got to be, I think the argument is there's got to be a substantial change to the site plan, but they can go back to Planning Commission with a new site plan to fix whatever issues that were brought forward. So
Further discussion? I see none.
Mayor, apologies.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yeah, so I think again here, when we're looking at the site, I think there's criteria 2, right, existing infrastructure and public improvements. We've already heard from the community that the public improvements in the area are not adequate, that there are significant problems that have been created for their ability to use those public improvements, and that those issues have not been mitigated. So I think for me, that remains an issue. I appreciate the clarification on surrounding area in terms of the other impacts that are not mitigated, but nonetheless, the actual street and sidewalk systems are not adequate per the testimony of the community.
Further discussion?
Mayor.
Councilmember Bergen.
Yeah, I'm looking at number 5, the application compatible with surrounding uses in terms of size, scale, building facade. So they were in compliance with height, with the scale, and the building facade materials, correct? Or I guess I'm not allowed to ask. So my opinion is that they were.
Okay. Further discussion? Seeing none, call for the question on the adoption of item number 12B.
Mayor Kaufman.
Mayor votes no.
I'm not getting the votes, Katie.
We're not getting
Yeah, you scrubbed it.
Okay. Councilmember Hancock.
No.
Councilmember Medina.
No.
Councilmember Wiles.
She's recused herself.
I'm sorry. Councilmember Andrews.
No.
Councilmember Horton.
No.
The motion does not pass with 3 yes votes, 7 no votes. 3 yes votes from Councilmember Bergen, Gardner, and Lawson.
Clerk, now please read the title to item number 17A.
Item 17A is determination of candidates to be interviewed for the Planning and Zoning Commission vacancy.
Where is it? Okay. Please read the title of item number 17A, if I can find it.
She just said, Katie, do you want to present the options to council on filling the Planning and Zoning Commission vacancy?
Okay, there we go.
Yes, Mayor and council members, there is one current vacancy on the Planning and Zoning Commission, and the eligible candidates is Stephen Elkins, Robin Becker, Allison Spink, Mariel Coughlin, Nicholas Richardson. Council can vote on how many candidates and which candidates they would like to interview.
All right, so the first question is how many candidates does council wish to interview for
No,
the
it could all be in one.
Three.
Motion is in order for how many? Councilmember Bergen.
I would recommend 3 interviews.
And you can select the individuals right now if you would like. You can make a motion of the 3 individuals you would like.
Okay.
The motion of 3 interviews.
I would like to make a motion to interview Stephen Elkins, Allison Spink, and, hang on, and Robin Becker.
Okay, it's moved by Councilmember Bergen, second by?
Hancock.
Second by Councilmember Hancock, for 3 individuals. Discussion? Seeing no discussion.
Mayor,
Councilmember Horton.
I know we really want to get out of here, but question. I guess, Katie, for you, the top, is it, from when I was looking at the list, is it the top 3 were the top 3 that were voted for in all of City Council?
So the top 3 were, the total rankings were 25, 24, and 24, which was Stephen Elkins, Robin Becker, and Allison Spink.
Yeah.
Those were the top 3 candidates voted by the individual, the council members that actually did submit their forms.
Got it, okay, thank you. I just need that clarity.
Okay, further discussion? Seeing none, call for the question on 17A, adoption of 17A.
What the heck, mine had a lag, because last
Me
time
too.
it showed
Oh,
up.
here, it just showed up.
Yep, it's just lagging.
It's because it's tired.
Being temperamental.
Mayor Kaufman.
Mayor votes yes.
Yes.
Councilmember
My report
Andrews?
is 30 minutes.
No? Councilmember Andrews?
We have public comment now.
How would you like to vote? I can't hear you, I'm sorry.
No.
No, okay, thank you. Councilmember Horton?
Yes.
The motion passes with 10 yes votes and 1 no vote from Councilmember Andrews to interview Stephen Elkins, Robin Becker, and Allison Spink.
Okay, reports?
Oh, no, we have public comment.
No, I think we have reports, then public comment.
Oh, crap.
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. You're right.
Okay.
Sorry, Mayor.
Reports, Councilmember Andrews?
No reports.
Mayor Pro Tem Coombs?
Apologies, I have a brief report. So Happy New Year. I was glad to be able to visit the Navigation campus and hear folks' concerns on New Year's Day. Also glad to join the mayor, Councilmember Andrews, Councilmember Jackson, Councilmember Horton at the DDA Town Hall meeting at the Dayton Street Opportunity Center this weekend. Our at-large town hall meeting will be February 4th at the Aurora Center for Active Adults at 6 p.m. The topic will be surveillance and AI. And also, finally, when this meeting started, it was my oldest child's 4th birthday. It is no longer.
Well, happy birthday.
Councilmember Gardner? Councilmember Jackson?
I'll just say that I was assigned the head of the Housing Neighborhood Service and Redevelopment Committee, and with the things that came out this meeting around the Navigational Regional Center, I take that very serious and will follow up on that. And I did want to point out that there will be a new Rules Committee looking into the decorum in our City Council. And then again, at-large council meeting, February 4th.
Okay, Councilmember Horton?
Yeah, so since the last city council able to attend a ribbon cutting ceremony at the Potomac Pavilion, hosted by the Aurora Mental Health and Recovery, a one-stop shop for services for those with mental and behavioral health needs. Let's see, I was invited to a meet and greet with community members with the Grassroots Leadership Coalition. Very informative, a lot of concerns around the Downtown Development Authority and the Community Development Corporation. Was also invited to speak with to learn a lot more about what's happening on the ground when it comes to ICE enforcement across not only the metro area but Colorado. I have had the privilege to meet with a number of Ward 1 residents and businesses that have reached out and always encourage an opportunity to learn as much as I can. Was able to attend, as Council Member Coombs said, around the Aurora Original Neighbors Association, talked extensively around the Downtown Development Authority. And then upcoming, just to put on folks' radars at 1 o'clock in the morning, is their Council Member Amy Wiles and I are hosting 2 community forums around independent civilian oversight of law enforcement. The first one is today, the 13th, Tuesday, later this evening at 6 p.m. at the Aurora Center for Active Adults. We're going to talk about what is civilian oversight for this first forum. The second one, we're going to talk a little bit more about the functionality of one. And then lastly, I have my Ward 1 Town Hall on January 22nd at Moorhead Recreation Center, where we'll be covering, again, the Downtown Development Authority, as well as the drone along the Colfax corridor. So I hope everyone gets home safely. Thank you for staying.
Councilmember Wiles?
101.
Don't have a lot to say. If you want to know what I did, you can look at my social media. We've been all over the place. The only thing that really matters is thank you to everybody that came out to speak tonight, and thank you so much to staff. You guys have been incredible the last, God, it's only been like a month since we started all of this. You've been helping us, educating us, supporting us, and you guys are here in the middle of the night. So I just want to say thank you to you guys, because you guys are truly amazing, and I appreciate all of you, from security, admin, everybody. Thank you, appreciate you. I hope you guys get to come in late tomorrow morning.
Councilmember Medina.
Thank you, sir. I've got my town hall tomorrow from 6:30 to 8 p.m. I've got pros coming, and it will be at Central Library. Also, Katie, for you, I think I need my 2 candidates for the CAB, the CAB, Megan Siffreen and Deborah Johnson.
Councilmember Hancock.
Thank you, Mayor. I had my first town hall of the year last Thursday at Noonan's. It was very well attended. Council member Rob Andrews attended and got to meet some of the constituents in my ward. Also, Aurora Water presented a really good presentation about water and conservation, as well as PD and fire. Someone made a reference earlier this evening about love thy neighbor. Out of Matthew chapter 23, it said, Jesus said to the crowds and to his disciples, the teachers of the law and the Pharisees who sit in Moses' seat, he said, love your neighbor with your heart, soul, mind, and strength. Love the Lord your God with your heart, soul, mind, and strength, and love your neighbor as yourself. Why love thy neighbor is often misused to excuse bad behavior. The command, love thy neighbor, is frequently invoked as a call for unconditional tolerance, but that interpretation goes beyond both its biblical context and its practical meaning. Loving one's neighbor does not mean accepting harmful behavior without challenge, allowing abuse, exploitation, or lawlessness, removing accountability or consequences, sacrificing the safety of others in the name of compassion. True love includes truth, boundaries, and responsibilities. In the biblical context, what matters is that, God is very specific about how he feels about this. In Scripture, love is consistently paired with justice. Let justice roll down like waters, Amos 5:24. Correction, if your brother sins, rebuke him in love, Luke 17:3. order and restraint. God is not a God of disorder. 1 Corinthians 14:33. Jesus himself corrected wrongdoing, confronted hypocrisy, and upheld moral and social boundaries. Compassion should never replace accountability, responsibility. That is what is loving. And that's the end of my report.
Thank you. Councilmember Lawson.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. So I'll be starting my town halls. My first one is February 10th, and that'll be at Mission Viejo at 6:30, and then I do one at Heather Gardens on a Saturday, so that will be on February 21st from 10 to 11:30. That's it, Mayor.
Councilmember, thank you. Okay, Councilmember Bergen.
Yes, I just want to announce that I am appointing Dave Rich to CABC.
Very well. Public invited to be heard.
Haley Foster.
Yeah, y'all know Haley not here. You know it's just us, it's the lead.
Jennifer Bacon.
Yes, sir. Coming in with the whole time.
Representative, you've been here late.
Yeah,
Good to see you.
let me know when my time begins. Thank you so much. For those of you I have not had the privilege of meeting, my name is Jennifer Bacon. I represent Colorado's House District 7 and serve as the Assistant Majority Leader of the Colorado House. Many of you I've had the opportunity to meet. You have come before us, and now it's my turn to come here. I will say it is incredibly important to know that it is a privilege to know what it means to wait on this side of the microphone. And even though I have not felt the pain of these families, I think I can tolerate speaking to you all at 1 a.m. I do want to share that, like many across our communities, I watched videos of the deaths of Kylan Lewis and Rajon Belt Stubblefield in horror. People from across the communities, country, and across the world asked me if that's my community, and they asked me why this is continuing to happen, especially given the unprecedented statute that was Senate Bill 21-217. I did not get elected out of Aurora, but I think that's important in this context. Ultimately, I do represent the people of Aurora, and I'm here to fight for better outcomes because it is not unnoticed that we have lost more people in our communities that we care to stand. In fact, any loss is a tragedy. I will say that my committees are taking notice. Something is happening here. And I gotta say, I've spent more time testifying in support of changes to be made on behalf of Aurora residents than I do of my own. I represent the far northeast of Denver. I have been in front of my colleagues to talk about many issues in criminal justice. For those of you that do not know, I'm the longest serving member on the House Judiciary Committee, and so I have a long memory in regards to what our commitments were and to what the expectations were. And so in addition to being the Assistant Majority Leader, I wanted to be able to say to you and share what it is that our committee have questions on in the service of these two families, and that's quite frankly to be fair as I look forward to speaking to you all in the future. So despite a consent decree, we are questioning officer training and understanding of when lethal force is justified. We do not understand the administrative leave policies of the Aurora Police Department. We want to understand what the expectations are communicated, as well as providing unedited and unredacted body cam footage that I personally voted on to be required by law. So ultimately, I will say that we are looking forward to building on Senate Bill 217. If the expectations of that law are not met, I will work to pass a bill with that particular intent, and I do know that you all know my experience and know that to be true, to be a commitment. So I want to thank you all for your time this evening, and thank you to the families for being here.
Thank you.
Emma Hayes.
Is there anyone else who wishes to speak?
Yes, Emma Hayes, Mariah Heller, Isabel Dahmer, Jonathan Cunha, Laura Gonzalez, Sophia Manning, Soshi Bruston, Cassandra Hill, Connor, Shudiwa Lewis, Melissa Berglund, Ryan Stitzler, Shakala Rubio, Yaharabe Rubio, Shalene Spencer, Dorian Gray, Ayante Anderson.
Hey, y'all. And just as the spirit of sleep was creeping up on me in your pews, then you started to preach, Councilmember Hancock. So now I get the last word. Psalms 82:3 says, defend the weak and the fatherless, uphold the cause of the poor and of the oppressed. Sometimes when the word gets going, demons start to flee. Isaiah 1:17 says, learn to do right, seek justice, defend the oppressed, take up the cause of the fatherless, plead the case of the widow. Then it continues to go on. Deuteronomy 10:18 says, he defends the cause of the fatherless and of the widow and loves the foreigner residing among you. Then it continues in Proverbs 31 verses 8 and 9. It says, speak up for those who cannot speak up for themselves. Defend the rights of the poor and the needy. All of those scriptures are applicable to what we have been doing in this chambers from the council before you until today. We have been defending the fatherless that have been made fatherless by the Aurora City Council. We have been taking up the widows that have been made widows by the Aurora Police Department, sanctioned by the silence of the Aurora City Council. And today we are speaking up on those who are not able to speak up for themselves. So while you have this long meeting, it is my hope and my hope that you all don't just see the faces of folks that oppose you, that you are seeing of those who are representing those in community. While you might say that that's a small number of people, there are constituents dying in the city of Aurora. So yes, we are losing sleep right now because it's 1 a.m. at a city council meeting, but there are children who are losing sleep every single night because Kylan Lewis was murdered by the Aurora Police Department. Rajon Bell Stubblefield was murdered by the Aurora Police Department. Elijah McClain was murdered by the Aurora Police Department. So there are families that cannot sleep at 1 a.m. on January 13th, 2026 because of the policies and the individuals that put a badge on their shoulders and say they are representing the city of Aurora, which that means they are representing you. So yes, 1 a.m. and we are all very tired, but so are the mothers that had to bury their children because of the policies enacted by some of y'all on this dais. And for the new Democratic majority, congratulations. But now welcome to the work. We will hold you accountable just as we did the Republicans. And if you don't work for us, we will also vote you out of office.
Becky Brungart, Hashim Coates,
Oh, he needs his notes.
I know it's late. I'm here with you. I get it. You're public servant number one. This is the job. If you don't like it, by all means, we want you to quit. I have to bring up the fact that people talk about disrespect and the things that happen here. You have to understand you're talking about causation, and you're talking about a symptom of the illness. People are dying. The atmosphere has been set for that people's lives cannot be valued. The response you get to that is the response you get to that. A lot of things that I get up here and advocate for don't affect me personally, but they affect me spiritually because it's an extension of who I am. And so I offer no apologies for your hurt feelings. If you feel disrespected, quit. It won't happen again. If you feel that a laugh from the audience was talking about you, Curtis, you're wrong. But when you responded...
I don't care about you enough to get offended.
Well, I know I'm not Amanda, so you really don't care.
So I go back and forth.
Right, decorum. So, but I understand. Eat a Snickers, it'll be okay. But I wasn't talking about you. I wasn't laughing at you. But you did address me, so then I responded back to it. You asked for temperaments from the people that voted for you. You asked for them to respect you. But why would I ever respect something that doesn't respect me? Why would I respect something that is so fragile and so sensitive that it can't take critique? I hold my friends to a higher standard than I hold you all to.
Sure does.
Yeah. And you see how we are with each other. And it's just a shame that some of you are here to represent the people, but I guess it has to balance out the scale of the law averages. I'd like to thank Representative Bacon for having the courage and the care to show up here. Aurora prides itself on having the most black elected officials in the state of Colorado as it relates to the Colorado legislature, but we don't see them. We don't see Rhonda Fields, who bragged about being elected here, Kaufman's buddy, and maybe that's why there's some secret deal that she can't come. We haven't seen her here. We didn't see Janet Buckner here. We don't see Michael Carter here. We don't see Jamie Jackson here. We don't see Naquita Ricks here, but we did see Jennifer Bacon here. And that speaks a lot. And you also heard her warning to you all. Things are coming. The things that are coming are designed to protect people. Often, your constituents think we only talk about the deaths that happen to black people. Unlike you all, we value all life. And the police are thugs and they kill almost indiscriminately, but there's a higher ranking order on that. And that just has to stop. If you want to be valued, then you need to value other people. Because when you tit, I tat.
Median Schaffner.
Alrighty. I want to start out by just announcing that if Jesus were walking among us, he would have been out here with us. He would not have been up there with you all. That's just how he moved. He was turning tables. Jesus was a disruptor. So if you read the entire scripture and take it into its context, Jesus would have been out there with the people. And another thing, because y'all had me here with the microphone off because we were clapping back. So we're going to talk about disrespect. I haven't disrespected you all as individuals or as a body. I've disrupted. But you got to learn how to balance between if you feel uncomfortable or if you're offended. And if you don't know the difference, then you've lost your way. I absolutely have made you uncomfortable. And I will continue because the people deserve that kind of energy. But let's talk about disrespect that we have seen. Stephanie Hancock called us bullies, terrorists, antagonists, provocateurs, etc. because we wanted to lift our voice. Those were her words. Angela, you're condescending to everyone that you speak to, be it on the dais, in the community, and when you say the Pledge of Allegiance. Curtis, I think you disrespect everyone, including your colleagues, because you do this like it's a video game, and you come to city council meetings like it's an annual conference. Mr. Kaufman, do I even need to say anything?
No.
Like you use your platform to target individuals and then the hypocrisy, and then you go to church and all. You disrespect essentially anybody that disagrees with you. Francois, you have popped off at me and people in the audience on more times than I can count.
Except to Danielle.
And that is true. That is true. You didn't clap back as much with Danielle as you do with the people. But what I will say, and here you go again, right? So, but what I will say is that every time you clap back, all it is just another sign that there's a weakness in your leadership that we will not ascribe to. So with that being said, you all continue to accuse us of disrespect. But the issue is that the decorum that you are presenting to everyone else, you're rationalizing it in your head. You're probably doing it right now. Rationalizing. Rationalizing. as if it's all good. But at the end of the day, I stand here convicted 10 toes down. I have never disrespected you because I have too much respect for the families that I'm fighting for. I've made you uncomfortable, and if you don't know the difference, you've lost.
I know the difference.
No, you don't.
Okay, no,
You've
no.
lost your way.
We're not going back and forth. Are we done here?
There's nobody else signed up.
That's it, Katie?
We're done.
We're done.
Seeing no further business before the Aurora City Council, we are adjourned.
Thank you.